Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. The senators and all in attendance will stand and be led in prayer by the Reverend Lee Gandia, St. Paul's Episcopal Church, King George, Virginia. The senators will remain standing and be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by Madam Clerk Susan Clark Sharp.
Let us pray. God of many names, our Creator, our Center, our friend, and our companion, in our prayers for the Commonwealth of Virginia, we remember and pray for the men and women who so powerfully influence life in our great state, those who fashion our politics, those who frame and administer our laws, those who mold public opinion through all forms of media, and those who write what others read. May all accept their responsibility to you and to our Commonwealth, that all may serve the common good by having the courage to be your servants. It is in your most holy and precious name I pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk will call the roll. All those present will please record their vote aye. Clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Mr. President. Senate Journal for Sunday, February 24th, 2019.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe, moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 4.
Ayes 34, noes 4. The reading of the journal is waived. Clerk, report any communication from the House of Delegates.
We do not have any, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Clerk, report any communication from the Governor.
We do not have any, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now comes a time in the morning hour we have the privilege and pleasure of welcoming our distinguished guests here with us in the Senate gallery. I will give my usual reminder that the way this will proceed is that a senator will stand up and recognize an individual or group. I will then offer the warm welcome of the Senate, and at the very end we will all hold our applause and then clap together. I'd like to begin by recognizing the senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Senator. Thank you.
Mr. President, I rise for the purposes of two introductions.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. In our gallery today, we have a very special young lady who I know my seatmate loves with every ounce of his heart. He talks, and you may have heard her name here, and he talks about her all the time. And quite frankly, it's the only part of the stories that he tells here on the Senate floor that we like to hear. But it's young Reagan McDougal is up in the gallery today, and when you look at Reagan, you can see that all the smarts and beauty of the McDougal family have passed to her, and we know that she's a very intelligent, very vibrant young lady. And Mr. President, I'd ask that you extend to her the warm welcome of the Senate.
I thank the senator. Would our friend Reagan McDougal please rise in the gallery if you are able? Reagan, thank you so much for being here again today with your wonderful family. You are a fixture here, and everyone here loves you, and so proud of you, as the senator from Franklin County said. Brilliant, beautiful. You have a wonderful set of parents, and your father certainly loves you very much and talks about you a lot here in the Senate. So you're always welcome here. You're part of this Senate family, and I would ask everyone, please, to join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our very good friend, Reagan McDougal. Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. This next introduction really means a lot to me. It's a friend that I've known and had for many, many years down in Southwest Virginia in the Roanoke area, and he's come here to the Senate today to be with us, to watch the process of the reconvene and veto session. But also, he's going to be joining my firm, the Stanley Law Group, as well, and we're just so proud to have him, not just as a lawyer in my firm as we expand into Roanoke and Salem, but also as a friend. He's a true man of God, a great family man. He's got great children. And a great insight to life. And it's rare in days like these where we can meet people with as much character and integrity as Greg Phillips has. And I'm honored to call him friend, and I am honored to call him my partner soon. So if you would extend for me and on behalf of the Senate the warmest welcomes to Greg Phillips, I'd be most appreciative.
Thank the Senator. Would our friend Greg Phillips please rise in the gallery if you're able? Greg, thank you so much for joining us here today. Certainly can't top the words of your wonderful longtime friend and soon-to-be law partner, Senator Stanley. Those are generous, warm, and welcome and deserving words about you, and we're proud to have you here. Congratulations on your success in the law and in Roanoke, and we wish you nothing but success into the future. So I would ask everyone, please, to join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our friend Greg Phillips. The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D-Staff.
Mr. President, I rise for an introduction.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, joining us in the gallery today, we have Connor Garrison, a junior with Cape Henry Collegiate. He's here today shadowing me. He got up around 5 o'clock this morning, drove up to be here nice and early, bright and early with us. As a junior at Cape Henry, he's active in soccer and lacrosse and is hopeful in his pursuit of higher education in considering the Naval Academy, Vanderbilt, or the University of Virginia. He'd like to be a fighter pilot or an engineer, one of the two, not quite sure yet. But whatever he does, I'm sure he's going to be very, very successful. With that, Mr. President, I'd like to give him the warmest welcome of the Senate.
Thank the Senator. Would our friend Connor Garrison please rise in the gallery if you are able? Connor. Okay. You're going to get 2 rounds of applause, Connor. We'll hold them to the end next time. Connor, thank you so much for joining us here today. And you heard the generous and kind words of the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D-Staff, about you and your future and all you've accomplished. I'm sure your family is very proud of you. Certainly we all are, and know that you have very bright things ahead in your life. So continue to work hard, dream big, and good things will definitely happen for you. I would ask everyone, please, to join me in the warmest welcome of the Senate to our friend Connor Garrison. The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for an introduction.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Joining us in the gallery, we have members of the Planned Parenthood Advocates of Virginia who are here to advocate for equitable and safe access to reproductive health, and I ask that you give them a warm welcome.
Thank the Senator. Would our friends from Planned Parenthood Advocates of Virginia in the gallery please rise if you are able? Thank you all so much for joining us here today. We'll clap at the end. Thank you for being here in the Senate and for advocating for a really important issue, and know it's very strongly held beliefs. I've been proud to have been affiliated with this organization over the years, and we extend the warmest welcome the senator from Richmond City and from all the senators here. We are grateful that our citizens get involved and engaged. It makes our legislative process work. It makes our Commonwealth better. So I would ask everyone, please, to join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our friends and leaders from Planned Parenthood Advocates of Virginia. Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for an introduction.
Senator, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, today I'm here to welcome, ask that we welcome the Virginia Pro-Choice Coalition. They gathered around from all over Virginia this morning to discuss with their partners from dozens of organizations to talk about the ability to choose your own reproductive health. And they shared their personal stories, which many of us believe they have the right to do. And I hope that it is your pleasure to welcome the members of the Pro-Choice Coalition.
Thank the Senator. Would our friends from the Virginia Pro-Choice Coalition please rise in the gallery if you are able? Thank you all so much for joining us here today. Again, we are grateful to have our citizens who are so committed and so dedicated to advocate on behalf of such important issues. And we're grateful that you would take the time to, with your fellow citizens, make our Commonwealth better and let our legislative process work even better. So we appreciate you. You are welcome back here anytime. And I would ask everyone please to join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our friends from the Virginia Pro-Choice Coalition. Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ross, for an introduction.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, thank you. I'd like to thank Padre Lee for giving us the invocation this morning and welcome him back from the last time he was here. As you all know, he's at St. Paul's Episcopal Church in King George. We call him Padre, by the way, and that's it. So I'll just short on that. He was born in Zimbabwe, as if you all couldn't tell by the accent. And he came to King George a few years ago. And, Mr. President, he has been such a delight at that church that the attendance and the memberships increased by about 20%. I think that's directly attributable to him. Incredible positive words of encouragement. I'll tell you this little story. Sometimes when I go to church, and I don't go to church as much as I should, and I'm the first one to admit that, but I'll complain to him and say, Padre, we were in Richmond, and it was frustrating, and trying to get these things done, but we couldn't. And he'll always look at me, and he says the same thing with very open eyes. But, Richard, it's the democratic process, and it's the best process there is. And it really helps keep me on track, and I appreciate that a great deal. And so, Mr. President, I would just say, while he's gracious enough to come and give us a prayer, I'd ask you all to offer a little prayer for him, too, because he is my minister. And you all know I can be challenging at times, but he does a great job of taking care of me and looking after me. So with that, I'd hope you all would offer him the warm welcome of the Senate.
Thank the Senator. Would our friend, the Reverend Lee Gandia, please rise in the gallery if you're able? Reverend Gandia, thank you once again for joining us and gracing us with that really beautiful prayer and your wonderful message. We're always grateful to see you and appreciate your moral leadership here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Certainly, I know the Senator from King George in particular is grateful for your stewardship over his faith and his family and your wonderful church. And so you, of course, are a friend to all of us. You're welcome back here anytime. And I would ask everyone please to join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our friend, the Reverend Lee Gandia. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise for introduction.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, in the gallery, we have an individual who is bringing honor to the Commonwealth, and it's the first time that we can identify in Virginia's history, and that is Ms. Rebecca Nunn. She has been named Ms. Super Senior Virginia in 2019, and it's to our understanding that she is the first Virginian to have received this honor. And Mr. President, she will be going on to vie against other super seniors from other states in Las Vegas later this year. And she is also doing double duty by her efforts as the vice mayor of Kilmarnock in Lancaster County. Mr. President, even though the gentleman from Fairfax might think he is a super senior, Ms. Nunn has the title to prove it. Mr. President, she is joined by her husband, Spike, who has acclaimed flying for American Airlines in his own rights. And if you could offer them both the warm welcome of the Senate and congratulations on her accomplishments so far, and good luck in vying to bring the title back to Virginia later this year.
I thank the Senator. It definitely deserves another. Go ahead. Go ahead and clap, guys. Go ahead. Okay, now we got that out of our system. Super Senior Rebecca Nunn, please rise in the gallery if you're able. Rebecca, thank you so much for joining us here today. You also have another distinguished title as Vice Mayor of Kilmarnock, a beautiful part of the Commonwealth of Virginia. And so we thank you for your civic leadership, also for your wonderful example in representing us here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We wish you nothing but the best of luck in your competition later this year, and know that we're all proud of you, grateful to you, and I also appreciate you being the very first from the Commonwealth of Virginia, so making some history in the process. So we also thank your husband Spike for what he has done, and I would ask everyone now to please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our super senior from Virginia, Rebecca Nunn. Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise for an introduction.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today I would like you and the Senate to send a warm welcome to a couple of old friends from back home. Chris Thaxton and his father, Marshall Thaxton, have joined us. They were going to come down and join me for a day during session, but we ran out of time, so they thought they'd come and check out what reconvene really means. They're from my old stomping grounds around Farmville, Virginia. One from the big world of Worsham, and the other Charlotte County and some parts of Prince Edward County. So I hope that you will join me and the senator from Lynchburg, who I'm sorry for his circumstances is not in attendance today, and maybe the gentleman from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff, in joining them and welcoming them to the Senate gallery and give them a warm Senate welcome.
I thank the senator. Would our friends Chris and Marshall Thaxton please rise in the gallery if you are able? Chris and Marshall, thank you all so much for joining us here today. It's an honor and a privilege to have you. And I know the senator from Williamsburg, senators from Lynchburg and Mecklenburg in particular appreciate your presence and your taking the time to be with us. Please give our best to our friends down in the Farmville area, another wonderful part of the Commonwealth of Virginia. You are welcome back here anytime. And I would ask everyone please join me and extend the warmest welcome of the Senate to our friends Chris and Marshall Thaxton. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise for purposes of a distinguished introduction.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're very blessed to have many welcome guests this morning. However, I would like to call the attention to the Senate of the 71st Governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, who is in the gallery. Our friend and our leader from 2010 through 2014 when he was in the governor's mansion, and that's the Honorable Robert F. McDonnell. And Governor McDonnell is here in another capacity today. He has been working with an organization that is known as Virginians for Reconciliation. And it's a very appropriate timing of that for those of you that suffered through me in 2007 on the 400th anniversary of the founding of America. My passion is only diminished slightly for the 2019 commemoration. But clearly one of the four defining events of 1619 was in fact the arrival of the first African Americans. It chagrins me to say that it was at Fort Monroe in Hampton as opposed to James City County at Jamestown. But the Virginians for Reconciliation have been working very diligently to bring that message across Virginia in reconciliation. And today, Governor McDonnell is accompanied with the descendants of Dred Scott, which is one of the most tenuous and abhorrent decisions ever rendered by the Supreme Court. And interestingly enough, we have a descendant of the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court who is actively participating in a request for forgiveness and education. If you would be so kind to recognize Governor McDonnell and the Virginians for Reconciliation.
Thank the Senator. Would our friend Governor Bob McDonnell and our leaders from the Virginians for Reconciliation please rise in the gallery if you are able? You can all rise. Thank you so much for being here today, Governor McDonnell. It's always a pleasure, a privilege, and an honor to have you with us here in the Senate and on Capitol grounds. And thank you for your leadership for the Commonwealth of Virginia over the course of many years of your life that you've dedicated you and your family. And so we appreciate that deeply. And now you've taken on another very significant and prominent role in dealing with one of the central issues for the Commonwealth of Virginia and for our nation. And so we appreciate the thought that you have brought to this, the care that you've taken with it. We thank the leaders from Virginians for Reconciliation for your stewardship in such an important time for our country in charting a new course forward that's more positive, that's more fair, and it's all about all of us succeeding and rising together. So we appreciate you. We thank the 71st Governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia for your continued leadership here in this great Commonwealth. And I would ask everyone, please, to join me in the warmest welcome of the Senate to the wonderful Governor Bob McDonnell and our friends from Virginians for Reconciliation. Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to first ask for a leave of absence for my seatmate.
The Journal will so note.
And Mr. President, I think maybe it's appropriate that the guest who just stood get a second introduction, because I've been talking to Governor McDonnell for the last 3 days about this introduction and the guests who have accompanied him. And as usual, one from our class of 1991, and there are only 3 of us left on this floor, and that's Senator Howell, Senator Norman, and myself, who were elected at the same time as Governor McDonnell. And of course, you all know his history, so he's one who does not need any introduction. But since I have this paper in front of me, I am going to introduce the other 2 guests anyway. And one is Lynn M. Jackson. She is the great-great-granddaughter of Harriet and Dred Scott, who was a focus of the Supreme Court decision in 1857 by Chief Justice Roger Brooke Taney. Ms. Jackson, president and founder of the Dred Scott Heritage Foundation, based in St. Louis, Missouri, has devoted her time and attention to the goal of promoting the commemorative education and reconciliation of our history with an eye to helping to heal the wounds of the past. She delights in sharing the story of Harriet and Dred and has presented from 3rd grade to audiences at Howard and Harvard University and a regional training for judges at the National Judicial College, among many other events. Ms. Jackson has a Bachelor of Science degree in Business Administration and Marketing from Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville. At age 18, she graduated from the Alida Ward-Well Piano Studio of Classical Music. She held administrative positions at the Girl Scout Council of Greater St. Louis, the Ford Motor Company, and as manager of general services at Bryan Cave LLC law firm from 1996 to 2009 in St. Louis. She has received many awards, including, and among others, the Daughters of the American Revolution, Medal of Honor in April 9th of 2016, and was honored by the Missouri Senate in 2008 with a resolution of recognition for being instrumental in getting Dred Scott's bust in the Hall of Famous Missourians in the state capitol in 2012, and was named among the 250 women who influenced St. Louis for the 250th birthday of St. Louis in 2015 by the American Association of University Women at Washington University. Ms. Jackson has been a Sunday school superintendent, a vacation Bible school director, and has sung in 12 choirs since childhood. She's on the board of Jefferson National Parks Foundation and on the board of governors at the St. Louis Artists Guild. She enjoys one biblical counseling and also prison ministries. She and her husband, Brian, live in St. Louis, where they were born, and they have 2 grown children. And the second guest, who's already stood with Governor McDonnell, is Charles Taney. Charles spent most of his private sector career at Foutte Cone and Belding in New York City, a major advertising agency where he retired as vice chairman. Charles's second career has been in the nonprofit environmental sector with 5 years at Sound Water as head of the marketing and development. Charles is now executive director of Norway River Valley Trail, and the NRVT is currently under construction. The dream is a 30-mile multi-use trail from Norwalk to Danbury, Connecticut. Charles is founder and president of the Marissa Association, a group of over 1,000 households working towards an environmentally sound outcome for NRG's mothball power plant in Norwalk, Connecticut. Charles' co-founder and Breaking Bread in Norway, is a simple idea. If more black and white Americans invited each other for dinner at their homes, more friendships would form. These new friendships would enable a better understanding of each other, an increased level of trust, and help with the reconciliation of blacks and whites in America. Charles is a descendant of Judge Roger Brooke Taney, brother Augustus Taney. Chief Justice Roger Brooke Taney is Charles's great uncle. Chief Justice Roger Brooke Taney has no sons who lived to adulthood. And so, Mr. President, it is with a great deal of pleasure that I introduce to you and ask you to welcome our guests to the Senate chambers.
I thank the senator. Would our friends Lynn M. Jackson and Charles Taney please rise again in the gallery? Lynn and Charles, thank you all so much again for joining us. Thank you for your leadership on such, again, a very critical and important issue, both for the history of the Commonwealth of Virginia in this 400th year since the first enslaved Africans were brought to Hampton and Point Comfort in Virginia, but also to the future of the Commonwealth of Virginia and whether we're able to chart a new course based on reconciliation and fairness and justice and the dignity and worth of every single person. And you both have extraordinary family lineages, and you're carrying them on extraordinarily well. I can't help but mention, it's something I actually carry around with me. I just happen to have it today. The emancipation paper of my great-great-great-grandfather, Simon Fairfax, who was freed by Lord Fairfax, Thomas Fairfax, on June the 5th, 1798. And it's something I carry around with me and that legacy that we discovered the week before my inauguration last year. So this resonates with me and my family. It resonates, I'm sure, with everyone here in this chamber and in this Commonwealth and in this nation. The work that you're doing is charting a much more positive course for our country, and our children and great-great-grandchildren will be deeply appreciative of all that you've done. So I would ask everyone, please, to join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our two wonderful leaders, Lynn M. Jackson and Charles Taney. The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Senator.
On behalf of my seatmate, the senator for Lynchburg, who's suffered a loss in his family, I would ask the Journal reflect he is away from the Capitol today on pressing personal business.
I thank the senator. The Journal will so reflect, and we send our condolences to the wonderful senator from Lynchburg and to his family. The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeSteff.
Mr. President, I rise for an additional introduction.
Senator, you have the floor.
Today in the gallery we have Ms. Cheryl McCluskey. She's visiting us from Virginia Beach. She's an active angler. You wouldn't know this about her, but has won quite a few tournaments. She's an active pilot, and she flies a lot back and forth to Richmond, where she serves on the aviation board for the Commonwealth. She's a fantastic developer, also an active member of the community, and a fantastic friend. It's my honor to have her here today watching us, and I'd like to give her the warmest welcome in the Senate. Thank you.
I thank the senator. Would our friend Cheryl McCluskey please rise in the gallery if you are able? There you go, Cheryl. Cheryl, thank you so much for joining us here today. We echo the warm and generous and eloquent words of the junior senator from Virginia Beach. We thank you for your service to the Commonwealth of Virginia on the aviation board and also in the private sector, your work in development and making our Commonwealth an even better place to live, work, and to raise a family. So we appreciate you very much. I wish you a safe flight back home when you leave here today, and you're welcome back here anytime. I would ask everyone please to join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our friend Cheryl McCluskey. Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to rise for the purposes of an introduction.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today in the gallery, we have Jacobs Road Elementary School students together with their principal, Jennifer Lenz. And I might add they're here, Mr. President, even though it's spring break in Chesterfield County. What I would really like to point out is that their principal, Jennifer Lenz, is a leader, and she's teaching a student leadership team that she started at her school at Jacob Rhodes Elementary. They are learning to become better leaders. They're working on 2 servant projects, and they're here today There are 15 fifth graders and 12 fourth graders, Mr. President. I would ask that we'd give them the warm welcome of the Senate.
Thank the Senator. Would Principal Jennifer Lentz and our young leaders from Jacobs Road Elementary School please rise in the gallery if you are able? Principal Lentz, thank you so much for your leadership and your dedication to our most important natural resource, which is our children here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We are grateful for all that you have poured into them to make them the wonderful, beautiful, smiling, brilliant young children that they are today and the adults that they will become. And to our wonderful leaders from Jacobs Road Elementary School, thank each one of you for taking some time off of your spring break to come here and be with us in the Senate and the Capitol. It's a special day when we get to have you all here with us because we all work for you and work to create more opportunity for every single one of you. So we are proud of you. We know that you will do great things in your lives. Listen to your parents and your teachers and your principal. Study hard, dream big, treat each other well, and good things will happen to you. So we ask everyone to please join me extending the warmest welcome of the Senate. You're on television, by the way, to our great young leaders from Jacobs Road Elementary School. Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for an introduction.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, we heard while we were out on break and before we came back to reconvene that a couple of our friends here in the Senate are going to be retiring, and I'll have some more to say about that. But I did want to recognize, Mr. President, that my seatmate's family is in the gallery, and so if you extend to his wife, Pauline, and his daughter, Eva, the warmest welcome of the Senate, I would most appreciate.
I thank the Senator. Would our friends, the Carrico family, please rise in the gallery? You're not catching me on that one. Thank you all so much for joining us yet again. It's always such a pleasure and privilege to see your wonderful smiling faces. You guys make us all feel so warm, and we are grateful for all that you do to allow Senator Carrico to serve in the wonderful ways that he continues to do so. And we appreciate your family and the sacrifice that you all have made to be a family involved in public service. We know what that takes, and so we are deeply grateful to every single one of you. And so I would ask everyone to please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to the wonderful Carrico family. Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to rise for a second introduction.
Thanks, Senator. You have the floor.
I looked up in the gallery and I saw a couple of dear friends up there. One is Wayne Snyder, who is actually a constituent of mine. He is the CEO and founder and owner of Zimmerman Bonding Company, and I'm so thankful that he would spend his spring break here with us. And I'll do the second introduction in just a second, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Would Wayne Snyder please rise in the gallery if you are able? Wayne, thank you so much for joining us here today in the Senate. We are grateful for your presence and for the fact that you would take time to be with us here during the legislative reconvened session. We are very appreciative of your engagement, and I'm sure the Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase in particular, is really thrilled to see you here. So I would ask everyone please to join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our friend Wayne Snyder. Do any other senators wish to be recognized for purposes of an introduction? Is there any other business to come in the morning hour? Seeing none, the clerk will call the calendar.
Madam Clerk.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
If I may be so presumptuous, Mr. President, which is shocking to everyone, I'm sure. A couple of things. First of all, in an effort to try to expedite dealing with the bills that are before us today, it would be my suggestion that the bills that have the governor's amendments affixed to them, that we take those up in a block subject to the single exception. So any member of the Senate that has a particular issue with one of the bills, as Madam Clerk calls them out, we could take those out of the block and then come back and deal with those on an individual basis. I've talked with my friends on the other side of the aisle, and they seem to be amenable to do that. A couple of other reminders that as we deal with legislation, the clerk's office will be communicating our decisions to the House of Delegates. in batches. So I alert you to that, because if you have a reflection on a bill too long after we have acted on it, it may already have been communicated to the other end of the Capitol, and we don't have Senator Potts here to run down the hall and grab it back from him like he had done on several occasions. Also, you're mindful that there cannot be the introduction of any memorial or commending resolutions, so I just remind you of that. The options that are available to the body as we go through the legislation, we can agree to the amendments as offered by the governor, which takes a majority vote. We can request that the bill be passed in its enrolled form. That takes a 2/3 vote in order to do that. It can pass the enrolled form notwithstanding the objections of the governor, basically overriding a veto, and that also takes a 2/3 vote. And we can also request that any amendments be taken up as being specific and severable, and that only requires a majority vote. So just a refamiliarization with the process. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Clerk will call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Wednesday, April 3rd, 2019. Senate bills with governor's recommendations. Senate Bill 1025.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman. Does the senator want to put them in the block? Or Senator from King George, Senator
Mr.
Stewart.
President, I'd ask that be removed from the block.
Well, let's put them in the block first, if that's okay.
Not in block yet.
Senator Norman, do you want to put them in the block? From King George, Senator Stewart.
Mr. President, I think that we were starting off in a block, and my understanding was, subject to the single exception rule, they would stay in a block. So I assume everything's in a block now, and I just asked that one come out. Okay, you need a motion.
Okay, we need a motion and a voice vote, that's all.
Mr. President, in an effort to expedite it, I move that all of the bills on the calendar which are before us with the governor's, all the Senate bills on the calendar with the governor's recommendations on them be placed on the vote in the block, subject to a single exception, beginning with Senate Bill 1025 that we know senators from Westmoreland has already alerted us to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate bills with the governor's recommendations be placed in a block with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 1025.
Move that be removed from the block.
Without objection, Senate Bill 1025 be removed from the block.
Senate Bill 1047.
Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
I move that I ask that Senate Bill 1047 be removed from the block.
Without objection, the bill is removed from the block.
Senate Bill 1087. Senate Bill 1161. Senate Bill 1455.
Mr. President.
Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that Senate Bill 1455 on page 3 please be removed from the block.
Without objection, the bill is removed from the block.
Senate Bill 1485.
Mr. President.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Mr. President, I ask that Senate Bill 1485 be removed from the block.
Without objection, the bill is removed from the block.
Senate Bill 1494. Senate Bill 1521. Senate Bill 1554. Senate Bill 1579. Senate Bill 1581.
Mr. President.
Senator from Roanoke County.
Can Senate Bill 1579 be removed from the block?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1579 will be removed from the block.
Mr. President.
Junior Senator from Virginia Beach.
Does Senate Bill 1521 come out of the block?
What page is that on, sir?
Page 5.
Without objection, Senate Bill 1521 will be removed from the non-existent block.
Senate Bill 1581, Senate Bill 1592.
Mr. President,
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
would you please remove Senate Bill 1592 from the block?
Without objection, the bill is removed from the block.
This is working well. Senate Bill 1675.
Mr. President.
Who? Oh, okay, sorry. Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Can Senate Bill 1675 on page 9 come out of the block, please?
Without objection, the bill is removed from the block.
Senate Bill 1689. Senate Bill 1696.
Mr. President,
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
with apologies, would you please remove Senate Bill 1689 from the block?
Without objection, the bill is removed from the block.
Senate Bill 1716.
Mr. President,
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
can Senate Bill 1716 be removed from the block?
Without objection, the bill is removed from the block.
Senate Bill 1737. Senate Bill 1768.
Mr. President,
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
I would ask that Senate Bill 1768 be removed from the block.
Without objection, the bill is removed from the block.
And that is it.
The question is, shall the Senate bills be amended in accordance with the recommendation of the governor in a block? That is all bills except for most of them. All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The Senate has agreed to amend the bills in accordance with the recommendations of the governor.
Returning to page 1, Senate Bill 1025.
Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, Senate Bill 1025, strength requirements. I'm sorry, I apologize. Thank you. Mr. President, I move that the amendment, the bill, in accordance with the recommendation of the governor.
Senator, want to speak to that motion?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, 1025 is strengthening the requirement for providing protection shelter to companion animals like dogs and cats during extreme weather. And 1025, when it left the Senate, Mr. President, when it left the Senate ripped the change of 15 feet and 4 times the length. When it got to the House, it was voted on by this Senate, approved of the 15 and 4. When it got to the House, they changed it to 10, assuming they said because it was in compliance with their rules. So, but it did. Now that we have compromised, we have talked with members of the House, and they do agree with bringing it back to the 15 feet and 4 as it left the Senate. The problem that we have, that some questions, I believe, from the senator now, is the third amendment. This line recommends a technical amendment recommended by the Office of Attorney General. It removes repetitive and unnecessary language exempting agricultural animals, which are already exempt. So I was trying to find out from some of my colleagues on this side and that side exactly about that part. The first part we're already aware of because it passes House that way with the 15. The last one, which I'm not as sure of, you can help me out on, according to the AG, that will be competitive, that it doesn't be needed. So I ask that you pass the bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise.
Speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
I assume we're taking these in a block.
No, we're now going one by one.
So, so this is the First Amendment. Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. President, I would suggest that we should reject those amendments. I know what the House is talking about doing, but there's a lot of concern.
Senator, I just want to clarify. Senator raised a good question. The amendments to this particular bill are in a block.
They are in
a
block.
But the legislation overall is not in a block. So,
thank you
please,
for clarifying that for me.
The Senator has the floor.
And so then what these amendments would do is they increase the length of a tether from 10 to 15 feet, which gives a lot of people concerns because you're not just talking about tethering a dog to a doghouse, but sometimes you have them, you're out doing stuff with them, particularly for agricultural purposes, and there's a severe concern about the animals getting tangled up and actually injuring themselves. And that's a concern that a lot of folks have brought to me. The real issue here is it includes agricultural animals, hunting dogs, and others that were specifically excluded from this bill and excluded for a reason. And so I would hope that we would reject the governor's amendments on these. I think that the bill was in good shape the way it left the Senate. The bill that Senator Spruill had worked on, the gentleman from Chesapeake had worked on, spent a great deal of time on it. It was a good bill, and I think actually these amendments tend to convolute it and injure its intended purpose.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1025? Seeing none, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations to Senate Bill 1025 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 19.
Ayes 19, noes 19. The chair votes aye. The amendments are agreed to.
On page 2.
Mr. President.
Senator for Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Having been looking at his lunch rather than the board and voting, and having voted on the prevailing side by which Senate Bill 1025 and then the amendments thereto were passed, I'd ask for reconsideration of the governor's recommendations.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate reconsider the vote by which the governor's recommendations were agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 1.
Ayes 37, noes 1. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm hoping that if you look at it before, the first two passed this Senate. It was the third amendment that was by the AG. Now, I was hoping that the senators would say, well, just take that one out. But the first two, the way it left here, so I'm saying, so let's kill it, because when it left the Senate, the first two amendments that the governor proposed was the exact same thing that we voted on, and a lot of you on that side voted for the first two. It was the third amendment that the AG requested. That's the one that's having problems. I have no problem for removing that one. But don't kill the whole thing when you voted for the first two. Just take the third one out.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Okay. Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Parliamentary inquiry. Shouldn't he just sever those amendments and let us vote on those separately?
Senator can certainly do that, yes?
Yes.
Does the Senator want to make a motion to do that?
So moved.
So he's going to take 1 and 2 together. I tried to put it up, but the word's too long. Okay.
Yeah, just
Don't worry about it.
don't worry about it.
Is he trying to separate the amendments?
He wants.
All right. We're ready to go. Senator's motion is on the floor. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations number 1 and 2 to Senate Bill 1025 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. The senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 13.
Ayes 25, noes 13. The governor's recommendations numbers 1 and 2 are agreed to. Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Mr. President, thank you. Move line 3 be approved.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the governor's recommendation number 3 to Senate Bill 1025 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote.
I'm sorry I was slow getting up. I'd just like to remind everybody this is a pretty offensive amendment, and I'd hope we'd vote no.
Thank the senator. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Gentleman from Stafford, yield for a question. King George.
King George.
Yield for a question.
Senator Yield.
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
I'd ask the gentleman, I'm sort of trying to hypothecate. I know he opposes the bill. He mentioned in his comments a moment ago that it would affect agricultural animals. But my understanding of the statute 3.2-6500 is it only applies to companion animals. So I guess in light of that, or am I mistaken? That would be my question.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, first of all, I do not oppose the bill. I supported the bill. I helped the gentleman from Chesapeake come up with a bill that came out of here almost unanimously. And rejection of these amendments in no way injure the gentleman's bill. He'll still have his bill, the underlying bill, that passed the Senate. I can't imagine the governor would veto this bill just because he didn't get the amendments. The concern about this last one is it affects both hunting dogs and agricultural animals, which were intentionally left out of the underlying bill, as I understand it, and we didn't want to impact those. Those are separate categories. We've kept them separate on purpose, and that's my understanding of what the amendment does. At least it's the belief of those communities that it affects them.
Further question?
I thank the gentleman.
And Senator. Question is, shall the governor's recommendation number 3 to Senate Bill 1025 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 17, noes 21.
Ayes 17, noes 21. The governor's recommendation number 3 is not agreed to.
Senate Bill 1047.
Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Could Senate Bill 1047 go by temporarily?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1047 will go by temporarily.
On page 3, Senate Bill 1455.
Mr. President.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the governor's amendments. This bill, as you will recall, increased the membership of the Board of Elections from 3 to 5 members and authorized the board to appoint the chair or the commissioner of elections. The governor's concern is that, and there may be times when especially in a state that has an election every few months, as we've experienced the last few years, there may be times that the Board of Elections cannot agree to appoint a commissioner, and this will ensure the amendment which retains the governor's right to appoint the commissioner of elections, ensures that that important commission have leadership, that important board have leadership. The amendments retain the expansion of the board from 3 to 5 members. Again, I move that we accept the governor's amendments.
Thank the Senator. Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Mr. President, I would like to speak to the governor's amendments and then ask if it's possible for us to vote, take 2 votes, one in a block and a second in a block, if that would be okay.
Senator has the floor, and I think that'd be fine.
Okay. So, Mr. President, you heard what my colleague described in Senate Bill 1455, which was an effort. It was the result of a lot of work of a study group and of a lot of work of a lot of stakeholders, and the recommendation was to move forward with this bill, which would create some independence for the Board of Elections. There are 2 amendments that I would like to take up in a block. That would be number 6 and number 15. And with the recommendation that they be accepted, I would like to speak to that motion. And that's simply that these make a important point of clarification, one that describes the beginning of the member's term. That's February the 1st. And then the second actually makes a change with respect to when members of the board actually roll off the board. It was initially in the enrolled bill, 2 people leave the board, and then 2 years later, 3 people leave the board. And I think it was everybody's recommendation that 1 person leave each year. So with the recommendation that they be accepted, I move that we agree to Amendments 6 and 15.
Thank the Senator. Full Purpose Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards, rise.
Mr. President, my statement doesn't go to these particular. We'll have a separate vote later. I'll deal with the other issues.
Okay. Thank the Senator. So I think we are now taking a vote. The Senator's motion was on Governor's Amendments 6 and 15. And the question is, shall the Governor's recommendations number 6 and 15 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the Senators ready to vote? Have all the Senators voted? Do any Senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The governor's recommendations 6 and 15 are agreed to. Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. And then with the recommendation that they be rejected, I would like to move that the following amendments be agreed to and ask that we vote for those in a block. And those are numbers 1 through 5, numbers 7 through 14, and then number 16. And they all effectively do the same thing, Mr. President. The bill did 2 things. One, it increased the number on the current Board of Elections from 3 to 5. I think nobody has any concern about that piece. What the governor then sent down was his amendments, and all these amendments do one thing, and that is it removes the appointment authority from the board to appoint the chair or the commissioner to the governor. And I think, again, this was actually fundamentally what goes to the core of the bill and was the recommendation of the stakeholders and the work group, and that was to create, again, a level of independence. So it wouldn't be quite so political. And so for that, I would urge the members of the body to please keep with the initial spirit of the effort that these people undertook and the spirit of the bill and reject those amendments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. What purpose is Senator from Southern Fairfax? Senator Barker, rise.
Mr. President, I rise to speak as it relates to the set of amendments here.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I agree with the senator from Fauquier County that I think that this is something we should not be acting on a partisan basis, but should be dealing with as the substance of the issue as to who makes the appointment of the commissioner of the Department of Elections. There are 9 existing agency heads that are not appointed by the governor, and these include a number of very significant agencies and entities in Virginia, the Port Authority, the State Council on Higher Education for Virginia, the Motor Vehicle Dealer Board, the Virginia Housing Development Authority, the Department of Game and Inland Fisheries, and the Board of Accountancy. So there are not insignificant minor issues in terms of these agencies. I think it is particularly important that we try to address some of the issues and concerns that people have had related to the State Board of Elections and the department over the last several years. This is an issue that we've been dealing with for about 8 years now, since Governor McDonald was governor, and I think we have come up with a good bill here that we passed on a bipartisan basis in the Assembly with the conference committee report on this. What we did was we got agreement to move it from 3 members to 5. We resisted efforts to make it a even number of people because that would make it very difficult in many instances to be able to reach decisions and to get an action that could be taken and agreed to by a majority of the members. It has kept it a little bit political in that the party of the governor would have 3 of those 5. That's consistent with what we have right now, so it's not changing that in terms of the direction there. But it's important that we try to depoliticize this to a certain extent, and I think the legislation as it passed in the Assembly back in February does that. What it does is it provides to the State Board of Elections the ability to select the commissioner, and in hopes that we would be able to help professionalize the office of the commissioner, and to make it something that is effective over time and has the confidence of the General Assembly, the governor, and the electorate in Virginia. What it also does, I think, is it makes sure that it does provide the opportunity for the governor to make recommendations to this, so it's not prohibited from being able to do that. So he or she, the governor, can make a recommendation to the State Board of Elections as to who he or she would prefer be the commissioner. So it does provide that, we continue to provide them that option, but I think would move us in the right direction on this. And as the senator from Fauquier said, is consistent with an extensive a stakeholder group process that has helped us get to this point. We've been dealing with this issue for, as I said, the last 7 or 8 years at least, and I think it's time to move forward with this. Should there be any problems in the future, we could obviously change this provision in there, but I think it is important that we reject this set of amendments and give it back to the governor with the hope that he would then be able to sign it and we can move forward on this.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Roanoke City? Senator Edwards, rise.
Mr. President, I rise to support the governor's amendments, and these are very practical amendments. Mr. President, the commissioner of the Department of Elections is an executive position, and as such ought to be under the executive, and we have one chief executive, which is the governor. Mr. President, absent this, the way it would work would be the 5 members of the board, 4 out of the 5 would have to vote to elect a commissioner. But these are part-time people. They only meet periodically. They're not full-time people. In the event there's an issue that comes up, we would need somebody like the governor, full-time position, to deal with the commissioner. It would not work as a practical matter to have 5 part-time people picking the commissioner, which is a full-time job. It doesn't. If issues come up, you need to have an executive, the chief executive, to deal with the commissioner. And Mr. President, in my opinion, it's likely the governor will veto the bill if this isn't done. He needs to have that authority, regardless of who the governor is. It's true. This is not the Board of Elections and the commissioner are not partisan people at all, and nor should they be. But the fact is, as a practical matter, you need to have the governor to have the authority to appoint the commissioner and to remove the commissioner if necessary, rather than leaving it to 4 out of 5 part-time members of the board. So I strongly urge, Mr. President, that we vote for the governor's amendments. And by the way, this is very similar, not exactly it's the same, but very similar to the bill last year that originally, my substitute bill, that got out of the Privileges and Elections Committee, and that passed this body, I think, are close to 40 votes, and then went to the House, and then it kind of got messed up in conference, and never got out of the and never was we never finalized the bill. But I would hope, Mr. President, we would see the practicality of what the governor is trying to do. So I would hope that, Mr. President, we would vote to support these amendments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from James City County? Senator Norman, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I encourage the body to reject the amendments 1 through 5 and 7 through 16, excluding 15. Very briefly, you've heard about the stakeholders group. I trust 5 heads more than I trust 1 head. And you know what? 72 governors in the Commonwealth of Virginia have been able to function pretty well without this change in the past.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben rise.
To briefly speak against the amendments.
Senator has the floor.
I would just say that the senator from Southern Fairfax County made an important point that I want to underscore. He enumerated that there are 9 agency heads currently appointed that are not appointed by the chief executive, but rather by their board members. And the head of the Department of Elections, more than any appointment or more than any executive within our Commonwealth other than judges, must be seen as nonpartisan and fair. Our elections have to be seen as not set up or administered to favor one party or another, and that's why I would ask that we reject the amendments.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Speak to the amendments.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate. I hope that we will reject these amendments. I listened to the gentleman from Roanoke City and his concern over the part-time members of the board. Well, I guess we ought to just probably find some other way to appoint registrars, since we have part-time boards of elections locally. You know, they're not full-time people. I guess they're not able to do the job, I guess. But look, what we're trying to do here is depoliticize the process. This bill does that. The amendments go against that. You know, we for the first time passed a bipartisan redistricting bill. This seems to be an antithesis to that. So I hope that we'll reject these amendments and the governor can do what he will with it. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards, rise.
Mr. President, I'd like to correct a misunderstanding apparently that some people may have. Historically, since the beginning of whenever this Commonwealth got established with the Constitution, as far as I'm aware, the governor has always appointed the Commissioner of Elections. Always. This would be a radical change in how it's been done in the past, and we should keep that in mind. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to amendments to Senate Bill 1455? Seeing none, and with the recommendation that they be rejected, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations 1 through 5, 7 through 14, and 16 to Senate Bill 1455 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 8, noes 30.
Ayes 8, noes 30. The governor's recommendations are rejected.
On page 4, Senate Bill 1485.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Mr. President, I would ask that that bill go by temporarily.
Without objection, Senate Bill 1485 will go by temporarily.
Page 5, Senate Bill 1521.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise to ask that we accept the governor's recommendation and an explanation.
Senator has the floor.
As all of you remember, this is a bill that allows the state police to operate a handheld LiDAR, laser radar, in a work zone that's has signage, and the state police that are sitting in that work zone to protect the workers have to be sitting there with their lights on, and they are capable of using what they have currently, a laser radar, but this would be a laser radar with a camera on it to where they could photograph the vehicle coming through, not have to pull out, not leave the workers vulnerable, and mail them a civil citation that they would receive in the mail that can't exceed $125. And currently they have LiDARs, laser radars, that they use in those work zones, but they have to pull out, exposing those workers and themselves pulling out in one-lane traffic if someone's coming through at a high rate of speed. And also, in this bill, it requires that no one would receive a ticket unless you're going 12 miles an hour over that speed limit. What the governor's recommendation would do would have a reenactment next year, and it would allow a study to be done by the Director of Public Safety and Homeland Security, along with the Virginia State Police, Sheriff's Association, and Chiefs of Police, to determine the amount that was set in this bill, which is 10% over the department's budget, for them to be able to purchase and operate the equipment, how the money is, whether it's constitutional, putting this money into the literary fund because it is a civil penalty, and how that money is to be appropriated if that 10% is actually can go back to the department. I know that this is a reenactment, and it is given the General Assembly another opportunity, another bite at the apple when it comes back with the statistics of it. But I would hope that you would support the governor's amendment. This gives just a little bit more time to understand what the details of this would be and how much and where the money would go and whether it's constitutional to do so. Not sure why they have included the Sheriff's Association and police chiefs, because this was only designed for the state police, other than the fact that they may have seen an opportunity here also to operate such equipment and want to make sure that if they do, that money is appropriately put into a fund in which it's not coming back to that agency. This will be your decision next year, not mine. And in the governor's ultimate wisdom, I would ask that you support the recommendation.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the governor's amendments to Senate Bill 1521? Seeing none, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations to Senate Bill 1521 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 8.
Ayes 30, noes 8. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
On page 6, Senate Bill 1579.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Mr. President?
Senator.
I would ask that Senate Bill 1579 go by temporarily.
Without objection, Senate Bill 1579 will go by temporarily.
On page 8, Senate Bill 1592.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask the body to reject the governor's recommendation. I'd like to speak to that.
Senator has the floor.
This is basically just putting a reenactment clause on this bill. You may remember that this bill was designed for small businesses that hired several employees that were hired all as part-time employees. The example is a catering business who are eligible for micro business contracts with the state and others. And because they were doing the right thing and actually listing these larger number than allowed by the code at that time on their payroll and actually paying the payroll taxes, they no longer could participate in the program. And a conversation ensued that this really was intended for full-time employees, and that if they exceeded the number of full-time employees, they should be removed from competition, but as long as they had less than that they would not. It's a very small number of businesses, and the problem is that this puts it off another year for this business. It's already suffered a loss of opportunity and contracts which they formerly participated in and are now excluded. So I would ask this body to please reject the enactment clause, let these businesses have an opportunity to compete and to provide employment in the community. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does junior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the amendment.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask that we accept the governor's amendment. This legislation would have a negative impact on true micro businesses because it could allow those businesses larger than 25 employees to qualify for the micro business certification. In addition, there's concern that the legislation would be difficult to implement because it would increase the workload of the Department of Small Business and Supplier Diversity and the amount of time it would take to process micro-business certifications, but no additional funding was provided for the department to implement the legislation in the budget. As enrolled, the legislation could also place an additional burden on business owners, requiring them to submit both payroll and wage report information to the department so that full-time equivalency can be verified. And so the reenactment clause will allow further time to consider the full impact of this legislation before it takes effect. And for those reasons, I ask that you vote in favor of the amendments. Thank you.
What purpose, Senator from Henrico, Senator Dunham, rise?
Mr. President, if everybody's finished speaking, I'd just like
And the senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, Senator has the floor.
Just an opportunity to respond. We are talking again about FTEs. This particular company had 27 employees. They were all part-time. None of them worked 40 hours a week or even 32, and they were excluded from competition. That's number one. Number two, I worked very closely with the agency to make sure that this would not be an owner's responsibility and actually amended this bill to make sure it included only micro businesses, which limited the number and made it possible for them to assimilate the work without a request for an increase in funding. And finally, the businesses are the ones that requested this. They're more than happy to send in their payrolls and establish that they do actually qualify because they do not have FTEs. For 24 employees is a low number. And so we should be talking about full-time equivalents. If you are talking to businesses, you ought to be speaking their language, and they don't talk in part-time employees, they talk in full-time equivalents. Please reject this amendment.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that they be rejected, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? All in favor, the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 20.
Ayes 18, noes 20. The governor's recommendations are rejected.
On page 9, Senate Bill 1675.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that we reject the governor's recommendation. Speaking of that.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the bill that we didn't have a whole lot of discussion about because I think there was a lot of unanimity in the body. Sorry, I'm getting over a little bit of a health issue there. But what this bill said was that we would require somebody who shot or maliciously wounded a canine police officer dog that they'd have to do a mandatory 6 months. And what the governor's recommendations has done is kind of gutted the bill very craftedly by just saying a term of confinement at least 6 months. With that 6 months can be suspended with regard to any other charges that the suspect might have been charged with. So the governor's amendment take out the mandatory, and the other language that was taken out of the bill was that it would be a separate punishment, so be separate and apart from, and to run consecutively with another sentence. And that's what we're trying to get at, is that if you kill, maim, shoot, whatever you want to do to a police animal in the performance of his duties, then you're going to do 6 months. And this, what the governor's recommendation does is guts all of that, as well as the appropriations language at the bottom of the bill. And I just ask that we reject that and stick with the regular bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville, rise?
Speaking in favor of the amendment.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, ladies and gentlemen, right now it is currently illegal for any person to maliciously shoot, stab, wound, or otherwise cause bodily injury to, or administer poison or expose poison to a law enforcement animal. That's already the law. What this bill did was strictly create a mandatory minimum sentence. That's it. And what the governor's amendment does is takes it away from mandatory minimum sentence
It says the court has to impose a 6-month jail period of time, but is allowed to suspend it. 60 days, but allowed to suspend it. What this attempts to address is too many of these mandatory minimum sentences that we're putting on these bills. Every year we do more and more and more and more mandatory minimums. Mandatory minimums have repeatedly been shown to be disproportionately applied to certain communities. They've been repeatedly shown to over-punish people, which has led to a significant over-incarceration in this country, which our taxpayers are paying for. They take away judicial discretion. They take away jury discretion. Most importantly, they make different cases all be treated the same. And that's bad, because our system is designed to treat different cases differently. Every case is different. And just for example, one thing I want to point out about this statute as it currently exists is that it does not, as it's currently written today, it doesn't matter whether or not you know if the animal is a law enforcement animal or not. There's nothing in here that requires that you knew it was a police dog. You could think somebody else's dog is coming after you, but not know it's a law enforcement dog. But because it's a law enforcement dog, you end up getting a Class 5 felony, 60 days in jail. But from my perspective, with these mandatory minimums, if you don't trust your judges, ask them questions when you appoint them. Ask your judges questions when you appoint them. But don't sit here and legislate from up here when we have no idea what fact patterns are going to be thrown at them and tell them how to do their job. We let our juries, we let our judges render sentences. I'm sorry, I was wrong. It was 6 months, not 60 days. But we need to stop doing these mandatory minimums. Anybody that does this will get 6 months. Just the judge will have discretion as to whether or not to suspend it or not if the circumstances of the case so allow. And I think we should adopt the governor's amendment.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from James City County? Senator Norman Rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise and ask the body to reject the governor's amendments in spite of the talking points that were prepared, which were so eloquently delivered. But I'll tell you what is a pretty good retort to the response that was just made. As I look at the calendar, 33 members of the Senate voted overwhelmingly to pass the bill as it was introduced, which included the minimum mandatory sentence. And I don't know what facts and circumstances have changed since we left here in February that would alter the informed impression of 33 members of the Senate at that time.
Thanks, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Roanoke City? Senator Edwards Rise.
Mr. President, I associate my remarks with those of the senator from Eastern Fairfax.
Senator's floor.
But not the ones from James City, Senator from James City County. I would absolutely not associate my remarks to his remarks. Mr. President, mandatory minimums don't work. They've been proven to be unjust. We're taking away the judicial authority of judges and juries to make these decisions. Throughout the country, they've been tried over and over again, and they create more problems than they're worth. And Mr. President, I would hope the body would trust the governor here and adopt his amendments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1675? Seeing none, and with the recommendation that they be rejected, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations to Senate Bill 1675 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 18.
Ayes 20, noes 18. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1689.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak to the governor's substitute.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this is, just to remind everybody, this is the bill that we've talking about for a couple of years that is in regard to association health plans, which allows membership organizations to create basically large group health plans to reduce costs for their members. Members that participate in these can choose to move from either the group marketplace or the individual marketplace and probably get lower price health insurance, which is something we're all striving for. This passed out of the Senate with resounding support and through the House. The amendments, however, unfortunately are in a substitute and they cannot be dissected. There's an amendment that we worked very hard on a bipartisan basis to reach consensus on, and that is that the essential health benefits of the Affordable Care Act would be included in any plan that was in an association health plan. And we got consensus through all of the different stakeholders that were involved in this, but there are other aspects of this the substitute that are more destructive. One is that it removes the opportunity for sole proprietors to participate in the group marketplace, which is something that we passed last year via the senator from Bath. And that's been really, really helpful to a lot of sole proprietors and small business people. Additionally, it basically was compelling these association health plans to be constructed in the same format as the individual marketplace, which really gets us away from the intent in the first place. So sadly, I will ask the body to reject this substitute. And I will say if the governor doesn't sign the original bill the way it was enrolled, that we'll come back together in a bipartisan way next year and find a way to solve this. So, Mr. President, with that, I urge the body to reject the substitute.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Parker, rise?
Mr. President, to speak to the measure.
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, I rise to support the senator from Henrico in this particular issue. As she pointed out, this has come back to us in a form that makes it impossible for us to pick the things that we like out of the governor's set of recommendations and to reject those that we don't think are helpful in the long run. So I think that we are in a position right now where it behooves us to reject the governor's amendments, send it back to the governor. He may well veto that, but what I think is important is that we work to, in effect, a bipartisan basis to address this issue. And I don't want to wait till next year. I want to get started on it this month so that we can reach a compromise that reflects all the aspects that we need to be considered in moving in this direction. I think this is something that is very important for us to do. It is in our broad public interest that we provide opportunity and incentives for as many people as possible to have health insurance coverage that is comprehensive and that addresses the issues such as the essential health benefits that has been referred to, pre-existing conditions, and those types of things. I think we can reach a consensus on that and come up with something that we can, on a strong basis, with the support of the governor, get passed next year. That's what I think we need to do and why I think we need to reject these amendments, this amendment right now.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Arlington? Senator Favola, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak in favor of the governor's amendment. Thank you, Mr. President. So I rise to speak in favor of the governor's amendment in the nature of a substitute. I, too, appreciate the bipartisan work on this bill and certainly the efforts of everyone to provide high-quality, affordable health insurance to as many Virginians as possible. I guess we need to understand, though, that there are certain requirements that must be applied no matter what the insurance plan. And what the governor is attempting to do is provide that kind of assurance to individuals who are purchasing plans. He wants to make sure that the plans are financially solid. There's an 85% minimum loss ratio. He wants to ensure that there's no discrimination in health status so that these plans don't just take those who are the most healthy. Although essential health benefits are included and were included in the main bill, there's an articulation in this bill that maternity care, prescription coverage, and mental health benefits be picked up. And there's some language on cost-sharing requirements. These amendments probably don't go as far as they should, in my mind, but I also understand that sole proprietors need an opportunity to participate. So I expect the conversation will continue regardless of how we vote. But I ask you to vote with the governor today because I think this is a policy vote. This is a vote on what you think the criteria should be in any plan and in all the plans that are permitted to do business in the Commonwealth. We all want a healthier Virginia, and we all want Virginians to be able to afford health insurance. That's a tricky business. It's going to take a lot of thinking and a lot of work. But I ask you to vote with the governor on this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the governor's recommendations on Senate Bill 1689? Seeing none, and with the recommendation that they be rejected, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations to Senate Bill 1689 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
6, noes 32.
6, noes 32. The governor's recommendations are rejected.
Mr. President.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall.
Having voted on the prevailing side for Senate Bill 1675, where we accepted the governor's recommendations, I move that we reconsider that vote.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the governor's recommendations were agreed to be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having previously explained why I think we need to reject these amendments, I ask that we now accept the amendments with the recommendation that we reject them.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that they be rejected, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations regarding Senate Bill 1675 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 19.
Ayes 19, noes 19. The chair votes aye. Governor's recommendations are agreed to.
On page 10, Senate Bill 1716.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I would ask that we sever these amendments, and I would ask initially that we take up amendments 1, 4, 7, 10, 13, and 19, which deal with the truck registration fees.
And, Senator, I just want to make sure I got that correct. This is amendments 1, 4, 7, 10, 13, and 19. Is that correct?
Well, yes, that's correct. However, I've been asked to request that this go by temporarily.
Without objection, Senate Bill 1716 will go by temporarily.
On page 17, Senate Bill 1768.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to amend the bill in accordance with the recommendations of the governor. And speaking of that motion,
there's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to kick this off and talk a little bit about my bill originally, and then yield the floor to the gentleman from King George to speak to what the governor has done. First, Mr. President, as I told you all before, as I told the body before, Mr. President, I apologize. I had never had any of these bills before, but I spoke to the U.S. Traffic Safety Services Association over the summer, and they asked me, what do you think the most dangerous thing in a work zone is? And I said, well, speed. And they said, not at all. It's distracted driving. And so after doing some research, I came to put in a bill that was hands-free in a work zone. But a couple of anecdotes about where we are today with the amendment, Mr. President, and then a data point. I know we need to be careful about making policy with anecdotes. But a couple of weeks ago, I was driving, and somebody blew by me in a minivan and was auditioning for the next NASCAR race. And then we took an exit and got on a work zone. And later on, she was pinned in the right side trying to pass a few more cars, and I noticed that the cell phone was up above her shoulder. And I thought, you know what, we've got a remedy coming for that here in a few minutes. But then it dawned on me that before she got in the work zone, it was every bit as dangerous as she was in the work zone. A couple of days later, the governor's office called to talk about this bill as a vehicle for hands-free statewide. And as I'm standing at the front door of my office in Williamsburg, I see a car with an antique license plate. Drew my attention because the car was about my age. I didn't think it was that antique. But I noticed the driver was looking down and then looked up and got in front of my office, looked down, then looked up, and then got over here and looked down and looked up. And I realized that the driver's looking at a phone in their lap. But over here, Mr. President, is a bus stop on either side of the street and a crosswalk to a very busy shopping center, right in the center of town going 30 miles an hour, where pedestrians and people are. And then finally, Mr. President, out of central casting, as I'm going up to Alexandria for the announcement for this amendment, I'm in the middle lane on 95, and a gentleman passes me with both hands on the wheel, but the back side of the hands on either side of 12 o'clock, and just thumbs going, whether texting or emailing, going more than 80 miles an hour, and it was not the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax. Going more than 80 miles an hour, this person blew by me on a handheld device. Now, Mr. President, again, I know we have to be careful by governing with anecdotes, but I'll bet you more than half or the bulk of us on this floor on the trip here last night or today saw very much the same thing. So Drive Smart Virginia suggests that this measure has been passed in 15 states in the District of Columbia, and in 13 of those states, traffic fatalities have dropped over 16%. Now, we can't obviously attribute all of that to hands-free, Mr. President, but this is a bill that's time has come. This is a policy that I hope this body will support overwhelmingly so that we can send the message that the time is right for Virginia and that this bill is, in fact, this amendment is, in fact, germane and should be supported down the hall. So, Mr. President, I hope that we'll accept the governor's amendment, and I'd like to yield the floor to the senator from King George.
Mr. President.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Before the gentleman yields, would he yields the floor? Would he yield for a question?
Yes, Mr.
Senator
President.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I listened to the gentleman's impassioned articulation about the dangers of distracted driving, and I'd like to ask the gentleman what makes the actions in the Amendment 8, which includes other devices, different from the use of a handheld telephone? And why is that less dangerous than the other action?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I answer the gentleman by saying the prevalence of use. I mean, in this society, every single one of us, who doesn't have this on their desk right now? Who doesn't have this in their hand when you had? I haven't seen, and I grew up with some amateur radio and some ham radio operators, Mr. President, but I haven't seen one in my adult life. So I would answer the gentleman that is just simply the prevalence of use.
Mr.
Senator, further question?
Gentleman yield for additional question.
Mr. President,
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Mr. President, is the gentleman arguing that it's not their actions of using the radio and being distracted while doing so, as opposed to just the sheer number on the road?
Mr. President, I say the question. It's a good question. But when utilizing these devices, you're holding a button. You're not dealing with and you're not interacting with a phone. You're not dialing a number. You're not making actual efforts with the device. You are in fact just speaking, just like you could be doing with this hands-free bill, Mr. President.
Further question?
Mr. President, I'm intrigued by the gentleman's answer and not sure I completely buy it, but I thank him for it.
Thank the senator. Former Senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise.
Speak to the measure, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
And Mr. President, to the gentleman's point from Hanover, when somebody asked me, I haven't supported this in the past, and I have the past couple years because I believe it is time. But the fact of the matter is people have become so engrossed with their smartphones that they're absolutely oblivious to the world around them. And so it's not so much that they're picking up a phone to make a phone call. It's the fact that they are texting and they don't even look up. It was probably a week since I met somebody on 218 in a small car. It was a young girl, and she had her head buried, and I could see both thumbs, and she came all the way over to my lane and almost hit me head on, but for the fact that I took the ditch and was able to get around her. That's a frequent occurrence in the part of the world that I live in because it's so much traffic. And so when you talk about adjusting a radio temporarily versus texting, because they just don't send one text, it's constant communication via text now, and they don't ever hardly look up. And it's a significant distraction. And the fact of the matter is, law enforcement cannot enforce the texting laws. It is impossible to enforce the texting laws with the way the law is in Virginia. And so that really is what this addresses. And what the governor did was he essentially put the bill on the gentleman from Williamsburg, work zone bill, that has passed this body twice with significant bipartisan support. And the way it works is it's unlawful to operate the motor vehicle while you hold a cell phone. And I know that sounds kind of silly, but that's the way the police can enforce it. If you're holding on to that cell phone, then they can enforce that act, where otherwise it becomes very, very difficult. That was the problem with the texting law and proving anything. It's a simple way to enforce it, and that's why the bill is done that way. Also, there were a lot of significant concerns in here about adopting this now, about people profiling, using it as probable cause to make stops that were not justified. And there are three really important enactment clauses in this bill, which the governor put. First of all, it gives a delayed enactment clause until 2020. And it gives time for education of the public, because we don't want to go out here and just start writing tickets for this. We want to educate people and say, look, you can't do this in Virginia anymore. And that's very, very important, two enactment clauses. The other enactment clause that's incredibly important to me, and I think protects our civil rights, is it allows the courts of justice committees to get reports on the citations being written, and we can analyze those reports to make sure that there's not selective enforcement or enforcement in certain communities or amongst certain groups or anything like that, to make sure it's being fairly and evenly enforced against us all. So this bill had broad support in this chamber, and you all know what happened, but it passed here twice. First, the senator from Eastern Fairfax carried it 2 years ago. I carried it this past year, and I hope we can adopt the governor's recommendations today.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards, rise? No? Okay. What purpose, Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville, rise?
Speaking to the amendments.
Senator's floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And ladies and gentlemen, I didn't talk about this during session because these bills had a pretty healthy head of steam on them, I think, going to the other side. But from what I've read in the papers, it sounds like the Speaker might think that making this bill a little bit bigger might have some procedural issues. And so this might be the only debate we actually have on this. I used to be kind of libertarian on this, being a criminal defense lawyer, worried about police stopping too many people. And about 8 years ago, a family came to my office, and their child, 18-year-old son, had been killed out on Route 7 in Fairfax County, unexplainedly. Kyle Rowley was 18 years old. He's a freshman in college. He'd gone and he was working at a burger shop in Loudoun, and he was driving back to Herndon, and he ran out of gas coming up Route 7. And Route 7 right there is a 6-lane road. 3 lanes. There's also a left turn lane. So the road was actually 8 lanes wide, divided highway. His car ran out of gas about 10 yards short of a stoplight, put on his blinkers, got out of the car. He was pushing his car off the road, 10 at night, and he was struck from behind at full speed by a guy going 60 miles an hour who never hit his brakes. Wide open road. No other cars on the highway. Police, he was killed instantly. His body was thrown. He got run over. Car got destroyed. He was killed. Police got there and couldn't figure out what in the world could have caused a collision like this. Eventually, they were able to they got the guy out of the car. He couldn't remember anything. He was concussed. They yanked his phone, did a forensic on it, came back. He had sent over 20 text messages in the 10 minutes leading up to the collision, texting back to his ex-wife, who he had just left doing a custody exchange and did some other things with his ex-wife, amorously, I'll just say, while he was there, and talking about how good it was as he was driving down the road. That is what caused 18-year-old Kyle Rowley to be killed. Kyle would be 27 years old today. Kyle would have, he might have children for his parents might have grandchildren today. He's not here anymore. And if y'all remember, that story made headlines, and because of it, many of us, including I believe the senator from James City County, introduced legislation to make texting while driving a primary offense. And at the time, I argued the bill didn't go far enough because it only said letters or numbers, but that was all we could get through the body because the body wasn't comfortable going further than that. And so we ended up passing was a bill that allows you to Pokemon while drive, chase Pokemon, allows you to play Angry Birds while drive, play Farmville while drive, change your music while drive, use WhatsApp while drive, do almost anything you want while drive, just as long as you don't enter texts or numbers in your phone. And what's that meant, as the senator from King George pointed out, is the police have not been able to enforce anything because all anybody has to say is, I wasn't doing that. I was chasing Pokemon, and you're not guilty. The only people that end up getting convicted of this, if they get stopped, are people that actually admit to it. So the law we passed is completely useless. For some reason, somebody on the other side of the body doesn't seem to care too much about that. But I'll tell you what's happened since then, just in the last 4 years. And I don't know if Mindy Schultz is here today, but she's in this building. On August 31st, 2015, her son, Tristan Schultz, 5 months old, run over in his baby stroller in a crosswalk in a shopping center. Who runs over a baby in a baby stroller unless they're completely distracted? Then, just 6 months ago, December 14, 2018, a woman in Roslyn, in Arlington County, got run over by a dump truck in a crosswalk after she pushed her baby stroller out of the way of the dump truck. The dump truck ended up taking her leg off. That case hasn't been adjudicated yet. What caused the guy in a dump truck to run over a woman with a stroller? Distractions. February 13th, 2 months ago, Karen Giles, Chesterfield County, just right down the street from here, killed by a guy named Samuel Albaugh, who was driving a dump truck, who admitted he was texting. He's now been charged with involuntary manslaughter. He's not been adjudicated. That just happened 30 days ago. And then just last week, John Bright, an 82-year-old man, was struck and killed about a mile north of my district on Route 1 in a crosswalk while trying to get across Route 1. This problem is an epidemic, and Virginians are getting killed, if not monthly, weekly. DMV says distracted driving is involved in 20% of the accidents on our highways today. And this problem is out of control. And I would think that if the other body cared so much about life, then they would care about this bill, because lives are being lost every single day because we have not fixed our laws. And so I hope this body does the right thing, and I hope the other side goes back and reads the Constitution and what germaneness is, and they get to vote on it too.
What purpose does Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner, rise?
Speaking to the amendment.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I don't have many more opportunities to speak here in this body, and I certainly have been judicious in my use of the microphone. I hope in the 28 years I've had the pleasure of serving. But I think it's an important issue. There's no question in anybody's mind, as the senator from Eastern Fairfax pointed out, and I think everybody in this room recognizes, people are dying today, people are getting maimed, people are getting injured because of distracted driving, because people are using their cell phones. I don't think there's anybody here that would doubt that or could certainly challenge it. I think any of us who paid attention and not been on our cell phones while we're driving notices other people who are. Even if it's an annoyance of sitting at a red light when the light turns green and the person in front of you is not moving simply because they're focused on it, just to give you an idea of the kind of problem. But, Mr. President, I hope as I wane my career here, that I felt compelled to get up and speak on this particular bill because I'm confident that this bill will save lives. This bill will save people from getting injured. It might be your children. It could be my children. It could be any number of us that do that. And so I would hope that we'd find it in our way to be supportive of this particular bill. Again, I won't take much more mic time, but I feel compelled to speak on this particular bill because I do feel honestly in my heart. We pass bills worried about dogs' lives. We pass bills worried about animal life. We pass bills worried about a number of things. We're talking about our children. We're talking about ourselves potentially. We're talking about citizens here in Virginia of saving their lives. And I hope we take this opportunity to vote for this amendment.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, the gentleman was hearkening back to the history of texting and driving. Everyone in this body knows that sometimes we are unable to get a comprehensive piece of legislation through in one legislative initiative. And I think those of us that supported trying to prohibit texting and driving knew that that was an imperfect bill. But, Mr. President, what it did do is it laid the foundation for us to try to continue to evolve it. I would say, in my humble opinion, 1768 has some warts and imperfections in it. But once again, I do think with the governor's amendments that it is an incremental improvement on it. And I think this body is going to have to remain vigilant in trying to advocate this legislation. We see many adults driving down the highways using their cell phones in various ways. But we have a whole generation that is coming along that is addicted to the use of a cell phone, and it is not going to abate. And the only way that we can try to chill that enthusiasm about using their phones while they're driving is to put some prohibitions and consequences in it. And I see this as the next sequential step.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to Senate Bill 1768? Seeing none, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations to Senate Bill 1768 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 4.
Ayes 33, noes 4. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Returning to page 2, Senate Bill 1047.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Sorry, Mr. President. Again, it passes by temporarily, please.
No problem, Senator. Thank you. Without objection, Senate Bill 1047 will go by temporarily.
On page 4.
Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
I apologize, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side by which we accepted the amendments to Senate Bill 1768, I would like to request that that vote please be reconsidered so that someone may vote. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the vote by which the governor's recommendations for Senate Bill 1768 were agreed to be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having been previously explained, I move that we accept the governor's amendments in accordance with his work. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the governor's recommendations to Senate Bill 1768 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 3.
Ayes 34, noes 3. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Returning to page 4, Senate Bill 1485.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Mr. President, I ask that bill go by temporarily.
Without objection, Senate Bill 1485 will go by temporarily.
On page 6, Senate Bill 1579.
Mr. President.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, inquire of the clerk. Are the only bills left on the calendar ones that were taken by temporarily?
In this section, yes.
In this section, yes.
Are we? So we could go to? Could we skip to vetoes and then? Then can this, Mr. President? I would move that the Senate be at ease or be at recess until 2:30 p.m. and the Senate Republican Caucus will meet immediately upon recess.
Without objection, the Senate will stand at recess until 2:30 p.m.
If the Democratic caucus should meet in the back room.
Thank the Senator. Senate stands at recess until 2:30 p.m. Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. The clerk will report any communication from the House of Delegates. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. I was going to make a motion to waive the reading, but Senator Saslaw would like to hear what the House has sent over. But as I'm very adroit at ignoring Senator Saslaw, I'd respectfully move we waive the reading of any communications from the House delegates.
I thank the senator. Question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 6.
Ayes 31, no 6. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived.
Returning to page 2, Senate Bill 1047.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, Senate Bill 1047 is a bill requiring people who are on the sexual offender registry to have to report their presence to law enforcement at an emergency shelter. The governor's amendments basically do great harm to the bill. The governor took out any penalty for violation of this section of code. We had talked about it and gone to the conference, and basically at the beginning it was a Class 1 misdemeanor. Basically, we took it down to a Class 3 misdemeanor, which is a $250 fine. The other amendment basically says that basically the sexual predator cannot be kept out of the emergency shelters, and really did a lot of damage to the bill as we dealt with it. Now, it was a close vote when we were here on the Senate floor. But I would ask that we reject all of the governor's amendments. And that being said, I ask that we do that because really what we have right now, you as a citizen of the Commonwealth of Virginia have a right to know if there's a sexual predator living within 1 mile of your home. But what we're doing here is basically saying that even law enforcement doesn't have a right to know, because they can't use the sexual registry list, if anybody is in an emergency shelter sleeping next to your son or daughter. So this bill was worked out in conference. It came out of the Senate and the House. And I would ask that with the recommendation to be rejected, I ask that we accept the amendments.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to speak in favor of the governor's amendments.
Senator has the floor.
The issue you have here, what the governor did is you still have to report it to the people at the shelter that you're on the registry. We removed the Class 3 misdemeanor because that puts a tremendous amount of pressure on an individual who may be there with family, with young children. Yes, they're on the registry. But they're nervous, they're scared, maybe their house is being flooded out, and now they're being asked to report that, and without reporting, they have committed a Class 3 misdemeanor. A lot of folks on the registry, a whole lot of folks on the registry are on probation. By not reporting it and trying to get your family in there and staying with your minor children and supporting your family might put you in a situation where you violated probation and you're going to have a prison sentence put down on you because you didn't make that report. And here's the thing, is that what the original bill did that I had some issues with is that it doesn't require any pre-planning. It just says you show up and they can keep you out until they figure out what's safe. Well, here you got people trying to run a shelter, trying to deal with all the confusion and the chaos that's going on, and you have no plan for dealing with these folks. And what the governor's amendment does is require you to have a procedure put in place ahead of time so you know how to deal with these situations. So you have somebody showing up with their family, a minor child, you forget to report that you're on the registry, you've committed a Class 3 misdemeanor, and folks on the registry don't know the rules. They're not even allowed to go on the internet to find out what the rules are. I've had bills in the past that have been defeated to try to make it mandatory that the Department of Corrections and the state police give people information about what the rules are. So this is a situation, it's unconscionable to turn people away in this circumstance. The bill still requires that they report. It just takes off the penalty, and it requires them to have a procedure in place to make sure that when these occurrences take place in life-threatening situations, that people are not turned away and the shelters are prepared for these folks. So I'd ask you to support the governor's amendments.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the amendment.
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, you know, this is one of these bills and one of these situations that often plays out a little bit differently in real life than the sort of the stereotypes that we have when we hear the speeches on this floor. And I'll give you an example. A couple weeks ago, I was approached by a former law partner of mine who has a family friend who is a sex offender and wanted to know if they could get a pardon or somehow get this off their record. Well, it turns out they cannot. This is actually a woman. She's in her mid-40s. She has 2 teenage children and basically had sex with a teenager when she was in her 20s and was convicted of statutory rape. Without naming any names, anytime that family moves to a new location, she has to be registered as a sex offender. Okay? These are some of the people we're talking about. So when you have all these sort of sexual predators and these visions and stereotypes, it actually plays out a lot differently. I think the governor's amendment, I'd rather the governor just vetoed the bill, but he didn't do that. I think the governor's amendments at least put a little bit more humanity into the process. Frankly, in my opinion, this whole code section needs a major rewrite, but that's going to have to wait for another day. But I ask that we pass this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. With the recommendation that they be rejected, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations to Senate Bill 1047 be agreed to? All in favor, the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 20.
Ayes 18, noes 20. The governor's recommendations are rejected.
On page 4, Senate Bill 1485.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do not support the governor's amendment, so I would defer to someone else to make the motion.
Or, okay. Senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to amend the bill in accordance with the recommendations of the governor.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you. Speaking to the recommendations, the governor's amendment to this legislation would remove one representative from the Virginia Association of Community Rehabilitation Programs and add a person with a disability who is employed in a competitive integrated setting. My understanding is that the purpose of this amendment was to sort of like put Peace in the Valley as far as 3 groups that would be a part of the steering committee that would be addressing extended employment services, that they would have more balanced representation. There was a feeling that 2 organizations had more representation than the third, and that this, by putting in a person that has a disability, what this is all about, an actual person that has a disability, not just a family member, taking one off one committee, putting it on this one, would resolve an issue within those organizations that are members that petition the governor to reach peace in the valley. And that was the intention of the amendment. And I would ask that the governor's amendment be upheld.
Thank you, Senator. 4% from Augusta, Senator Hanger rise.
Then I'd like to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I rise to speak in opposition to the governor's proposed recommendations on this bill. Senate Bill 1485 is an important issue for individuals that are under our Employment First opportunities that directs the Department for Aging and Rehabilitative Services to make referrals for any employment services organization that provides competitive or commensurate wages that are eligible to receive state-funded long-term employment support services. Mr. President, members of the Senate, this was contentious during negotiations on both the Senate and the House, but an agreement was reached which basically on the Senate side was unanimously supported by this body, and on the House side was unanimously supported by that body. And there has been in the past seemingly somewhat of more of an advocacy for the competitive wage employment. For those of us that with the terminology sometimes is confusing, there are individuals that have disabilities that are very capable of, just like you and I, working in a competitive environment for prevailing wage rates. There are other individuals with disabilities that require wraparound services, and they are very capable of a work environment. In fact, they enjoy a work environment that gives them the capacity to be contributing citizens, but they cannot produce in a competitive wage environment. So you have places like, I used to be president of a place called Transition Industries, which provided services for these types of individuals where they could contract together in what some people would refer to as sheltered workshops. That part is intact, and I discussed this morning with the governor. What is in question is the steering committee. The steering committee was balanced with these ESOs statewide so that there would be equal representation. The one category that deals with the non-competitive placements has many more entities around the state to work with. Happened just yesterday morning, was at a location for one called Friendship Industries, which works does contract work for one of the major employers in the area there in the valley. And the people that go there, they come there for work, and they're productive citizens, and it keeps them off of Medicaid and other types of public support. What the governor proposed to do was to balance it by taking one position away that had been negotiated to be there, and replace it with an individual with disability that in a competitive environment. I would submit to you, and I discussed this with the governor this morning, he has the ability to do that. He has 2 appointments, and there are no strings attached to those appointments. So he can, without these amendments, make this appointment. So, Mr. President, I would certainly ask, because of the balance, the critical balance we have here, that these amendments be rejected.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steph Rise.
Mr. President, this is a very important program. I fully agree with the good senator from Augusta, and would like to say that this truly gives our special needs individuals a purpose. It gives them a reason to get up in the morning, to go to work. It truly gives them that purpose. So with that, I would like everybody to reject the governor's amendment on this. Thank you very much.
Thank the senator. There is now a substitute motion with the recommendation that it be rejected. Okay, no, we only have one motion before us. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations to Senate Bill 1485 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
17, noes 21.
Ayes 17, noes 21. The governor's recommendations are not agreed to.
On page 6, Senate Bill 1579.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that the Senate pass the governor's recommendations by for the day.
Without objection, governor's recommendations will go by for the day.
On page 10, Senate Bill 1716.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I rise first and request that we initially take up amendments 1, 4, 7, 10, 13, and 19.
Without objection.
And, Mr. President, I would move that we adopt those amendments. And speaking to those amendments,
the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, this is the what has colloquially come to be known as the Interstate 81 legislation. It is, in fact, at this stage, much more than that. And first of all, I do want to say a couple of things about the process. I want to thank the Governor and Secretary Valentine in particular for their work over the past year and focus on Interstate 81. Senator Carrico has been intimately involved in this process as well. And it's been an arduous path that this has taken. And this set of amendments deals with a portion of the funding mechanism. I am glad that I can support a part of this. I was not enamored with what we walked in here with at the beginning of the year, but I was committed to a process. And this process went for a year, and there were stakeholders who were at the table, and we learned a lot about how our interstates are funded and about the equities of how cars and trucks are paying for the interstates. And, quite frankly, we members here have heard an awful lot about the public health and safety crisis that we really have along Interstate 81, and I won't belabor that, but fact of the matter is that there is seldom a day in which there is not a multi-mile, multi-hour backup along Interstate 81. And unlike some of our other interstates, it's not just a congestion-oriented issue where you have cars merging to get into a tunnel or through a narrow portion of 66. It's because there's a fiery crash, and very frequently there's serious injuries or deaths. So this is a very serious issue that needs to be resolved, and people along the Interstate 81 corridor depend on it every day for commerce, for safety, for transporting their families, for doing business. And I'm glad that this process is moving forward. The portion of this bill that are the amendments that I support deal with the way that we allocate the cost of constructing and improving highways in Virginia. And what we learned through this process is that our highways in Virginia are really utilized somewhere in the neighborhood of 30% of the utilization is by tractor trailers, heavy trucks. Probably 90+% of the wear and tear on our interstate highways is caused by heavy trucks. But heavy trucks are paying about 10% of the cost of construction and maintenance of our interstate highways in Virginia. And that structural imbalance is something that we really need to look at, and we have looked at in the course of this process. And one aspect of how we can make an adjustment is really a user fee, and that's the registration fees. And our registration fees for heavy trucks in Virginia, and this is not cars, but this is heavy truck registration fees in Virginia, are much lower than the average along the Interstate 81 corridor. In some instances, it's somewhere in the neighborhood of a third as much as other states. And these are registration fees that are allocated between all the states in which these trucks drive. And these amendments that I've pulled out of the block and initially am moving adoption of makes an adjustment to the registration fees for these heavy trucks along the Interstate 81 corridor and brings us closer to the average of states along the corridor. It does not bring us to the average. It brings us closer. Mr. President, with that, I would respectfully submit that this is a start to solving some of the transportation issues that we have along the Interstate 81 corridor. I don't believe that there's any perfect solution. No solution is going to be something that all of us are going to agree with. I'm not a big fan of the regional gas tax, whether it's in Hampton Roads, Northern Virginia, or the Shenandoah Valley. And as a consequence, I can't support that. But I do support the adjustment of this user fee and the adjustment of the structural imbalance that exists, and would ask the members to adopt these 6 amendments that have been offered to this legislation.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards rise.
Mr. President, I agree. I support this part of the governor's amendments, and I support the entire governor's amendments. But I'll reserve the right to talk about the other parts later.
Senator, the floor.
At this point, I would appreciate what the senator from Rockingham said, and I agree with most of everything he just said. I go further than he does, of course. And I'm glad, I want to thank the governor, first of all, for taking this up at this session. I also want to thank the Secretary, Valentine, and Deputy Secretary Donahue for the work they've done since we left to put this in a better posture than it was. I was on the conference committee that didn't quite come to a conclusion. We were close to it. But we learned a lot this session, and we learned a lot last year. The VDOT did a series of public hearings that come up with plans for fixing I-81. Of course, this goes beyond I-81. This fixes all the interstates in the Commonwealth, or at least is a good start to that. But what we learned was the VDOT came up with some plans. And then we went to the committees and went to the floor, and we didn't accomplish anything really but we did end up with just a skinny little bill saying we'll do more studies. And then we went into conference, and we came close to a conference report, but that failed. And what we've done here, what the governor's done here, is to take what we learned in the process of the conference committee and built upon that. We found where the problems were. We solved those problems. The governor's come up with a plan to have a dedicated revenue stream for I-81 for the first time, as some of the other interstates have a dedicated revenue stream. We solved the problem with Northern Virginia that they were having with the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority and some other issues as well. But as far as what the senator said with regard to the registration fee, I certainly strongly support that component as well. This is $76 million, the registration fee. And a registration fee from trucks is kind of unique. It's based upon the weight of the trucks. Now, the governor's recommendation is actually lower than what we looked at it at the conference report, but it is somewhere less than the average of the truck registration fee in the other states that are on the I-81 corridor. So with that said, Mr. President, I hope we would go ahead and adopt this part of the governor's amendments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Addressing the motion.
Senator, the floor.
I understand the arguments that are going to be made in support of the registration fee and those that may dissent against the balance of it. I probably have a totally irrelevant position on it, and it chagrins me that we are dealing with a bill of this magnitude with as many facets to it as it exists, and we're addressing it in a veto session when, in fact, it ought to be a piece of legislation that ought to be deliberately and comprehensively discussed and analyzed during a regular session.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the amendment.
Senator, has the floor.
And Mr. President, I intend to support all the amendments in this package. I don't think it's any secret that I've been a big supporter of increased funding for transportation throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia. It would have been my hope some 8-9 years ago that we could address this with a full statewide gas tax increase, as we should have. But the reality of it, of the time, was there wasn't the support to do that. There was a support for some minor increase in that, recognizing that my particular area of the state, down in Hampton Roads, as well as Northern Virginia, has special needs, needs that for geographical reasons, water crossings, wetlands, a number of issues in my neck of the woods, causes projects to rise tremendously in expense. That really a statewide gas tax to cover those, plus the needs around the state, probably was impractical. has this same problem with Northern Virginia with the metro system, and just the cost of doing anything in Northern Virginia drives the cost up. And I think they recognize and have for a long time in Northern Virginia that they need to make the special effort. It would have been my hope that we could have covered this with the statewide, but the support then there isn't there to make that happen. However, what we have before us today is a regional, if you will, proposal to fix the issue. But I think it extends far beyond, and if we vote for all amendments, and I hope that's the will of this body to vote for the entire package of amendments, a lot of great things are going to happen, not just to the 81 corridor, but indeed all around the Commonwealth of Virginia. I think that's important to remember. We had this proposal late in the session, and there just wasn't the support or the time to vet it, to get it out to the floor during the regular session. I'm pleased to see that we have this opportunity today. I won't discount the senator from James City's comments that it's probably not the most articulate way to get things done. But, you know, things get done in different ways, and this is the time, I feel, to really get down and address the issue. We've studied this issue as we have transportation issues, but for this particular issue, as far as I can remember, well over a decade now on 81. We have the opportunity today to address that issue, but it goes far more, as I mentioned. There's significant new money available for Northern Virginia. There's significant new money available for Interstate 95. There's sufficient money in it for Interstate 64 to widen to 6 lanes from Bottoms Bridge to the James City County, New Kent County line. Huge. That's just going to leave a small portion, when we're done with what we're doing in Hampton Roads, of 4-lane highway. It'll be 6 lanes. And there's some $60 million left for the entire interstate highway system all around the Commonwealth of Virginia. $60 million to be used. Perhaps we can look at extending I-73 and Southside up to Route 58. Something they desperately wanted and needed down there that I think will open up and do a lot for the economy of the South Side. And I think we need to be concerned about that. Transportation is critical to economic growth in Virginia. We all know that. Without a transportation system viable, we cannot expect to continue to expand the economy in Virginia. We cannot expect to attract new businesses into the Commonwealth of Virginia. We cannot expect existing businesses to expand in Virginia to make those corporate decisions if they don't feel like their goods and services can move around Virginia. In fact, one of the driving impetuses in our region to finally get the package that we have in Hampton Roads was a 4-star admiral, Fleet Forces Command, the senior admiral in our region, said he could not recommend a single additional Navy facility or ship in our region until we showed ways that we're going to fix our transportation system. Well, that was the Navy speaking some 10, 15 years ago. We listened, and we took it upon ourselves to do it. Now we have that opportunity. We don't know what goes on after boardroom after boardroom after boardroom, but I can look at who has endorsed this proposal. It's the Chamber of Commerce. It's Virginia Free. It's the Truckers Association. It's a broad consortium of people that all agree that this is the fairest way to go. It puts a little burden on the taxpayers, but I think it's found it interesting. I went to Gas Buddy during the early part of the debate and looked at the cost of fuel in Winchester. If you were to fuel up the lowest price of regular gas in Winchester, the lowest price in Lexington, and I looked at the lowest price in Hampton Roads, and you know what? It's cheaper in Hampton Roads than it is in Winchester and Lexington today. And that's with our 2.1% price increase. So I would submit to you probably the cost of gasoline is what the retailers and the jobbers think they can get away with in a given location, and not necessarily driven by a 2.1% tax increase on that. But what we are doing with this and these particular amendments that we're getting ready to vote on today, what we're getting ready to do on this is to actually bring the trucks up to have it closer to start paying their fair share of what's going on. And I think that's important that we recognize that. And I also think it's important that we look at the diesel fuel tax and also tax at least coming up to some of the levels charged by our neighboring states so that we can address the critical needs on 81, but quite frankly, the critical needs all around the Commonwealth. So I hope we support these amendments, and I hope we support the entire package. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations 1, 4, 7, 10, 13, and 19 regarding Senate Bill 1716 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 13.
Ayes 25, noes 13. The governor's recommendations are agreed to. Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now I'd ask that we vote for the remaining amendments, governor's amendments on Senate Bill 1716. Explain.
Senator has the floor.
You've heard much of the explanation already from the senator from Virginia Beach. This bill came about from a study that was done, and I-81 has had many studies that have been done since 2000, and the can's been kicked down the road many times. In my 18 years here as a House member and then as a senator, many questions have arisen to me over those years. When are we going to do something about I-81, all the accidents that are occurring? It's unlikely that you can go up I-81 without getting delayed because of the accidents. Studies have been done to show how much revenue is lost from goods that are not being able to be delivered because of accidents that occur on that highway, and that the economy of Southwest Virginia and all those localities across the state that use I-81 are being affected by it. Through those studies, we've seen that about 41% of the goods that are moved in Virginia are actually moved up I-81. So as you can see, I-81 corridor is a huge part of what this plan has entailed. And the crashes that occur on I-81 are a large amount of the problems as to why this package is needed. The studies have also shown through some of the benefits from the improvements that this 2.1% tax increase would allow along that corridor, it would result in about 450 fewer crashes by just the improvements that they are going to be able to make along that corridor, and about 6 million less delayed hours for moving those goods. The improvements will provide about $151 million along that corridor, and once it's fully implemented. And there is other key interstates that will be affected. There'll be about $39.2 million for Interstate I-95, $27.6 million for Interstate 64. $20 million for the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority, $42 million in other interstate improvements. Through this process of this bill being introduced by Senator Obenshane and I, and then the Secretary of Transportation and Governor Northam's office working through this process, many people have come to the table. And finally, today, we can say that several organizations have come to the table in this agreement of this whole package, and now they're being supported by the Virginia Trucking Association, Virginia Chamber of Commerce, Virginia Poultry Federation, I-81 Federation, chambers along the I-81 corridor, and Virginia Free. Chickens, yes, we want to make sure they get up the interstate safely. So we can, we wouldn't want anyone here to go hungry at lunchtime. So, but this is important to not just my region, but to other regions as well. And if you look at the diesel tax that is going to be implemented, the increase in effect will be 16.83 cents per gallon. Which will be a total of 40 cents per gallon, which still is one of the lowest or the lowest along the I-81 corridor. It's significantly lower than the 63.96 cents that we had discussed earlier this year. and $60 million from this regional fuel tax is just in place in the Nova, Fredericksburg, and Hampton Roads area. So this is something that is going to benefit the whole state. One of the things for those that don't live on the I-81 corridor and about the whole state and how it will be affected, had this been in place 3 years ago when the SMART scale was put into place, this would have freed up 28% of those funds, equating to about $930 million in 9 of those districts. So you think about what $930 million would have done, even if you don't have I-81, I-95, or any of those interstates running through your locality. It's a major difference. So I would hope that we would support this. I think, as someone who has listened for 18 years to citizens who have lost family members on I-81, who have drove that interstate to get to and from work, listening to the constituents after offering a proposal of tolls along I-81 and how they disagreed with that, feeling that everyone that used that road should have to pay. This is no more than a user's fee for individuals in that corridor that will be using it, and I would hope that we would support this whole package.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards rise?
Mr. President, I want to thank the senator from Galax and his support for this. It's been particularly important. Mr. President, this may well be the most consequential legislation of this session. And it has certainly gone through ups and downs. It's been dead, it's been alive, it's been up, it's been down. And now we finally come to actually getting something accomplished on I-81. Everybody who drives I-81 on any regular basis has a story about being stopped and delayed. And the delays, 51% of the delays are not expected. They're unanticipated delays, unlike, say, rush hour in Northern Virginia and a lot of other places. We have a little bit of rush hour, but mostly we have delays because of accidents. An officer could pull somebody off by the side of the road, and next thing you know, a lane is not there, and you got to slow down. Everybody who's taken 81 just about will tell you a story of delays of 30 minutes, 3 hours. Last January, one of the members of the Commonwealth Transportation Board and his wife were stuck in the snow, I think around Abingdon or thereabouts in early January for 10 hours. And this has been a nightmare for so many people who live in our region. This bill is not the perfect bill, Mr. President. It doesn't solve the problems forever, but it will make a huge difference in the lives of so many people. They give you an idea of the importance of I-81 in particular to the Commonwealth of Virginia. Some 42% of all truck interstate traffic in Virginia travels on I-81. 42%. And it's over like $312 billion in goods every year travel on I-81. As more people go online and purchase online, how do you think the goods from, say, L.L. Bean in Maine get to your house? The boots or the coat or whatever it is you're buying. It gets to your house on trucks. So more and more we're relying on trucks for our economy, Mr. President. I-81 has not had any additional revenue since I don't know when. The interstate highway system opened up in 1966, and then through the 70s and the 80s, it expanded. But the interstate highway system is basically built out, but it's being overused. And the truck traffic on I-81 is just enormous. And it's something that desperately needs being taken care of as soon as possible. That's why I support the entire package, Mr. President. Let me go through it briefly. 76%, as we mentioned earlier, is because $76 million is due to the truck registration fee. $142 million is due to an increase in the road tax and diesel tax. This is a tax not many people know much about. It's based on the International Fuels Tax Agreement of all 50 states and Canada, and that's been increased. And then, of course, the final component of this is $60 million will come from 2.1% increase in the regional fuel tax along the I-81 corridor. Just as I understand in other parts of the state, there's a 2.1% increase that's dedicated to that corridor. This will raise about $280 million. And Interstate 81 will get about $152 million. 95 will get about $39.2 million. 64 will get $27.6 million. And Northern Virginia Transportation Authority, you'll be happy to know, will get $20 million annually. And other interstate corridor improvements will be $42.6 million. Mr. President, this is an extremely important piece of legislation. I'm glad to see it it's been worked, so we've worked out most of the King Senate, and I would hope the entire body would vote yes on this very important bill, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Western Fairfax? Senator Marsden rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking in favor of the amendments.
Senator, it's the floor.
This is a wonderful opportunity to not only vote to save lives on Interstate 81, but it's economic development. This is the pathway to the future for rural Virginia to make their own advancements in their own economy and to invest in that with some regional taxes. And that's an accepted part of the way we do transportation here in the Commonwealth. We do it in Northern Virginia, we do it in Tidewater, and now we'll be doing it in the I-81 corridor. It's appropriate, it'll save lives, and I am just so hopeful that this will be one of the key pieces of the economic future of our far southwest and our Shenandoah Valley. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the governor's remaining recommendations to Senate Bill
Mr. President.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Speaking to the amendments.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, it shouldn't surprise anyone that I'm opposed to these amendments. I know it's surprising to you, Senator Stanley. When the conference report came out and it was a simple study bill, it passed this body 37-2. I voted against it because of lack of trust with the governor, and I thought there was a decent chance that he might put forward amendments that would cut the legislature out of what's been referred to as the most consequential bill. If this is the most consequential bill, I would submit it should have gone through the regular committee process, and it's something that we should have been able to debate. Instead, it comes to us this way. And I'm reminded of the words of William Safire, who said, "I've been right and I've been paranoid, and it's better to be paranoid. Unfortunately, today I'm right." And we have these amendments before us, and I don't think these amendments are drawn very well. I think that the discussion that we shouldn't be doing it on the floor from the majority leader on veto day is exactly right. But I'm very happy for my constituents in Bedford County. A lot of you aren't familiar with Bedford. It borders Roanoke, and it also borders Franklin in my district. Vinton is divided between, there are people with Vinton addresses in both Roanoke County and Bedford County. And when you go under the Blue Ridge Parkway Tunnel, there's really not much difference when you're on the Roanoke County side or the Bedford side. But because the way these amendments appear to be drawn, the fuel tax will be higher, and it's not as if people on the eastern side of that tunnel drive on 81 any less than the people on the west side of that tunnel. And then you go down to Smith Mountain Lake in my district, which is, I've talked before about my district being interesting, how it's connected by a lake, but there's a bridge. On one side of that bridge, it will be higher tax than the other side. And there's no difference on which side of Smith Mountain Lake you're on if you're driving on 81. And I think that had we actually worked through the real process, something like that would have been fixed. Instead, this is how it's being put forward to us. I also have a lack of trust because these bills before us with the exact same proponents as the 2013 bill. And I remember the 2013 bill, we were told that if we were able to have a broader internet sales tax collection, that money would go to transportation. Well, this year, a broader internet sales tax collection bill passed this body and the other body, and it's been signed into law by the governor, but I didn't hear anyone saying that that money ought to go to transportation, at least not very forcibly. I'd also point out that in 2013, we were told that that was going to be the solution. 2013 was the solution. That put money, folks say, Oh, it didn't tax folks in your side of the state. We have a higher sales tax now than we did in 2013 when that bill passed. And anyone that goes to purchase a vehicle knows that the motor vehicle sales tax increased significantly on us. So much so that one of our car dealers was, they advertised all of May and June before that, come by now. So at least that was a benefit. They were able to advertise off of what the General Assembly was doing. But we were told that was going to be the solution. And then almost immediately after, when the fuel tax didn't collect as much money as hoped, a bill was brought forward to put a floor on the fuels tax. So we were told the problem is it's a cents on the dollar, it ought to turn to a percentage. And then when they saw the percentage didn't generate what they wanted, they wanted to put a floor on that. I believe that this bill is part 2 of the 2013 transportation bill. And I don't trust what happened in 2013. And I don't trust what's happening today, and I don't think it's the final part of the 2013 bill, because I believe the very proponents of the 2013 bill that told us that would be the solution and then tell us now this will be the solution are going to come back very soon with another tax increase, and I hope that this body won't pass it. So where we are is we're in part 2 of what I believe will be a 3-part tax increase. It will continue to balkanize Virginia's transportation system, which was a disastrous effect of the 2013 bill. It'll put more reliance on the diminishing fuel tax, which we know is not a good idea. But it's also going to take money out of people's pockets. And I know that when I speak about things that take money out of people's pockets, sometimes that's dismissed. And I remember when this body raised the registration fee from $16 to $20, I had another senator come to me and say, you know, that's just a few cents a day when you put it on a year. You know, that's nothing. And, you know, it's just $5 more per electric bill every month. Well, Monday, I went to get my car inspected, and I paid the $16. I was happy it was $16, not $20. And I went with my kids. They wanted hamburgers and hot dogs, so I went to a place right there on Electric Road, and I bought it for them, even though I noticed that the prices had gone up. The price has gone up about 50 cents since the last time I was there. But my kids wanted it, and I was going to buy it for them. And so as we're eating our lunch, or our dinner rather, I have a couple that I see walk up to the counter, look at the prices. They also notice the price increase, and they turn around. And as they're walking by me, one of them says to the other, "That's Dave Sutherland." So someone that's seen my name in the paper, but I clearly never met before. They pronounce my name different than I do. That's fine. And they said, "The prices have gone up." I said, "Yeah." And they said, "No hamburgers tonight." People don't think that these things actually affect people, but I can tell you that every time we raise taxes and every time we raise fees, and we're not actually serious about the approach, like what's happening here today, and it's going to come back again in a few years to take more, it has an effect on real people, and that's why I'll be voting no.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the remaining recommendations from the governor with regard to Senate Bill 1716 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 14.
Ayes 22, noes 14. The remaining recommendations from the governor are agreed to.
Senate bills vetoed by the governor.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to respectfully ask that we consider taking all of the bills that have been vetoed by the governor up in a block, subject to the one exception rule. So I guess the appropriate motion would be to move that all of the bills that His Excellency has vetoed be passed in spite of his decision on it, subject to the one exception rule.
Thank the Senator. question is, shall the Senate bills with the governor's vetoes be placed in the block with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. Clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 1027. Senate Bill 1038.
Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Richmond City.
Can Senate Bill 1027 come out of the block?
Without objection, bill be removed from the block.
Senate Bill 1150. Senate Bill 1156. Senate Bill 1240.
Mr. President.
Senator from Loudon, Senator Black.
Yes, could Senate Bill 1156 come out of the block, please?
Without objection, bill be removed from the block.
Mr. President.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reed.
Senate Bill 1240 on page 21 come out of the block, please.
Without objection, that bill be removed from the block.
Senate Bill 1251. Senate Bill 1674.
Mr. President.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
If I can request 1674 on 22 come out of the block, please.
Without objection, the bill be removed from the block.
And Senate Bill 1782.
Question is, shall the Senate bills be passed in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor in a block? That is all bills except for the bills that have been...
Mr. President.
Yes.
Parliamentary inquiry. What is the motion that is being made right now?
The bills were placed in a block originally.
To sustain the veto?
On a voice vote? Hold on 1 second. Okay. Come to order, please. And so, again, to reset, the bills have been placed in a block. On this recorded vote, if you desire to override the governor's veto, you would vote yes. If you want to sustain the veto, you vote no. Okay, we clear? We're all good? Great. Okay, so that's the vote that we're about to take right now. Again, to override the veto, vote yes. Sustain the veto, vote no. Okay. Question is, shall the Senate bills be passed in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor in a block? That is all bills except for the bills that were removed from the block. All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 18.
Ayes 20, noes 18. The motion fails. And to be clear, that means the governor's vetoes are sustained with regard to those bills in the block.
Returning to page 19, Senate Bill 1027.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturtevant.
Mr. President, I move that Senate Bill 1027 be passed in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor, and speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, this is the catastrophic health insurance plan bill that passed this body 38-2 this session. It passed this body last year 40-0. This is the health insurance plan that is ACA approved. It is an ACA health care plan. It is a plan that covers pre-existing conditions. It is a plan that covers all of the ACA's essential health benefits. And it's even a plan that covers 3 primary care visits every single year and preventative care like flu shots and vaccines for free or with a small copay. And it is a plan that is currently offered on the healthcare exchanges, but it's only offered to those who are 30 years old or younger. And so what this legislation does, and this body has now voted to approve twice, is to simply give the health insurance companies in Virginia the option to offer these plans to Virginians of any age. We have a lot of Virginians in all of our districts who may not be able to afford the bronze plan or the silver plan or the gold plan or the platinum plan. But this is a plan that has a lower monthly premium, and as I mentioned, covers those pre-existing conditions and the essential health benefits, but it's got a high deductible. And so it is a plan that is right for some people. It may not be right for everyone. But this is a plan that will be an option for those who don't otherwise qualify for the ACA subsidies and who don't otherwise have access to health insurance through their employer or through Medicaid or Medicare or otherwise. And therefore, I would ask that Senate Bill 1027 be passed in the enrolled form that passed this body.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben rise.
Speak in opposition to the motion.
Senator, has the floor.
The bill with the extremely high deductibles in excess of $7,000 it's about more than the flu shots and things that are covered with the annual examinations. It places consumers at the risk of being underinsured in a larger insurance pool, leading to increased marketplace premiums for the population at large. But the extremely high deductibles give a false assurance that people have health care. They don't have health care until they have $7,000 in expenses, which may discourage them from seeking health care. And it's true that people younger than 30 who qualify for a hardship or affordability exemption can currently buy this kind of plan, but this is really to seek an exemption. It's not something that's currently offered, and it's to seek a federal waiver to allow this. And I would encourage the body to vote no, or to vote no.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, the Senator from Henrico, Senator Dunham, rise.
Mr. President, I will be brief, but I'd like to speak to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
I just really feel compelled to say something. This is a matter of allowing our constituents to choose their health plan as opposed to us limiting the choices they may have. It's ridiculous. People already have very high deductibles. Some of the deductibles in the individual marketplace are as high as $10,000. They're already not getting health care. All insurance plans involve disclosures that explain what your responsibility will be in the plan. This is within the Affordable Care Act. We must allow our consumers to make their own choices. They are very capable. And I would ask that you override this veto because it's really pretty egregious that we're limiting the choices and mandating that they have the most expensive premiums that they ever imagined they could have.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola, rise.
Mr. President, I speak in favor of the governor's veto.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to remind the ladies and gentlemen of the Senate that as we offer more and more boutique plans and individuals select plans that fit their specific health status, it reduces the size of the insurance pool. Individuals who have pre-existing conditions need to participate in a large pool so the insurance premium is affordable. What we're doing is we're offering these plans where people self-select, and we're narrowing the pool where many of us should be participating, so those who are really ill and would need very expensive health care can afford to access it. We should really be about trying to provide insurance at an affordable rate to everyone. For that reason, I ask you to sustain the governor's veto. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards, rise.
Mr. President, this would I urge that we sustain the governor's veto.
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, what this does is the governor vetoed this bill because these are basically junk health insurance policies, and it totally undermines the whole concept of insurance, which is broaden the base. And what this would do is put people at risk of being underinsured, and it would fragment the risk pool, and it'd be bad for everyone in the long run. So I urge the body to sustain the governor's veto. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator, for what purpose? Senator from King George. Senator Stewart, rise.
Speak to the measure, Mr. President.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, that's an interesting assertion by the gentleman from Roanoke, because I can tell you something, the risk pool is already fragmented. And the young people who can't afford to pay these exorbitant premiums aren't participating. It has completely undermined the entire philosophy of the Affordable Care Act. Everybody in this room knows it. People on this side, people on that side know it. Everybody stood up, they've talked about it, they've pointed out the problems of a very well-intended program. It didn't work. It's kicked people out of health care insurance, and that's where we find ourselves. And each one of us in here has commented on it and how we want to try to find ways to let Virginians have health insurance. Some people don't need all the broad spectrum of coverage. You can't force people to buy something that they don't want or that they can't afford. So now what you have is a catastrophic plan. It's hospitalization. That's what it is. It's what I grew up with. It's what many of you all in here grew up with. You went to the doctor. If you couldn't afford to pay him, you paid him $5 a week or a month or whatever you could till you paid him off. If you went to the hospital, you were covered so you didn't end up going bankrupt. It's a very simple thing. This would give Virginians a chance to participate and have health insurance that's affordable. It's what we all want. This bill passed this chamber 38-2. 38-2. And look, I think the world of the governor. And everybody in here knows that, but he's flat wrong on this one. We have got to give Virginians an alternative because they don't have it now. So I hope you all will vote the same way you voted before and override this veto, because let me tell you something, Virginians are watching and they want choices, and they have been screaming for choices, and by God, we better give them a choice.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose? The Senator from James City County. Senator Norman, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of overriding the governor's veto.
Senator, the floor.
I think everyone in this body probably knows that health care is not the area that I focus in, and I do not pretend to embrace a high degree of expertise on it. But I will say this is probably the second most baffling and perplexing decision that this governor has made, in my humble perspective. And it's baffling to me that a professional health care provider would want to try to chill the access of Virginians to health care alternatives. And in this particular piece of legislation, I think it's important, if I'm correct, that it pertains to those who are 30 or younger. And that group is not the group that is bearing the exorbitant health care expenses like people my age. And that is just an actuarial fact. And I just is beyond me while this and some other alternative approaches are so vehemently objected by this administration. And you talk about affordable health care. I'm not an expert on this, but I have gone and looked at the marketplace. People are looking at $5,000, $7,000, and $10,000 deductibles by insurance. The deductibles under the Affordable Health Care Act. And then on top of that, they're having premiums anywhere from $1,000 to $1,500 a month. And so it is just transparent, if not a fallacious argument, to suggest that what we have in place is a more economical approach where we are trying in 1027 to capture the group that has the least demand on health care expenses. It is totally perplexing to me.
For what purpose does the Senior Center for Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant, rise?
If no one else wishes to speak, Mr. President.
Do any other senators wish to be heard on this bill? Seeing none, Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, just 2 points of clarification. This is not underinsurance. This is an ACA plan. This covers all of the essential health benefits that every other single ACA plan covers, period. It has a higher deductible, yes. So you may have a $7,000 deductible for a catastrophic plan instead of a $5,000 deductible for a bronze plan. But you have far less expensive monthly premium payments, and that is where the challenge is for average, everyday, middle-class Virginians, are the exorbitant monthly premiums that they have to pay for these more expensive plans. This is a more affordable option that allows for cheaper, less expensive monthly premiums. The second clarification, and I confirmed this with the Bureau of Insurance today, that the entire risk, there is one risk pool for all of the ACA plans. There is not one risk pool for catastrophic, there's not one risk pool for bronze and one for silver and one for gold. They are all in the very same risk pool. And so what this does is it allows people to actually come in to the risk pool, to broaden it, to support it, to grow it, and that is good for everyone. And so with that, Mr. President, again, I would request that the Senate bill be passed in its enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1027 be passed in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, no 16.
Ayes 22, no 16. The motion fails.
On page 20, Senate Bill 1156.
Senior Senator from Loudoun, Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 1156 be passed in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. And speaking to the measure.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very, very basic bill. All that it says is that localities are prohibited from enacting any sort of rule or legislation that deliberately, intentionally restricts enforcement of federal immigration laws. It does not require any locality to take any affirmative action. It does not require them to spend one penny on anything. They don't have to enact any rules. They don't have to coordinate with anybody. It only prevents them from passing an ordinance, procedure, or policy that is deliberately intended to restrict the enforcement of federal immigration law. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think that we should permit localities to be in the business of countermanding federal law, federal statutes. And so it's very simple. And I really think that it's sort of a fundamental rule that we, as a legislature, as a state legislature, do not simply throw ourselves in the path of the federal government and deliberately countermand federal law. And so I would just ask that the ladies and gentlemen here override this veto so that we can simply remain in compliance with federal law. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Arlington? Senator Favola, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to ask the body to sustain the governor's veto.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Right now, local governments can't pass laws that would actually prohibit the work of the federal government. But local governments may voluntarily enter agreements with ICE to determine what appropriate role they may want to play and what the role of ICE might be and how local government continues to provide security and safety to its residents. This is a solution looking for a problem. Our local governments spend a lot of time and energy working with their police forces, trying to build trust with those whom they serve. It is very important for safety to really take hold in a community that every sector of the community trusts the police, that immigrants, people of all colors and races feel engaged, feel like they can turn to the police. When you pass legislation like this, the message it sends is very damaging, and I would say very inappropriate and not necessary. It's simply not necessary. So since we have that local autonomy, since some local governments have entered agreements with ICE, since this is a solution looking for a problem, and please, we are a diverse state. We should be a welcoming state, and I know many parts of our community we are welcoming. I ask the body to sustain the governor's veto. So that would be a red vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1156 be passed in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 18.
Ayes 20, noes 18. The motion fails.
On page 21, Senate Bill 1240.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that SB 1240 be passed in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. And speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second year in a row you've heard this bill and you voted for it. 2 years in a row you voted 40-0. So a lot of the same talking points that my seatmate talked about with catastrophic plans applies to short-term duration insurance, but I want to give you some updated numbers that I literally got on Friday. Right now, there are 29 million Americans that are still uninsured. They don't qualify for the subsidies under ACA. They do make a living. They make a pretty good living, but they don't qualify for those subsidies. Those people that would qualify for short-term plans are the uninsured, individuals between jobs are waiting for employer coverage, recent graduates, individuals transitioning out of welfare, young adults leaving their parents' plans, and retirees not eligible for Medicare. And that's a big swath of folks. Right now, in Virginians, we're finding health care plans that work for them if we can do short-term duration insurance, and with premiums 50 to 80% lower than individual market plans right now. I had some recent numbers, and I think this is interesting data for the folks who represent the Virginia Beach area. By allowing short-term duration plans in the Virginia Beach area, they are 60% cheaper than individual market plans and more than half the cost, less than $200 per month. They're designed to give consumers as much choice as possible. And I think that's what we're all getting at and why we understand this, is that with more choice, you get more savings, and we find that we get lower premiums. And, you know, I've heard about what it will do to ACA. This is a very small portion of people that we're talking about with the overall pool. And as an insurance guy, I understand risk and risk tolerance and how they do these things. But we have people falling through the cracks. And I'll tell you a little bit of personal about it. I have great insurance. I'm lucky that I have an employer that offers it, but my deductible is $5,000. But it's through an employer plan. And when we reach that, then we start having to pay out of pocket as well. But not everybody has that. And these are for those people that are in those categories that fall there. And, you know, we all get it. I understand it's an election year. I understand the talking points. But if we don't do something for these folks, the people that I continuously get emails from in the Albemarle area where they had a 300% increase in the individual market, they can't afford it. So they're uninsured. So they're still walking into the ER. They're still getting covered under the I forget what that's called, but we were talking about that. Certificate of Public Need, right, under that. And so it's still costing us more money. And there's an option here to allow individuals to go into the market, even if it's short term, and get the coverage that they need, that they want, and pay for that and pay lower premiums. Some insurance is better than no insurance. We require that when you drive your car. You got to have a basic amount of insurance so if you get in an accident. I think we need to offer this plan. I kind of know where this is going today, but I think we really need to have a real dialogue about how we take care of those Virginians who are working hard, that are trying to get coverage, that need that insurance. And I would ask that the chamber move that SB 1240 be passed in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Southern Fairfax? Senator Barker, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak to the measure that's before.
Thanks, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the proposal to override the governor's veto on this particular proposal here. I do agree with the senator from Spotsylvania on various aspects of things. We need to study these types of things and make sure that we are providing reasonable options for people. I think this is one that right now, in terms of how it's structured, goes too far in terms of what it does or may not cover in many situations. If you look at the bill as the enrolled version of this, what it says is this coverage is not required to comply with certain federal market requirements. So it basically notifies you up front that there is not comprehensive coverage that is required to be provided here. And it goes on to say, be sure you are aware of any exclusions or limitations regarding coverage of pre-existing conditions. They are not required to cover pre-existing conditions or health benefits such as hospitalizations, emergency services, maternity care, preventive care, prescription drugs, and mental health and substance abuse disorder services. Your policy may have lifetime and annual dollar limitations. So it basically unwinds virtually everything that was designed in the Affordable Care Act to provide more comprehensive coverage and have equity of risk in terms of those situations. It's not unusual that many of these short-term plans do not provide many of the services that are part of the essential health benefits and have other limitations in there. And in a large majority of situations, they don't cover pre-existing conditions because they don't want to provide coverage for pre-existing condition if you're coming in for only a short period of time and are likely to be using extensive services for that. What I can tell you is that we need to focus on the long-term goal, which is to get as many people covered in an affordable manner under health insurance, which is why I supported the efforts of the senator from Henrico on the association plans to have those that not be approved, to not approve the governor's amendments here. Here, I think that we need to support the governor's veto here because of the limitations that are provided in many of these plans, but to continue the discussion as to how we can make sure that everybody has comprehensive coverage. What I can tell you is that in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, where Governor Romney got basically the predecessor to the Affordable Care Act approved, what they have done there is because they got a head start on the rest of us, they have just almost eliminated the number of people who lack health insurance coverage. They are down to about 2% of the population that doesn't have health coverage, and they have almost exclusively comprehensive services, coverage of services there. That's what we need to be aiming for, moving in that direction. I don't think this is the mechanism to get us there, but I'm certainly open to discussion on this as we move forward on consideration of things in the long term. And I would urge rejection of the motion to override the governor's veto.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. No one wishes to speak. I'd wish to close it up.
Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1240? Seeing none, Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do appreciate my colleague, the senator from Southern Fairfax, comments about continuing to work on this, but I'd like to summarize by saying, we have choices all day long. We can choose what kind of TV we want to watch, what kind of cable channels we want to get. When you're buying car insurance, you have all kinds of options on what kind of coverage you want and how much, and we do expect minimum coverage on that. And right now, we're in a position where we're not giving anybody a minimum coverage because they can't qualify anywhere other than to walk into an ER. And I understand that it doesn't cover some of the things that the ACA covers. That's why we have the plan, because that allows us to keep the cost lower. But I think educated consumers can go in and say, look, this is what I need. I can make that choice. Is it perfect? By no means. No. Is this a solve to everything else? No. It's short-term duration insurance, hopefully to cover that gap so we can get them in to ACA or we can get them into an employer-sponsored plan. And so it's not perfect by any stretch, and I think we all know that. That's why we voted it out of here 40-0 each year. The commission that the governor put together didn't come out with any real recommendations, so we put it forward again and hopeful that we could get there. And I would hope that those of us on the other side of the aisle as well would seriously consider, how do we switch this? How do we make it better? How do we get there? And include some of those in our short-term duration insurance plan so we can get to these individuals transitioning out of welfare, these young adults that my colleague and his catastrophic care were trying to cover. Because we're leaving now about 29 million Americans uninsured, and a good portion of that, they're still in Virginia. And with that, I would renew my motion, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 1240 be passed in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 18.
Ayes 20, noes 18. The motion fails.
On page 22, Senate Bill 1674.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Mr. President, this is in the same posture. I move that 1674 be passed in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. Speaking to that.
Senator, has the floor.
Members of the body, this also came out of the chamber, I think with 2 voting against it, but it was part of an option that I'd come up with being in the insurance business, trying to figure out how we can take care of at least one of the objections that we had last year from the House about offering guaranteed insurability once you had a limited duration plan. And this would be an optional rider that you could get that companies that would offer this short-term duration insurance would have to provide, so we could make sure that those folks, as part of the ACA, didn't lose that, because I think we're all in agreement that we need to cover pre-existing conditions. So once you got rated into the plan and you had one of these plans, you could get this additional rider on your coverage, and you would have that insurance as long as you fulfilled the contract obligations. So this goes right along with it. I think it's one step forward, and we all agreed to it. So I think it's probably in the same posture, but I would renew my motion.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Southern Fairfax? Senator Barker, rise.
Mr. President, to speak to the measure here.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, the issues here are similar to what was discussed on the previous matter, and part of the concern I think that a lot of people have as it relates to this extension of that coverage is that if you have people with certain basically you have people who get coverage and have significant expenditures in a short-term plan, it becomes difficult for the insurance plan to be able to be viable in that situation, and this would just perpetuate that by extending that provision where you have low premiums that do not cover the cost of that are there, and provide some risk to the overall operation of that type of plan. What we need to do is to make sure we have solid plans that are sustainable over time and that will provide the comprehensive coverage that people need to address both situations they have when they come into the plan with pre-existing conditions, but also what it may develop during the time period that they're covered.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to Senate Bill 1674? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1674 be passed in the enrolled form, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 18.
Ayes 20, noes 18. The motion fails.
House bills with governor's recommendations.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Page 23.
Mr. President, I admit I have been a total failure in trying to expedite matters today by taking them up in the block, because the block becomes comparatively de minimis when I see what is left, so let's just run through them.
House Bill 1620. The House has agreed to amendment number 6 and number 15.
Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having previously described this bill, which is identical to Senate Bill 1055, I would like to respectfully request that following the House's action on 6 and 15, which is identical to what we did, that then we, with the motion that we accept it, I move that we reject the governor's other amendments.
They're not before us.
Okay. Apparently the other amendments are not before us.
Oh, sorry.
So only Amendment 6.
Oh, sorry. Then I move the adoption of Amendments 6 and 15. How about that?
That works.
Thank
the Senator. Question is, shall the governor's recommendations with regard to Amendments 6 and 15 for House Bill 1620 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 37, noes 0, Rule 36-1. The governor's recommendations, 6 and 15, are agreed to.
House Bill 1661, the House rejected the governor's amendments. House Bill 1700
has not been received.
Has not been received yet.
Page 41.
Page 41. House Bill 1719, the House agreed to the governor's amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
I rise, Mr. President, asking that we adopt the governor's amendment and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this bill does is it says that if you are in an area, a locality, a town with a population of less than 25,000 people, you have to comply with our regular code sections regarding campaign financing and reporting obligations only, and this is what this bill does, if you have more than $25,000 in receipts or expenditures. And what the governor did was he clarified something that's very critical that was absent in this, and that is for what period of time are you setting this threshold? And so right now we've just added the language that says in an election cycle. So with that inartful explanation, I would ask that we please adopt the governor's amendments.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1719? Seeing none, question is, shall the governor's recommendations with regard to House Bill 1719 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, noes 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 1911, the House agreed to the governor's amendments.
Who wants to field this one? Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
No. Mr. President.
For-Purpose Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike, rise.
Mr. President, I move that we agree to the governor's amendments and speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, what this does is expand upon the moving over law that we passed, and it includes the use of amber lights in this provision of the code. And so it's one of those important things where we have VDOT workers and others that actually are utilizing amber lights as well as tow when they're trying to remove obstacles and hazards from the roadway. This adds those provisions to the law to increase safety of some of our state workers and other workers who are also in these sort of same conditions on our interstate highways. It is an important measure that we adopt, and I appreciate the time.
Thank the Senator. Do any other citizens wish to be heard with regard to House Bill 1911?
Mr. President.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the body, the reason that the section in which the governor has put back into the bill was taken out is that now we're making on first offense it be a Class 1 misdemeanor of reckless driving. The section that was taken out that was put back in under the governor's recommendation is the one that has the amber light section. And we have created a huge Christmas tree effect. As a matter of fact, if you weren't to move over for a neighborhood watch vehicle under the section in which has been put back in, it would be a violation of a Class 1 misdemeanor. By leaving that out, we would have left it a traffic infraction, but not a Class 1 misdemeanor. And there's a whole litmus of vehicles in that section, funeral vehicles, trucks that are escort vehicles, like I said, neighborhood watch vehicles, records. They're all listed in that same section, and that was the reason it was taken out. And also, just kind of a reminder when we spoke about this, a lot of the times when wreckers are on the scene, there's either a law enforcement officer or fire and rescue there, and those are covered. So it would be automatically a Class 1 if those vehicles were on the scene with the records if they didn't move over. And the recommendations put that whole list back in, and that was the reason that we didn't support it and took that section out.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the governor's recommendations with regard to House Bill 1911 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 6.
Ayes 32, noes 6. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
I apologize, Mr. President, but having voted on the prevailing side by which we just passed that amendment, could we reconsider that?
For House Bill 1911?
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the Senate adopted the governor's recommendations be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Could that just go by temporarily?
Without objection, House Bill 1911 will go by temporarily.
House Bill 1915, the House has agreed to the governor's amendments.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1915 ensures that a covered person is not required to exhaust a health carrier's full internal review if the diagnosis is cancer. He gets an adverse determination. He can also ask for an expedited review. That's what the bill does. The governor has added an emergency clause. And with that explanation, I ask that we concur with the governor's amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to House Bill 1915? Seeing none, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations with regard to House Bill 1915 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 1942, the House has agreed to the governor's amendments.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the governor's amendments here. And
Senator, the floor.
Briefly to the bill. This is a bill that deals with establishing minimum standards for behavioral health services in local correctional facilities and sets discharge planning requirements for those people who have serious mental illness. The governor's amendment simply adds to the process for discharge of people with serious mental illness a provision for including families in that discharge process, discharge planning process, where appropriate. And as a reasonable type of thing, I think I'd hope it'd be the pleasure of the body to adopt this amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to House Bill 1942? Seeing none, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations with regard to House Bill 1942 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 2042, the House has rejected the governor's amendment. House Bill 2053, the House has agreed to the governor's amendment.
Mr. President.
From Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, could that bill go by temporarily?
Without objection, House Bill 2053 will go by temporarily.
House Bill 2141, the House has agreed to the governor's amendments.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we adopt the governor's recommendation for House Bill 2141. And speaking to that motion,
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, members of the Senate. House Bill 2141, if you remember, authorized local governing bodies to contract with broadband services providers who then would construct, maintain, and own communication facilities and equipment that would require the facilitation and delivery of last-mile broadband services to their underserved areas and our rural areas throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia. The governor took a real close look at this bill, and he made an amendment, and let me relay that amendment to you. He changed MBPS to MBPS. You think that's insignificant, but it's significant because MBPS means basically how much of a file is downloadable or uploadable per second, but Mbps is how you specify internet connection speeds. So there. That's why we're here. That's why we do what we do. And so with that explanation, which made no sense, I now move that we agree to the governor's recommendation.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to House Bill 2141? Seeing none, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations with regard to House Bill 2141 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 37, noes 0, Rule 36-1. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 2234, the House has agreed to the governor's amendments.
Who wants to field this one? Okay.
Mr. President.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the governor's recommendation to House Bill 2234 and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2234 is the companion bill to my Senate bill, which would provide parental leave to state employees in an expanded number of cases. The reason I carried that bill for several years was because I thought adoption should be included. This year, when it went over to the House, which is where it had been stuck the 3 previous years, they passed it. And in a different form when it went to conference. It was entirely the Senate provision, and in the way that we passed the bill originally here in the Senate, as I introduced it, with the sole exception being that the House took out parental leave benefits for state employees if they had a foster care placement. The governor's amendment puts the foster care placement back in as a provision for parental leave. So this is something that every member of the Senate, we've already voted for. I hope it will be the pleasure, and I'm glad that the House is, I wish they would have liked it the first time, but I'm glad that it's coming forward, and I hope it will be pleasure of the body to adopt the governor's recommendation and conform it to the version of the bill as originally passed this body.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to House Bill 2234?
Mr. President.
Senator from Loudoun County, Senator Black.
Could the gentleman respond to a question?
Senator, yield for question.
Yes, and I would also point out this is identical to what we previously adopted earlier in the day.
Senator yield. You have the floor.
Yes. What I'm wondering is this. I know a number of people who are who do foster care work, and they care for children. And it's a wonderful thing. It's a tremendous value to society. But I do know that often they may have several foster children. The children move from their natural parents into foster care, and after a couple of months they may move back to their original parents. There's a tremendous amount of mobility among foster care children. And unlike an adoption or a childbirth where you know that child is yours and you keep them, the foster child they tend to be much more transient, and it's not unusual that a foster child might be placed for 3 or 4 months and then be moved back to the natural parents or moved somewhere else. And my question would be, is there something in this that would somehow avoid kind of a chaotic situation where an employer might be required to give the parental leave, say, 6 or 8 times in a calendar year?
Mr. President,
Senator's floor.
I would tell the senator that this bill relates to employees of the Commonwealth. So this is not something about requiring parental leave for foster care placements in private employers. So there would be nothing in this bill to require private employers to do what you asked. There was, in the question and some of the concern you expressed about the mobility of these children who often are in tough spots, that was a question that was raised in House appropriations. That was why the House was unwilling to adopt this provision. The House spent a lot of time looking at this to see when the governor amended it, to see if this is something that would be acceptable to them. And their investigations confirmed what I also believe, that the Commonwealth can do this without it being problematic. If that is not to be the case, I think there would be nothing to prevent us from adding additional safeguards. But this only deals with our own Commonwealth workforce. This is something I think where we in our role as basically the board directors for this large employer are deciding that this is the benefit we're going to give to our state employees. And I think that it's very critical that we provide it for adoption. This is a 4-year effort to make it happen. I think it also makes sense to provide it for foster care families. And I would again point out this is an amendment that we previously adopted to my bill in the block this morning, and it also is identical to the language as passed this body and passed Senate General Laws when I presented it earlier this year.
I thank the gentleman. And, Mr. President, if I could comment briefly on the measure. Ladies and gentlemen, I intend to vote for this, but I would hope that there is an examination of how this works out over the next couple of years, because there are people who take in foster care. It's a means of supplementing family income in many cases, and even though it is somewhat restricted because it's limited to government employees, it still could create a very chaotic situation for government employers, and we do need to watch after it. I think we want to do something that is good. We want to take care of children and take care of the families that take care of children, but I would just caution that we look after that in the future and make sure that there's not some further legislation that might not be required in the future. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Junior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking briefly to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just assure the gentleman from Loudoun, if you look at line 20 of the bill, parental leave is limited to only once in a 12-month period, and the governor did not change that portion of the bill. So regardless of how many foster children you may have in a given year, you can only take parental leave once in a 12-month period. And so I think that will take care of the gentleman's concerns.
Question is, shall the governor's recommendations with regard to House Bill 2234 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 2252, the House has agreed to the governor's amendment.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move we adopt the governor's amendment.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you all recall, this bill allowed a landowner whose property traversed 2 different counties or firearms ordinances over 2 different counties to pick the largest portion of it to have the ordinance apply to his entire tract of land. And what the governor's amendments do is it puts this into a study to let DGIF look at it, and there's a reenactment clause for 2020, which I think is probably a good idea as we looked at this bill. So I would ask that you all support the governor's amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to House Bill 2252? Seeing none, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations with regard to House Bill 2252 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 29, no 7.
Ayes 29, no 7. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 2263, the House has agreed to the governor's amendment.
Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the governor's amendments be accepted. Speaking of that, House Bill 2263 modifies the existing provisions of the Firefighters and EMT Procedural Guarantee Act by stating that if a breach in procedure occurs, any evidence obtained shall be excluded from any case against the individual. The governor's amendment clarifies that the case should be actually administrative hearing. I renew the motion to pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to House Bill 2263? Seeing none, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations with regard to House Bill 2263 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? All the senators voted. Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 2296, the House has rejected the governor's amendments. House Bill 2303, the House has rejected the governor's amendments. House Bill 2306, the House has rejected the governor's amendments. House Bill 2328, the House has rejected the governor's amendment. House Bill 2339, there was no action as of right now. House Bill 2441, the House agreed to the governor's amendments.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the governor's recommendation.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
As everyone remembers, this is House Bill 2441 that requires the Department of Motor Vehicles to issue a special identification card without photographs to people based on their sincerely held religious objections to having their picture taken. The governor's recommendation was done on the suggestion of the Department of Legislative Services that recommended a minor technical amendment to clarify that special identification cards like driver's license must be unexpired for it to be used as a proof of legal presence when someone applies for this new kind of special ID without a photo. I hope it would be the pleasure to support the recommendation and that my seatmate ask for no photo on his license.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to House Bill 2441? Seeing none, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations with regard to House Bill 2441 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 2440.
Mr. President, from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side in which the Senate agreed to the governor's recommendations on House Bill 2252, I would ask that the Senate reconsider that vote.
Was that page 45?
Yes, sir.
Question is, shall the vote by which the governor's recommendations were agreed to regarding House Bill 2252 be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having previously explained the governor's amendments, I would move we adopt the governor's amendments, and also I should have let you know that the House patron was agreeable to these amendments as well.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the governor's recommendations with regard to House Bill 2252 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 28, noes 10.
Ayes 28, noes 10. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 2443, the House has rejected the governor's amendments. House Bill 2477, the House has agreed to the governor's amendments.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2477 allows APCO, Appalachian Power, to for those customers they have that want to purchase a different generating source, requires them to pay the non-fuel generation capacity costs along with the transmission costs. Also, typically there's a 5-year notification process to get back to use existing utility. This reduces it down to 3 years. The governor has amended the bill. There was some concern a little bit from some of the folks that already applied for aggregation petition from the State Corporation Commission, and also were entered a competitive power agreement in February of 2019. They wanted to make abundantly sure that these folks were not covered by this legislation. So with that explanation, I ask that we concur with the governor's amendments.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to House Bill 2477? Seeing none, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations with regard to House Bill 2477 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 2528, the House has rejected the governor's amendments. House Bill 2546, the House has agreed to the governor's amendments.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that we concur with the governor's amendments and speaking to that motion.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, the governor's amendments really do a couple of different things. One, it renames the review team and replaces the word death with mortality, which makes sense and does this in a number of locations. Mr. President, it also adds to the list that will be on the review team the Virginia Midwife Alliance. I hope that we would concur with the governor's amendments.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to House Bill 2546? Seeing none, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations with regard to House Bill 2546 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 2615, the House has agreed to the governor's amendments.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that the governor's amendments be agreed to. Speaking to this,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, what this bill did, you remember Senator Kerko, Senator from Grayson, had legislation during session that provided that murder of a law enforcement official carries a mandatory minimum sentence of life in prison. And the House had a companion bill, and it came out of their chamber as a much broader bill. And there was a discussion on the floor of the fact that there were some ongoing discussions as to whether the broader approach was preferable, which was an approach indicating that anybody convicted of capital murder, whether law enforcement officer or otherwise, would have a mandatory minimum of life in prison, or whether it was a better approach to adopt the Kerko mandatory minimum only for capital murder of a law enforcement official. The governor believes that Senator from Grayson had it right, and that the mandatory minimum should be applied to capital murder of a law enforcement officer, and so amended it so both of the bills are conformed to the narrower form. And with that, members recall the sound policy reasons for that and the moving emotional testimony before the Courts Committee and the Finance Committee by family members of murdered law enforcement officials. I think you will remember the strong policy considerations that mitigate in favor of adopting this approach, and with that, I move that we adopt the governor's amendments.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman rise.
Mr. President, will the gentleman from Rockingham yield for a question?
Senator yield for a question.
I yield.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, my question is, I am very confused and befuddled. I thought we just heard an eloquent argument an hour or so ago against minimum mandatory punishments.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would point out that it was not I who argued against mandatory minimum sentences. And in an appropriate circumstance, I think we all agree that I would hope that we all agree that capital murder of a law enforcement official, police officer who's murdered at Greyhound Station, a police officer who's murdered while pulling somebody over at a traffic stop, if the perpetrator of that is going to be charged with capital murder, life in prison ought to be the mandatory minimum.
Mr. President.
Hold on one second.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County would be so generous to yield for a question.
Will Senator yield for a question?
I'll yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, my question would be, in this bill that we're discussing now on capital punishment, is it your position and that of the administration that a minimum mandatory is appropriate in this case?
Senator's floor.
Mr. President, I would say to the gentleman that if he recalls, I was one of the no votes to the senator from Grayson's bill. So at least when his bill came through, I was consistent. But I like this amendment because it reduces the scope of the mandatory minimums to only one instead of all 7 of the subsections that it originally applied for, which is one of the reasons I voted against this bill when it came through last time as well. I cannot speak for the administration, though. You'd have to ask them. I believe the governor's already signed the senator from Grayson's bill because I didn't see a veto on it or an amendment, so I suspect the governor supports this policy, although I don't.
Thank the senator. For what purposes does Senator from Loudoun County, Senator Black, rise?
President, I guess I would ask a question of the gentleman from Grayson.
Will Senator yield for a question?
I'll yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
I strongly supported this bill and absolutely understand the importance of severely punishing people who are involved in capital murder of a police officer. I am less clear on why it is not also very important to harshly punish those who are convicted of capital murder of other individuals. And I don't mean in any way to diminish the importance of law enforcement. I understand their key role and their tremendous exposure, but I have a lot of sympathy for anybody who suffers capital murder.
Senator's floor.
Just to try to answer the gentleman the best way I know how, both the bill, Senate Bill 1501, that the gentleman from Fairfax is talking about that passed the General Assembly, was only drawn to law enforcement when it was introduced, and so was the House bill. Question was when the changes were made in committee to this bill, making it much broader than only police officers, would that be germane to the bill? And we did, and I don't believe it was, and this was just conformed to that bill that I had.
I'll say I thank the gentleman.
Thanks, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2615? Seeing none, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations to House Bill 2615 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 4.
Ayes 34, noes 4. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 2664, the House has agreed to the governor's amendment.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2664 requires all employers to provide on each payday an employee pay stub or online information dealing with the name and address of the employer, the number of hours worked by that employee, his pay rate during that pay period. The governor has merely put a technical amendment on there, changing the word any to the to make it consistent with the rest of the sentence. And so with that explanation, I move that we accept the governor's amendment.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2664? Seeing none, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations with regard to House Bill 2664 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, noes 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
House Bill 2686, the House has rejected the governor's amendments. House Bill 2718, the House has agreed to the governor's amendments.
Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
This bill is identical to the bill that we talked about concerning the funding for Interstate 81 as well as the rest of the interstate highway system. I think we debated it at length. And so with that explanation, I move that we accept the governor's amendments.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Bill 2718?
Mr. President.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, with apologies to the body, I would ask that amendments 1, 4, 7, 10, 13, and 19 be taken out of the block and voted on separately, that being the truck registration fees, which I would, again, ask the body to adopt.
I think, do we get, it's
1, 4, 7, 10, 13, and 19.
Is that it? All right. So we're going to take two votes. First on that block of amendments or recommendations, and then on the remaining. So let's start with that block. Question is, shall the governor's recommendations with regard to amendments to House Bill 2718, specifically amendments 1, 4, 7, 10, 13, and 19, be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 12.
Ayes 25, noes 12. Governor's recommendations are agreed to. Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
And now, Mr. President, I will move that we adopt the rest of the amendments.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the remaining recommendations from the governor to House Bill 2718 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 14.
Ayes 22, noes 14. The remaining recommendations from the governor are adopted.
Page 58, House Bill 2762. The House has agreed to the governor's amendments.
Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we adopt the governor's amendment. And speaking to that motion,
thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
House Bill 2762 prohibits the use of Class B firefighting foam that contains PFA chemicals for training and testing purposes. The amendment is purely technical, requested by Legislative Services.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to House Bill 2762? Seeing none, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations with regard to House Bill 2762 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The governor's recommendations are adopted.
House Bill 2766. The House has agreed to the governor's amendment.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that we agree with the governor's amendment. Speaking that motion.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, this is a bill that requires the Board of Health to promulgate regulation that indicates that every healthcare facility that plans to provide charity care report that amount back to the agency at least once every 3 years. Mr. President, this is a technical amendment that continues in all sides of the bill to ensure that nursing homes are exempt from the legislation. I hope that we would agree with the recommendation of the governor.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to House Bill 2766? Seeing none, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations with regard to House Bill 2766 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Returning to page 41, House Bill 1911.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Again, could that go by temporarily, Mr. President, please?
Without objection, that bill will go by temporarily.
Page 43, House Bill 2053.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I think that we may be taking a break soon, so I would hope that the bill will go by temporarily again.
Without objection, that bill will also go by temporarily.
That's all we have at this time. That's all we have at this time.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now ask that we stand in recess until 5:40. The House is preparing to communicate something to us. It's going to take a few minutes, and they're in recess. But immediately upon adjournment, if the members on this side would retire to the prayer room, that would be very nice.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peters.
Yeah, Mr. President, if the members of the Democratic Caucus could join me for a karaoke contest in the back room, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator. Without objection, the Senate will stand in recess until 5:40 p.m. The Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery.
Senator from James City.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, it's my understanding, thank you, sir. We have received a communication from the House, which I believe is House Bill 1700, and I respectfully move we waive the reading of any communication from the House of Delegates.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 3.
Ayes 35, noes 3. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. According to my hieroglyphics, that we had two bills, House Bill 1911 on page 41. It was passed by temporarily. House Bill 2053, I believe, on 43. If we could perhaps take those up and then go to House Bill 1700 or the budget bill on the various budget amendments, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Madam Clerk.
Page 41, House Bill 1911.
Let's field this. Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President, and speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, as I was speaking earlier, I want to try to make it clear what the recommendations was of the conference committee and what the recommendations are by the governor. The recommendations by the governor is to put the section of the code back into this bill that we took out in conference, because you're making this on a first offense a Class 1 misdemeanor. By rejecting the governor's amendments, you're rejecting the fact that we're going to put wreckers, trash trucks, funeral vehicles, community watch vehicles, all those vehicles of that section of the code that's listed on each of those vehicles that we add each year that has amber flashing lights. We're still leaving intact law enforcement, fire rescue, those vehicles that are out there that are protecting us when we're broke down in an accident and whatever. But you're creating a Class 1 misdemeanor on a first offense when you do this. And if you leave that amber section with the list of all those that are with wreckers in there, you're creating a Class 1 misdemeanor for all those vehicles also. So it was a recommendation of the conference committee to take those out, leave the rescue and fire in there. This bill was brought by the delegate because of an incident happened to a fireman, and I think it's only appropriate that we address those on a Class 1 misdemeanor, leave passing the amber lights as a traffic infraction. And I hope we would reject the recommendation.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does Senator from Prince William, Senator McPike, rise?
Mr. President, rise to speak in favor of the governor's amendment.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. To quickly recap a couple of things, this was actually approved by the patron in the House. Secondly, I've been on the fire service 20 years, and I can tell you numerous times where it's actually our VDOT safety patrol that actually gets to an accident first with amber lights. And for me, they deserve the same level of protection and respect of the road. And that's what this amendment is about. These folks risk their lives every day up and down I-81. We talked about all those wrecks earlier. The same thing is true on 95 all throughout our regions. And I think it's important that we show the same level of respect to these important state workers as we do to fire and police, Mr. President. And I ask that the governor's amendment pass.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise?
Speak to the amendments, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I rise to speak against the governor's amendments and associate myself with the comments from the gentleman from Grayson. Just so everybody understands, right now, the move over law in Virginia, if it's police, fire, rescue on the side of 95 or wherever, and you go by and you don't move over, it's a Class 1 misdemeanor. And I think all of us support that, and we voted for that. And the way this bill left is if you included the amber lights, which are tow trucks, a DMV, and a few others, then it's a traffic infraction if you do it. And keep in mind, under the Class 1 misdemeanor, the reckless driving, you can lose your license for 1 or 2 years. So it's a severe penalty. What the amendment does is now it takes those amber lights, the tow truck, the DMV truck, and if you pass by that without getting over, you're going to raise it to a Class 1 misdemeanor. 12 months in jail and a $2,500 fine. That's a stiff punishment from a traffic infraction, and you lose your license for up to 1 or 2 years. Now, I think it's appropriate for law enforcement, fire and rescue, but you know, I came up today and I passed 5 DMV vehicles on the shoulder. I don't know what they were doing, but if I didn't get over, I'm sorry, VDOT, thank you. That's a Class 1 misdemeanor. 12 months in jail and $2,500 fine, that's just a severe punishment and the loss of your license. I think it's one of those things where we are really over-punishing something, and we need to give that due consideration. And I think the governor's amendment just goes too far on this one. The bill was good as it left the Senate.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Alexandria? Senator Eben rise.
Briefly to speak to the amendment.
Senator, the floor.
You know, as the senator from Prince William said, these vehicles can sometimes be the first on the scene. And it just brought to mind that we left here a few months ago, and I got a flat tire on 95, pulled over to the shoulder, called, and the vehicle that came was the people who, the roadside assistance folks. And I'm glad they were there, and I'm further glad that that they prevented anything from happening, and I think they are deserving of the same support. Further, in response to the senator from King George, I would just say that that we know that judges and prosecutors have discretion, and I trust them to use it.
Thank the senator. Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico, would you mind making the formal motion just to make sure we have a live motion on the floor for these recommendations from the governor?
I'm sorry?
Would you just mind moving the motion that the recommendations be agreed to so we have something to vote on? I don't know if
I move the recommendation by the governor
be agreed
to with the recommendation to reject the amendment.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that they be rejected, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 11, noes 27.
Ayes 11, noes 27. The motion fails.
On page 43, House Bill 2053.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we agree with the amendment, adopt amendment that the governor has proposed on this. This is dealing with school counselors. What the amendment does is a couple of things. One is it establishes, and it differs a little bit from legislation that we had passed that came from a Senate bill. It was the senator from Petersburg that had legislation related to school counselors. What this does is establish a ratio of school counselors to students that must be met separately for elementary school students, middle school students, and high school students. And it does it in 2 categories. One is for the fiscal year that will start in July of this year, the 2019-2020 fiscal year, and the second category is for the following year, starting in the following year, effective in July of 2020. What it does is it provides a level of funding, provides for ratios of students per counselor. It reduces it from what's now in the standards of quality in all three categories for the fiscal year that we will be entering into in July of 2019. That is consistent with what's in the funding that's in the budget. It then goes on to provide for a further reduction in the number of students per counselor in all three categories of schools, and it's actually a slightly larger decrease in the 2020-2021 budget than in the 2019-2020 budget. The funding is in the budget for the 2019-2020. Obviously, we don't have funding for the 2021 budget because that will be the next biennium that we're dealing with that there. So they'll have to be addressed at some point. What we have is also a situation where the amendment also removes an enactment clause that would have basically said that the language in this proposed bill, in the House Bill 2053, would in effect override any other act of the Assembly this year, including the budget. So that is basically where we are on it, and I think the senator from Bedford wants to address this issue as well. So.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman, rise?
Mr. President, speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I agree with almost everything the senator from Southern Fairfax mentioned, except for his conclusion. Mr. President, what we generally, what we don't do is we don't go into the standards of quality and speak aspirationally. We just don't do that. And that is the net effect of what happens here. In other words, we had an opportunity, and your public education subcommittee, which I think was well represented, we fought for every dime. We came forward with about $15 extra million for counselors. We're going to do more next year if we possibly can. We think counselors are working well. But what we don't do is we don't go into the Code of Virginia and speak aspirationally about what we would like to do and have that be what is required to be done under the standard of quality. So this is well-intentioned, but what it ultimately ends up doing is it ends up directing by the Code of Virginia trying to override the budget, and you're going to find in the budget, when we get to the budget items, they're trying to remove notwithstanding the budget, which that just turns everything on its head. I know we all want to have more counselors, but I think what we cannot do is, in my opinion, support this because it means that we will be telling localities, telling others that you basically will have $36 million of funding when we only approve 15. So I would respectfully hope that we would reject this one and continue in our subcommittee to work for more counselors.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to House Bill 2053? Seeing none, the question is, shall the governor's recommendations with regard to House Bill 2053 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 16, noes 22.
Ayes 16, noes 22. The motion fails.
Page 25, House Bill 1700.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me.
I'll take it.
Mr. President,
You're about right.
Mr. President, I was speaking to the lady in charge.
You're smart. You're a smart man. There's the floor.
Because I expected that we need a reporting of a block of amendments that came over from the House, and it would be my feeling that if we can get that block reported, then there are just a handful that we'll want to pull out of that block. Subject to one exception, and I certainly have a list to pull out. So I would ask the clerk if we could to report what has come over.
Okay, I think Madam Clerk.
Okay, these are the amendments that are before us at this time. Amendments 1 through 6. Amendments 10 through 14. I'm giving people time to flip their pages. Amendments 16 through 33. Amendment 37, and Amendment 40.
Okay. Mr. President.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
I would ask that amendment number 4 on page 26 be removed from the block. Amendment number 11 on page 29. Amendment number 23 on page 34. Amendment number 31 on page 37. Amendment number 32 on page 37. And amendment number 33 on page 38.
Without objection, those amendments will be removed from the block.
And Mr. President, with that, unless there are other member requests, I would move that the block pass.
Thank the senator. Question is,
Mr. President,
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
I had a little trouble following that. Can the clerk report what will now be in the block after what's been removed?
Okay. Amendments 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. Amendments 10, 12, 13, 14. Amendments 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Oops, sorry, 31's out. 37 and 40. 31, 32, and 33 are out.
With that, Mr. President, I would then request Amendment 25 be removed from the block.
Without objection, Amendment 25 is removed from the block. Okay. Question is, shall the governor's recommendation with regard to House Bill 1700 be agreed to in a block with the exception of amendments 4, 11, 23, 25, 31, 32, and 33? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Okay. Can we clear the vote? Strike the vote without objection. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, we missed one, number 21. That could come out of the block.
Okay. I don't think I missed that one, actually.
Is that out of the block?
No. You didn't take it out, but you can now.
We are going to.
All right, we'll do that now. All right. Is there any other amendments that senators want to take out of the block?
Mr. President.
Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
On page 3, could I ask Amendment 5 to come out of the block, please?
Without objection.
Number 5.
Without objection, Amendment 5 will be removed from the block. Any other amendments to be removed from the block before we vote? We're all good? All right. Question is, shall the governor's recommendation with regard to House Bill 1700 be agreed to? That is all amendments with the exception of amendments 4, 5, 11, 21, 23, 25, 31, 32, and 33. All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The governor's recommendations are agreed to.
Amendment number 4.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I move that item number 4 pass, but I would ask the members to reject that motion, and I'd like to speak to that.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. This was an issue that was before us during our budget deliberations, and it was a consensus that we would not spend this additional $1.5 million in general fund to support educational outreach and preparation for the 2020 census. So I would ask the members to reject the amendment.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is Junior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the amendment.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, I'd ask that we vote in favor of this amendment. In addition to being important to count all of our citizens for accurate representation for redistricting purposes, the census counts impact the amount of federal funding that Virginia receives. And just to put that into context a little bit, for every resident who is not counted in the census, Virginia could lose $2,000 in federal funding. In 2015, $675 billion was allocated based on census data, and Virginia has received $18 billion in federal funding based on census data. It is estimated that 1.6 million Virginians are hard to count and need additional outreach in order to get them counted for census purposes. Again, to put that in context, to let you know where some of the individuals are who are hard to count, 23.1% are in Newport News, 22.2% are in Hampton, 24.4% in Norfolk, 21% in Portsmouth, 21% in Virginia Beach, 18.5% each in Chesapeake and Suffolk, 25.9% in New Kent County, 31% in Lee County, 23.3% in the city of Richmond, 27.3% in Radford, 31.5% in Rappahannock, 27.4% in Washington County, 35.31% in Stafford. So if these individuals are undercounted, and that is the purpose of the census outreach, is to make sure that hard to count individuals get counted. If they're not, these localities, and that's just a few of them, are likely to receive less federal funding based on census data because those individuals will be undercounted. So I just wanted to reiterate that there's much more at stake here than making sure that we count everyone for redistricting purposes. There is a financial hit in federal funding if we do not have an accurate count. And this funding in the budget is used to help ensure that hard-to-count individuals will, in fact, be counted. And for that reason, I ask that you vote in favor of this amendment.
What purpose is Senator from James City County? Senator Norman, rise.
Mr. President, I rise to encourage the body to reject the governor's amendment to amendment number 4.
Senator, has the floor.
I appreciate what the gentlelady said, but I am also mindful that there was a fairly significant conversation during the regular session about addressing this issue, and the collective wisdom of the body was to not go in that direction. Secondly, while I appreciate the numbers that were read off, I would say that that does represent conjecture, and I have been less than enamored with some of the social media that I have read as to the focus of this, so I would ask you to please reject it.
Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to amendment number 4? Seeing none, the question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 20.
Ayes 18, noes 20. The governor's recommendation is rejected.
Amendment number 5.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I move that amendment number 5 pass and speak to that.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate. This deals with CCAM, which I think most would acknowledge that have looked at this, that it is not exceeding expectations, but essentially underperforming. And we'd put $1.7 million in here to cover some of the expected needs of the entity. This amendment actually removes it, but we transfer it over to item 10. So if the members would look at item 10, you'll see that that money is picked up there under the Virginia Economic Development Partnership. So there's no loss to CCAM, but rather just a transfer of where that money comes from, and with the oversight being under the grant programs of the Virginia Economic Development Partnership. So I would again move that the amendment pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding amendment number 5? Seeing none, the question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 2.
Ayes 36, noes 2. The governor's recommendation is agreed to.
Amendment number 11.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that amendment number 11 pass, but I would ask the members to reject that motion. Speaking to that briefly.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. This coincides with the House Bill 2053 just passed, which the Senator from Bedford eloquently explained, in that there is some uncertainty in there, and there's a simple notwithstanding clause in here relative to that bill that the budget would override. Since that bill has just been before us, not been signed, they think it would be appropriate for that notwithstanding language to remain in the budget. It does no harm if not needed, and I would defer to the Senator from Bedford if further explanation is needed.
No? He did well. Okay, great. Any other senators wish to be heard regarding amendment number 11? Seeing none, the question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 16, noes 22.
Ayes 16, noes 22. The governor's recommendation is rejected.
Amendment number 21.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I think this is an item that the House did agree to, which perhaps there are mixed feelings about, and this I would move that item 21 pass, but I would ask the members to reject that motion. Speak to that.
Senator has the floor.
This, Mr. President, members of the Senate, this language would allow the governor to authority for merit increases for agency heads, cabinet members, something we've not done in the past, and we think, or at least I think, and I will ask if other members concur, would probably not be appropriate to start right now. So I would ask the members to reject the amendment.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding amendment number 21? What purpose is Senator from Southern Fairfax? Senator Barker rise.
Just briefly to address this particular issue here.
Senator has the floor.
The amendment that's proposed here would make this authority that the governor would have to deal with merit salary increases for agency heads and cabinet officials consistent with existing, would be similar to language that we already have for independent and legislative agencies. So it would just provide more equity in terms of the leadership of various agencies.
What person from James City County? Senator Norman rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to ask the body to reject the amendment number 21.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 20.
Ayes 18, noes 20. Governor's recommendation is rejected.
Amendment number 23.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Mr. President, I would ask that that one go by temporarily.
That objection, Amendment 23, will go by temporarily.
Amendment number 25.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Mr. President, I move that Amendment 25 be agreed to, and I'd like to speak to that.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. Amendment number 25 provides authority for non-general funds to be expended for detailed planning for a capital project at the Virginia Museum of Fine Arts. As we reviewed this, this was in front of us as we deliberated the budget in conference. At that point in time, we decided not to do it because we were concerned about these planned projects that were stacking up, that we were not ready to move forward, and sometimes the planning goes stale when we're not ready to move a large bond projects. At this point in time, there seems to be a consensus that we will allow this project to go forward, so I would recommend that we approve the amendment.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding amendment number 25? Seeing none, the question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 2.
Ayes 36, noes 2. The governor's recommendation is agreed to.
Amendment 31.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that amendment number 31 pass, but with the recommendation that it be rejected. I'd like to speak to that.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. This particular amendment deals with the revenue that would be generated by the fact that we have deconformed on the Pease Amendment, which at the federal level restricts the amount of contribution or tax-deductible contributions that the wealthier constituents that are out there have. The net impact of this would be, if we reject this, there is a possibility that some additional funds will be transferred to the taxpayer relief fund that we hadn't anticipated, perhaps a fairly significant amount, up to $100 million. It would be my contention that if this happens, we can address that in the future, and at this point, we would rather that money go in the taxpayer relief fund rather than directly into the revenue reserve. So I would ask the members to reject the proposed amendment.
What purpose, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman?
Mr. President, with the, I'm sorry.
What purpose, Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator
Mr.
Barker?
President, would the senator from Augusta yield for a question here?
Senator yield?
Yes, I'd be pleased to yield.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
My understanding is that the revenues from this have already been built into the budget that we have adopted. And I'm just checking to make sure whether that is accurate, and if so, then does that present some issue in terms of the bottom line of the budget?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would suggest to the senator from Southern Fairfax that no, it would not impact our bottom line. The issue really, and this was an issue between the House and the Senate, really is where that money would go, into the revenue reserve or into the taxpayer relief fund. And it was the position, the majority position of the Senate initially, that it would go into the taxpayer relief fund. Having said that, if in fact when we come, those that are back here in January with a new budget and the governor when he prepares a budget, if there is some need to pull that money into the revenue reserve, obviously the budget can be changed at that time, but it will not impact the bottom line.
Follow-up question, if I might.
Senator, for further question?
Yes. So the question then would be, if it is going to go to the taxpayer relief fund, which I understand is what's intended here, how do we, in effect, transfer it from the revenue reserve fund if we've already put it into the revenue reserve fund in the budget?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would say to the gentleman, we already have appropriated, I think the figure is in the range of $117 million. I may have that number incorrect, but there are additional revenues that are anticipated that may happen as a result of this change that we haven't booked yet. Right. That's what we're talking about here. Additional revenues that, in talking with the Secretary of Finance, he feels like we're going to receive perhaps another, maybe up to $100 million or more additional dollars that he wanted to, or the administration is proposing, would flow into the revenue reserve at a future time, rather than being allocated to the taxpayer relief fund. If we reject this, it will go into the taxpayer relief fund, but the money has not been received yet, has not been accounted for.
Okay. All right. I thank the senator. So.
Chairman.
Senator, what purpose, Senator from Bedford?
Mr. President, I may be able to help just a little bit here. As most of you remember, the bill that the senator from James City County passed related to tax relief, it had a very simple enactment clause, which is number 5. Number 5 looked at the entire bill, and in the first page of the bill, we add the peace section to that bill. On Section 5, in the last part of the bill, we end up in that section indicating exactly what will happen to the money and where it will fall. The money was very clearly indicated that money that was in this section of the code, up to $450 million, would fall to, revenues over that, would fall to the stabilization fund, the taxpayer relief fund. When we got into conference, the House had a perception on this that they indicated that they really wanted to make sure that that money was used for their reserve fund. They said that they interpreted the language here that it could go into reserve fund. We told them it would not. In other words, that was our position in conference. It would not. They felt that without making any other alterations, they'd be fine. Now we end up with a bill, an item for the governor. It comes up and says, I believe that the Senate was right, that will actually go to the taxpayer relief fund, and that is where it's going to go. The decision next year for all of us is going to be, what do we do with that money, right? So the money is still going to be there because we're still set on all the taxpayer relief items and how much they all cost. There is probably going to be a little more money in there because the revenues are looking a little better, but the money originally in the bill and in our budget was supposed to go to the taxpayer relief fund. So.
What purpose, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman Rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise and associate myself with the comments that were just made from the senator from Bedford, but I would also share with you that a considerable amount of effort went in trying to construct an approach with taxation reform during this last session. And I would suggest to you that there was a fair amount of dialogue about this peace amendment, and the senator from Bedford summarized it very nicely. And I am just reticent to disturb that approach that we took during the regular session. And in fact, we will be looking at a biennium or a 2-year budget next year where we can make any appropriate adjustments. So consequently, I would ask you to please reject amendment number 31.
Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding amendment number 31? Seeing none, and with the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 20.
Ayes 18, noes 20. Governor's recommendation is rejected.
Amendment number 32.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Mr. President, I move that amendment number 32 pass, but I would recommend that we reject that motion. I'd like to speak to that.
Senator's floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. As we all recall, the initial proposal from the governor would have returned funds on the earned income tax credit. We've set up a mechanism with our tax reform package where monies would be returned for people who file their tax returns by July 1st of this year in the amount of $110 per individual if they had that much tax liability, up to $220 for a married couple if they had that much tax liability. This change proposed by the governor would say that if you end up with no tax liability as a result of credits, then you could still receive the refund, which will possibly be done in October. I would ask that you reject that. It actually is counter to what we were proposing, that you had to have a tax liability no matter how you achieved that or unachieved that tax liability. If you wiped it out with credits, it would be the same thing, that you hadn't paid in, so you wouldn't receive it back. This also, as is indicated in our numbers, would reduce the taxpayer relief fund by $19.3 million. So I again would ask that this amendment be rejected.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker, rise?
Would the senator from Augusta yield for a particular
Senator, yield for a question.
I'd be pleased to yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
You know, as I understand, this particular proposal, the amendment that's before us here. What it would do was it would say that if someone had a tax liability after calculating their income and their deductions and all of those types of things, that they would be eligible for the refund based upon that tax liability, unless they then had, in effect, the tax credits that would, in effect, wipe that out.
That is correct. That is correct, Mr. President. I would say the gentleman.
Yes, and as I understand it, I think a portion of this would go to potential. If this amendment were to pass, would go to those who received earned income tax credit, but others of it would go to people who have contributed to the Neighborhood Assistance Fund, to land conservation types of things. The one big question I have is, generally, if you have a tax credit and you don't have enough liability to be able to take all of it, you can carry it over to the next year. In this case, there may be some people who, having filed their tax returns, would take a tax credit, but then would not be able to carry over remaining portions of that to the next year, but would not be able to recoup the amount that would be equivalent to what they would have gotten for the refund if they had not claimed that tax credit for that year. Is that correct?
Mr. President, if I understood the question, I would say that is correct in that the tax credits could be carried over, but you would not be eligible if you had a $100,000 tax liability and had $100,000 of tax credits so that you actually paid zero, you would not get your $110 back.
Just briefly addressing the bill, I do have some concern about those people who, in effect, are taking a tax credit, but then not able to carry over an equivalent amount from the potential refund that they otherwise would have received. So,
okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Senator, for what purpose? Senator from James City County, Senator Norman Rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise and ask the body to reject the amendment number 32. A couple of points. If you recall, the underlying philosophy that we had on the tax reformation initiative was that he who pays taxes should certainly be entitled to a refund if, in fact, you did not pay the tax and you did not get a refund. And we spent a lot of time trying to balance that between lower income and upper income individuals. I think a couple of very succinct statements that have been objectively made as it relates to amendment number 32 are governor's action. The governor's amendment would exclude tax credits from the calculation, allowing some taxpayers with no tax liability to receive a refund. That is totally contrary to the underlying premise that we have. Another comment, the governor's amendment would allow some taxpayers who paid no income tax for the year in 2018 to receive a refund if their tax liability was zero because they claimed a tax credit, such as the the earned income tax credit, which some of us categorically rejected from the very beginning. In addition, as the senator previously mentioned, it has a $19.3 million projected impact to the Taxpayers Relief Fund, and I would respectfully ask that you reject amendment number 32.
What purpose, Senator from Prince William County? Senator McPike rise.
Mr. President, rise to speak in favor of the amendment.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. It seems to be pretty simple. The distribution actually, because of the tax credit provisions, can actually help those who have more income and, in fact, those who have less income. In fact, it's projected that this will help 150,000 Virginians, returning roughly $17.7 million back to the taxpayer. I think this body should accept the amendment. Thank you.
Senator, for what purpose? Senator from Bedford. Senator Newman rise.
Mr. President, just speaking briefly.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, if that was all there was to it, it might be a different calculus that comes into this. But just think about this. If you ended up with $15 million of historical tax credits and your tax liability is $15 million, you get our $100. And so it doesn't matter how far on the top end. We had a lot of discussions about the top end, including the peace amendment and otherwise. It really doesn't matter how far on the top end you go. As long as you've got the credits, you actually get to participate in it. Mr. President, I really hope that this would be, with the $110 and the $220, something that we paid back to people that actually paid taxes, and I think that the governor's amendment, while well-intentioned, gets us away from that.
What purpose, Senator from Northern Fairfax? Senator Howell, rise.
To speak in favor of this amendment.
Senator has the floor.
I'm kind of amused when I'm hearing that somehow this body was against the earned income tax credit. That's actually not true. Half of us were very much in favor of it. And I also find somewhat objectionable the discussion that some people aren't paying taxes and so they should not get this minimal amount of a refund that we're giving taxpayers. Everyone in this Commonwealth is paying taxes. They are paying taxes on their food. They are paying taxes on their clothing. They are paying taxes on their school supplies. They are paying taxes on everything they buy. So I think we could do this minimal thing to help these taxpayers.
Senator, for what purpose, Senator from James City County? Senator Norman, rise.
I don't know if I rise for an apology or not. I didn't mean to imply that this body was against an earned income tax credit. This senator was adamantly against making refunds to those who had the lower income earned tax credit. So if I misspoke on that, I certainly extend an apology. I was speaking for myself on this, and I look forward to legislation being introduced next year, repealing the sales tax, repealing all sorts of taxes so we can give some relief, and we will see how that plays out.
Question is, shall the governor's recommendation with regard to Amendment 32 be agreed to with the recommendation that it be rejected? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 20.
Ayes 18, noes 20. Governor's recommendation is rejected.
Amendment 33.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. Item 30, I would move that item 33 pass, but I would ask the body to reject that. I'd like to speak to that briefly.
Senator has the floor.
I know perhaps there will be some difference of opinion on this, but it was a good intention that we didn't appropriately take into account the financial implications for during the session. I think if we reflect back, there was a bill that came out of the Senate, I believe, that would have basically provided this action. What we have discovered with the governor's proposed amendment, that there is unintended consequence in that if we actually eliminate the entire $100 portion of the fee that currently goes to trauma centers, we're going to leave no source of funding for that $11 million allocation for hospital trauma centers. And that is a significant impediment to whether or not we should pass this at this time. So I would ask the body to get this conversation started that we reject this amendment.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Franklin County? Senator Stanley, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak in favor of the budget amendment number 33.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, this is exactly the bill that we passed 36-4 and sent to the House. We're in the House, in a subcommittee of 7 people, it was defeated and never saw the light of day. What you saw, and maybe you are aware over in the House, is that this budget amendment came over passing 70-29. A bipartisan effort on the House's side to finally vote on the floor on the merits of a piece of legislation that this body overwhelmingly passed. Dick, you got a phone call. And I love hearing highway to the danger zone when I'm speaking. But ladies and gentlemen, 4 people voted against this bill, and I'm sitting between 2 of them. There's not a lot of real estate of people voting no for this thing. More importantly, ladies and gentlemen, when it went down in the House and we didn't get that full vote, I went to the governor and asked him to put it in. Or maybe I didn't. I can't remember. But I did that because it's the right thing to do. It's the absolute right thing to do. Over 600,000 Virginians have their licenses suspended for non-payment of fines and court costs. That's it. Not for bad driving behavior. This doesn't correct bad driving behavior suspensions. That gives those people an opportunity to rejoin society and the community. They don't have to drive in fear anymore because they're trying to keep their job. Or that they can go get that job now because they're getting their license back. I'm reminded that there's a young man, a wonderful father named Marcel Quinn, who's sitting right up there in the corner. Marcel Quinn has a young 3-year-old son. He lost his license only because he could not, due to his economic circumstances, pay his court costs and fines. And so every day, to take his child, his 3-year-old, to school, a round trip, 4 buses, 4 trains, 4 hours. That is a sacrifice that any father would make, but he shouldn't have to make that kind of sacrifice of time with he and his son on a bus for 4 hours, trains for 4 hours, 2 hours in, 2 hours back. We can take this step right now and make right what Virginia has done wrong and stop the debtor's prison, because some people economically cannot afford to pay the tax. So I'm asking you to support this budget amendment, substitute motion with the recommendation that it carry, that we pass this bipartisan in the same way we passed it here on this floor, 36 to these 2 guys. Okay? Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's not time to vote yet. Now, ladies and gentlemen, also remember, this is the second year of the budget, so we're going to have to come back. So its effectiveness is only from July to July. And we'll make that a permanent solution for all people who suffer from these economic circumstances. But also, too, I will tell you that the governor and his staff have assured me that we will fix the problem of a Scrivener's error that has occurred now. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, it is worth more to the Commonwealth and its productivity and its economy to put these people back on the road, working, being thriving members of the community and of their society, to help them with upward mobility and to break the cycle of poverty, than it is to stop it because of a Scrivener's error. And so, Mr. President, I renew my motion, my substitute motion. And I say we vote for this today. Let's vote for those Virginians who can't vote here because of this. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Southern Fairfax? Senator Barker, rise.
Mr. President, I stand with my brother from Franklin. Let's do the right thing.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, the Senator from Loudoun? Senator Black, rise.
I rise to speak in favor of the measure.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is only fair that on the final day that I vote for my brother over here from Franklin County. But seriously, I have been deeply concerned. When it comes to violent crime, hang them high. But I look at the minor offenders, the people who do small things, and I watch them. And there was a time when we were short on highway money, and so we went through and we put a fee on everything. I mean, anything that moved or didn't move, we put a fee on it, and it's the political way, If somebody doesn't have a lot of political clout, you put a fee on them because they can't get back at you. And poor people don't have a lot of political clout. And so we put so many fees, so many court fees on these poor people that, you take the typical person that you see in the general court, and they're in there, and, they're clinging to life. That's not my cell phone going off, is it? But anyway, these people are hanging on by their fingernails. And then all of a sudden they walk out, they come up, they do some trivial thing. In the old days, they'd have had a $50 fine. Yeah, they'd have gritted their teeth and they'd gone out and they'd have figured out a way to do it. Now, they get $1,000 for doing the same darn thing, and they can't possibly do it. And so what do? Well, the next thing that happens is they lose their job. They can't drive, or else maybe they drive without a license, and the whole thing doesn't work. The next thing, they're not paying the mortgage. The family, which is hanging on by its fingernails, falls apart. And we got this happening, and it's a very big deal. Now, I worry because we do use fines to enforce the traffic laws. And so, honestly, I don't know how this is going to work out, because you got to have some way of enforcing your law. But at the same time, if we've got, 600,000 or 700,000 people without licenses, that's a problem, and they got to get to work and all of this. So I think this is a great risk, and I hold my brother from Franklin accountable for the results and the outcome of this thing. But at the same time, I think we need to, wipe this slate clean, and we may come back after a couple years and say, okay, this doesn't quite work, and let's modify it, because we got to have a way of enforcing legitimate fines. So I don't know what we're going to do in the future, but let's go ahead and do this now. Get these guys licenses, get them back on the road, get them back to work. I think it's the thing to do.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben, rise?
For 16 years since the day I've got to the General Assembly, I've been hoping to say that I associate my remarks with the gentleman from Loudoun, and today is that day. Further, it is the day that I speak against big government and its outrageous fees. And just to build further on what the gentleman from Franklin said and the gentleman from Loudoun, we're talking about Virginians who rely on access to driving to get access to education, child care, health care, and employment, and taking away that those availability of that is cruel and illogical. So I hope that we will support the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose does the senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll just speak briefly to the amendment.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I hope it will be the pleasure of the Senate to adopt the amendment. I think the senators from Franklin, Loudoun, and Alexandria have all done a great job, so I won't speak too much to it, except just to point out that this is another great example of where the General Assembly for years went way too aggressive, and this is simply us correcting that over-aggression. And I appreciate all the leadership of the senator from Franklin on the issue.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose does the senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall, rise?
Mr. President, rise to speak to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, there's been a lot of eloquence, but I want to tell you about some of the things that are not being discussed in this measure. Certainly, Mr. President, the bill that the gentleman from Franklin proposed and passed through this body accomplished the goals that he said. But what this language does is not what that bill did. Mr. President, this bill, regardless of the reason you were suspended, so if you were convicted and your license by statute was taken for DUI, if you killed somebody while driving under the influence and you were convicted of vehicular manslaughter, if you had a hit and run and hit another person, if you were passing an emergency vehicle and didn't move over and the judge suspended your license, you're now not going to pay the fee to the trauma center. Yes, Mr. President, to the trauma center, the place where if you are hurt by somebody who was driving while they were drunk, you were hurt by somebody who hit you and didn't help you on the side of the road, or unfortunately, one of those individuals that perished because somebody did not move over, you're now not going to pay money to the trauma fund, the very individuals at the hospital that will be fighting to save your life. Mr. President, you might think that that's no money, but it's $11 million. And Mr. President, if this amendment passes in this form, which is no way for us to change it, we have to wait till next session in order to fix that. So I don't want anybody to go away with illusions. The topic that we are talking about to address is serious. And the senator from Franklin has done a tremendous job, even though we might not always have agreed over the last 2 years. But this amendment does a lot more than the bill that originally passed this body. So vote with your eyes open and know that there has to be some way to help those doctors that are working to fix holes that God put in you that were not intended. You want them to be funded. You want them to be at the highest state of readiness.
What purpose is the senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley, rise?
There's no one else, Mr. President.
Actually, Senator Hanger also wants to be heard. Do you want to wait?
Sure, well, he started it, so I'll just end here. It's really tough sitting next to this guy. It's just tough. Ladies and gentlemen, the senator from Loudoun, who I will miss dearly, and this was like Christmas. I just got to open up a gift that I did not expect with his support of this budget amendment. But, ladies and gentlemen, I do traffic work, and if you look on the back of that traffic ticket, you may have, and I have all the time, indigent counsel in one county that I serve in Franklin, and it may be a $25 fine. But if you add up all the costs that we put on the backside of that, it's $90 on top of the $25. And that is the difference maker, because those we call costs, but they're really taxes that are for, it's for the 911 center. It goes on and on this list. The courthouse fund, exactly. We're talking about taxes, and we're taking away a right. It's a privilege to drive based on the qualifications, but the Supreme Court has said it is a right once you get it, and you cannot be deprived of that right from the government without due process, and that's what happens, a constitutional violation from the DMV. Let us also not forget that 2 years ago, Delegate Lupasi and myself passed a bill for the collections of fines by payment plans, but it did not affect nor help the people that had already, over 600,000 that had already lost their license. It only helped those that were in future. And second, let us not forget that these act as civil judgments as well. And it is up to the Commonwealth's attorney usually to collect them or to send them to collection. It is also incumbent upon the government itself to find a way to make that collection happen when it doesn't happen. We also have the contempt power of the court. So when we say, well, nobody is ever going to pay their fine, that's just wrong. That's just wrong. We have tools in the toolbox that will help us. So I do not see a collapse of the fine paying in Virginia when we pass this budget amendment. Now let's pass this thing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking against the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the body, I tried to teach my kids over the years the best way to stay out of trouble or to get out of trouble is not to ever get into trouble. And sometimes individuals have made mistakes, and I realize that. But when they don't own up to those mistakes or pay for them, there has to be a process in which the Commonwealth can take away something in order for them to pay these fines. I said it on the floor when we debated this the last time. I spent 15 years and 3 months as a trooper, and a lot of the individuals that I stopped for driving revoked, I had an opportunity to notify them of their revocation because they didn't have proper notification. So I went ahead and notified them, never charged them. But the ones that I did charge, they weren't exactly going to work. They were going to one thing or another. And I feel like at a cost of about $11 million, the government is bailing out a lot of individuals that have made mistakes in their life and can't own up to it and pay for those mistakes. And I'm afraid that if we go down this road, that we're going to encourage people not to pay for those mistakes. And I think that my seatmate on the other side of the one sitting here is right. I think we really have a lot to think about when we go down this road of not holding those responsible for the mistakes they've made and for not paying the fines. And I believe that it's not going to result in anything other than more and more people being encouraged not to pay their fines if they're charged. I hope we'll defeat the amendment.
For what purpose does the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, rise?
Mr. President, members of the Senate, when that person can't pay that $500 or $1,000 fine and you take the license, don't kid yourself. It's costing society a lot more than that $500 to $1,000. If he happens to lose his job as a result of that, guess what? Now we're picking up public assistance, one form or another, Medicaid. We pay for that. He shows up in the emergency room. Next year, that's in our insurance bill. And if it gets to the point where he needs supplemental nutrition type stamps, we pay for that. It's not just that $250 or $500 or $1,000. We wind up picking up a lot more in social costs that are real dollars than just that fine. Why we would want to put, and let me tell you, of those 600,000 people, you can bet we're having to pick up the social cost, and they are considerable if any of those 600,000 have lost their jobs. It's not just the fine. If you yank that license, you're going to be shelling out a lot more than that fine before that person's life gets straightened out. So the senator from Franklin is entirely right. This is what we need to do. It is silly to put these people in a risk situation where they lose their employment, and then we have to wind up as a society paying an awful lot more. So I would hope that we would accept the amendment.
What purpose, Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger, rise?
Speak to the amendment briefly.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you. Mr. President, I started this conversation by saying just I was starting the conversation, and I realize now that I'm not going to prevail in my position, but I would like for it to be noted that in the last floor speech for the senator from Loudoun County, the normally conservative Senator Black made an emotional appeal for lawbreakers. I did support the senator from Franklin's bill. We missed the implications of that bill as contained here in the governor's amendment. So recognizing that it appears headed for passage, I hope the governor's watching and make some plans for how we're going to cover that $11 million to the trauma centers. And with that, we'll sit down, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the governor's recommendation regarding amendment number 33 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 8.
Ayes 30, noes 8. The governor's recommendation is agreed to. Come to order.
Amendment number 23.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would first move that amendment number 23 pass, but I would ask the members to reject that and would speak to that.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. Amendment number 23 was the language that we originally included in the budget dealing with balanced billing. As you will note, we already have agreed to the governor's proposed amendment in amendment number 14, setting up a new work group to deal with the balanced budget amendment. And as you all, I think, are very much aware, there's a deep division between the parties to this issue on balanced budget billing. There's a certain constituency that is satisfied with the amendment we adopted for the study under amendment number 14, but under amendment number 23, I see no need now because there's another side that would like to see that study done as well. So I would propose basically to try to ameliorate this situation that we allow this study to go forward with the State Corporation Commission as well. So I would ask us to reject this amendment.
Thank the senator. For what reason does the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner, rise?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Speaking to the amendment.
Senator's floor.
I would also ask that we reject this amendment. I think what we're looking for here is basically a couple of opinions from two different directions. There's nothing in either Amendment 14 or by rejecting this amendment that's going to change anything in the future other than provide next year's General Assembly more input in terms of how we deal with balance billing. I know that, particularly the senator from Fairfax City has relied heavily on the SEC. Some of their decisions, some he agrees with, some he doesn't. But this certainly gives the SEC and one executive department a chance to get together and take a look at this particular issue of balance billing and come back with recommendations to the General Assembly also. So basically, we're going to get input from a couple of sources as you all next year tackle the difficult issues with balance billing and how we're going to rein in health care costs. So I would hope that we would also reject this amendment.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant, rise?
Mr. President, I would ask that the body agree to the governor's amendment.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you. In amendment number 14 that we've already agreed to, that is a very broad-based study that includes all of the stakeholders at the table. I think the issue with the study that is referenced in Amendment 23 is much narrower, and I think the governor is appropriate in removing that language so that we have that one study that has all the stakeholders at the table. We don't have redundancy and additional effort, and we do this in an efficient way, but in a way that makes sure that all of the stakeholders are involved in that process. And I'd ask that we agree and adopt Amendment 23.
For what purpose does the senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker, rise?
Mr. President, to address the issues of Amendment 23 here.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I concur with the senior senator from Richmond. I think it's appropriate to use Amendment 14 as the path that we take to help us deal with this particular issue. It is a much broader stakeholder group that is envisioned there, and I think that certainly if there's need for the State Corporation Commission to be involved in providing information, that can be worked out during the process, rather than to establish two separate work groups, one of which is broad and one of which is narrow, to address this issue. So I think that we should agree to this amendment from the governor.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, senator from Bedford, Senator Newman, rise?
Mr. President, I'll be brief. Mr. President, I think that the senator from Virginia Beach and the senator from Richmond City, both are correct, but I would reiterate what the senator from Augusta said. This is a very, very complex problem, and as you recall, all of us wanted to deal with balanced billing in some way, but between the two houses and within the bodies, we were unable to come to a conclusion. I would hope that what we could do is reject this, and if we do, we can actually have two reports, one coming from the State Corporation Commission and the agency, and then the more broad issue. I know this is an item that has some watching over the gallery on it, but I think the most prudent thing here for us to do would be to get the information from both sides, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Speak to the amendment, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I usually am like E.F. Hutton, or Senator Newman's like E.F. Hutton to me. Usually when he talks, I listen. And I've listened. But I just got an email from my emergency room doctor. and it says, John, hope you're well. If you could please vote on yes on 23, it would be appreciated. This is a guy who I go to when I really need him. I think it's important that we listen to, especially to the doctors dealing with this, Dr. Donovan. But I almost always go along with the recommendations from the senator from Augusta and the senator from Lynchburg. But on this case, I'm going to have to support the amendment. Thank you.
Senator, for what purpose is the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steph, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the measure.
Senator's the floor.
And Mr. President, I tend to read things every once in a while, not all the time, but every once in a while. And if you look at measure budget amendment number 14, it actually already includes the SCC. So the SCC already has a seat at the table. So they are going to have their input. That's why I'm going to support the governor's amendment on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the governor's recommendation on amendment number 23 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 10.
Ayes 27, noes 10. The governor's recommendation is agreed to.
Mr. President, inquiry of the clerk. Does that complete all the legislative matters that are on the calendar today?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. What purpose does the Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin, rise?
Mr. President, can we go back to the morning hour?
Without objection, we'll return to the morning hour.
Mr. President, I rise for a point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you. So today, one of the things that I wanted to do and look forward to doing quite a bit today was honoring my friend, my colleague, my partner, Bill Carrico. And, Bill has been a great help to me, and we have been partners in many ways on many things with regard to this legislature. Bill Carrico has indicated that he is resigning, and as the body knows, there is going to be a new senator that will fill his seat. I doubt that they'll quite fill his shoes, and I mean that literally, because as you know, Senator Carrico is a man of large stature, and he is also a fairly serious-minded individual. I've noticed over the years, and so as you know, his seatmate, Senator Stanley, can be serious-minded, but lots of times he chooses not to be. So they make quite an odd couple there, I think. As we see things develop between the two of them. But I will say, Bill Carrico has a sense of humor, and I didn't really know how big it was until I became a member of this body and got to see it unfold. His today also to honor Bill, his wife Paula and his daughter Emily, and his legislative aide Elijah, who is also his nephew, is here, and they've been patient and they've listened to all this stuff unfold all day long. And I'm not going to talk a long time, but I'm mindful that I'm driving further than the rest of you if I go home tonight. So whatever time that I take, it'll be added to my trip as well. Bill has driven thousands and thousands of miles in order to serve the people of Southwest Virginia. And when I think about Bill Carrico,
I always think about certain words come to my mind, and those words, I jotted them down here, but honor and integrity, decency, moral fiber, a protector. He's a family man and a good family man. His church family is important to him. His spiritual beliefs are important to him. He's been a strong leader for Southwest Virginia for the 18 years that he's been here in the General Assembly. And he has supported the issues that mattered most to Southwest Virginia. And even sometimes, as we saw this particular session, things that he might not personally agree with, that he knew in his heart and his mind that were good for Southwest Virginia or could be good for Southwest Virginia, he was willing to present those as an option for Southwest Virginia and to champion those causes. Bill is just no ordinary man. I've told him before, he came to the General Assembly as a retired senior trooper with the Virginia State Police. And to this day, he has the countenance and the appearance of a state trooper. When he walks into the room, if you pay attention to him, his eyes will sweep the room, and he will look to see if there's any evidence of something amiss or something dangerous in that room. I've watched him do it many times. And, when I said that I think he's a protector of you too, okay, because we have armed security details here in the Capitol. But I'd just as soon get behind him as anybody here, just to tell you the truth. Not just because he's big, but because he's also fearless. He's also loyal, and I believe he'd do the right thing. I think he'd try to do the right thing, and I think that we all strive when we come to Richmond. We all strive to put our best foot forward. We all strive to do the best thing that we can for our constituents and for the Commonwealth as a whole. But I think that Senator Carrico embodies the best of all of us, okay? I think that when he puts his foot forward and we watch his actions, he has always embodied the best of all of us. So, Senator Carrico, I hope that as you embark upon the rest of your journey with your family and with those that you love and hold dear, I hope that God continues to smile on you and continues to lead you in a good and kind way. And I meant to say that too. He is a kind man, okay? As big as he is and as tough as he is and as hard as he can slam his fist down, he has a lot of kindness in him. He does. He does, Lionel. He has a lot of kindness in him. And, we have to be mindful of how long 18 years means that he's basically lived in this town for 3 years. Okay, 3 years out of his life. And his drive is very similar to my drive, so every time we come here, you can add another 10 to 12 hours to our day, to the week that we put in, because we're making that journey and we're putting thousands of miles on our vehicles, and nobody knows I-81 quite like we know I-81, okay, as we drive I-81. So I hope that it will be the pleasure of the Senate to give him and his family a very warm welcome here today and a good send-off. I think that we'll be seeing more of him here in the chamber. And, Mr. President, there may be others that wish to say something kind about him or others that may be talking about leaving us. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Mr. President, I rise for a point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, Bill Carrico is one of my very best friends in the General Assembly. Almost as good as Spruill, but, just saying. But I've known Bill for 18 years now. Bill and I came into the House of Delegates in 2002. He looked just the same, by the way. He hadn't changed at all. But I'll tell you what really has changed. So I see Paula and Emily up there. And unfortunately, Trooper Willie isn't here. But I remember when they were just this big, so small, so cute. Now Emily's a beautiful young lady. And Willie is, well, you don't want to run into Willie on the highways. I can just tell you that because he's just like his daddy. But I've been to Bill's home. I've stayed at his home. I've been to his church. I sang at his church. And I've seen Bill handle different circumstances in many different ways. But he has always handled them with grace. And yes, with love in his heart, because he is truly a man of God. And he is one of the people that I am absolutely convinced is filled with the Holy Spirit. And Bill is a wonderful man. I will tell you that I'm going to miss Bill Carrico more than I can possibly tell you as a colleague in the General Assembly. I have a feeling we'll see Bill still up in Richmond for a while. And I'm very happy about that. Because people like Bill don't come along that often. People that have that compassion, that honesty, that integrity, the knowledge that Bill brings to the Transportation Committee and to public safety is unparalleled by any of us here. And I will tell you, he has a pretty good sense of humor, too. You don't get to see it a whole lot, but those of us who have spent some time with him know that he can cut up pretty good. He had a golf tournament in Galax, right before the Fiddlers Convention. And first prize for the first place team were actual fiddles, full-size fiddles that were made by a fiddle maker in Galax. And I went to one of his golf tournaments in Galax, and he said, and the long drive contest is won by Delegate Cosgrove. And I went, wait a minute, I only hit the ball about 180 yards. He said, no, but you drove from Virginia Beach. So here's your long drive. So, Bill, it's hard to see that you're not going to be a member of the General Assembly. But I know why you're doing it, and you're doing it for the right reasons. But I got to tell you, you've been a blessing to me. You've been a blessing to my family, to my Sue. We love you so much. We love your family. And I just got to tell you, Bill, you have been a blessing and a shower of grace on all of us during your time here at the General Assembly, and I will truly miss you. God bless you, my friend.
What purpose, Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola, rise?
Mr. President, I just rise for an announcement, so perhaps you can come back to me. After all the speeches, I don't want to interrupt the momentum.
Senator, want me to come back? Happy to do that.
Okay, thank you.
For what purpose the Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howell, rise?
Mr. President, I rise on a point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
A few weeks ago, I was very saddened, but not particularly surprised to hear that my good friend Frank Wagner had decided to retire from the Senate. I'm sad about it, but I wasn't surprised. Frank and I have been sitting next to each other in finance the last couple of years, and it's been pretty obvious that he's been sort of struggling with this sort of problem of what's he going to do with the rest of his life and what's the most important thing for him. And he's made a decision. I wish he'd made a different decision, frankly. And let me tell you why. I think Frank is one of the smartest and most honest politicians I've ever met. I'm extremely grateful for him, to him, because he's been able to view the Commonwealth as a whole Commonwealth and not his own region. So year after year, he's been struggling and fighting for transportation funding for everybody's region, including my region. And for many years, that was an extremely rare quality. In fact, I'm convinced that in 2013, we never would have gotten our regional tax, transportation taxes through without his leadership. And it's been so important to all of us. I also am really thankful to Frank because he can explain very complicated things that I frankly don't understand in a way that they make sense to me. We're not on mostly the same committee, so when something comes out of Commerce and Labor, it's always a struggle for me. What have they done, and why have they done it? And Frank would get on the floor and make beautiful explanations of what was going on that I then could absorb and understand, and I'm very grateful for that. But I'm also just grateful because Frank and Lucille are a lot of fun to be around. We've had some good times together. And I think that for my constituents and maybe many of yours, people don't understand that we can become very good friends across party lines and across regional lines. We can grow to really have great affection for each other and our families. And I feel so much that way about Frank and Lucille. I'm going to miss you because where else than the Senate of Virginia could a suburban troublemaker from Reston become the good friend of a shipbuilder from Tidewater?
What purpose is Senator from James City County? Senator Norman, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
Senator, you have the floor.
Very briefly, turning to my friend and caretaker on occasion, Senator Carrico. While we will certainly miss him, there are two things that come to my mind immediately about Senator Carrico. One is his absolutely unequivocal honesty and forthrightness. I know that no one else in this body has ever been involved in internal discussions and elections, and you don't always get the forthcoming responses on where people are. And I recall one time when I was in one of those internal discussions, and Bill Carrico was the only one that had the personal integrity to come up and tell me, Tommy, I will never do anything to harm you, but I cannot support you at this time. And he explained to me why. And I had such enormous respect for that candor, and I still do. The other thing that I'm immensely appreciative of, some of you may recall that somehow I found myself from something I was incidentally involved in 50 years ago that the national media took great attention on and were sticking booms with microphones in my face as I was trying to navigate my way from downstairs up here. And it wasn't until very recently that I realized exactly how persistent and pervasive the Fourth Estate can be in their obnoxious pursuit of fake news. I was in Thailand only to find out from my Thai roommate that some of the media had tried to contact him in Bangkok for a comment. That didn't work, so they tried to contact a former colleague of mine in Vancouver, Canada. That didn't work, so they tried to contact a former roommate of mine in Upper Connecticut. But as I was trying to navigate my way up the stairs and they were being predatory, the biggest pulling guard that we've got on the Senate football team was in front of me, shielding me from those predatory intruders. And for that, I'm very appreciative. And Bill DeSteff took a fall for me, and I appreciate that. But I will miss that. But more importantly, I want to take just a minute and talk about my friend, my colleague, and my neighbor, Frank Wagner. I don't know about the rest of you. I frequently get asked, Tommy, at this stage in your life with the opportunities and successes that you have been blessed with, why do you subject yourself to what goes on in the political arena and some of the struggles that take place? And obviously, the compensation is not something that we talk about and that we serve for. And I come back and say there are two things that you need to focus on if you have a servant's heart and a call for public service. One is that you can have a modest imprint on improving the quality of life of Virginians, and you take satisfaction in that. And the second point is the incredible opportunity you have to establish relationships and to meet colleagues from all across the Commonwealth of Virginia, from diversified backgrounds, different experiences in life, but you share in a crucible of political give and take, a commonality, and forge a friendship. And that's what is important. And I would say Frank Wagner has been a terrific leader in the Commonwealth of Virginia, but has been a stalwart in Hampton Roads. And I would say that two of his failures have really been beneficial to us. And I've said to Frank on multiple occasions, I'm very sorry that you went to the Naval Academy and could not get in VMI, but I would have welcomed you there. But the other thing is that blessedly, you were not successful in your pursuit to be the governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. First of all, I have enjoyed sitting behind you and seeing your hair return to its normal and natural color, which has been very good. But I know you learned that from our friend Governor McDonnell, so that was all right. You know, that was a form of flattery. But also the fact that you remained in the Senate where you continued to be a leader. You are undoubtedly the most articulate, informed spokesperson when it comes to energy-related matters, and I thank you for that because it relieved me of a responsibility that I had earlier, but you really far surpassed anything that I understood about it on it. In the area of transportation, there is no one that has been more fierce, determined, and persistent in trying to improve the transportation network of the Commonwealth of Virginia. But every day, I drive down Interstate 64 from Williamsburg to Newport News. I think about Frank Wagner because of the local taxation that we have sequestered in widening Interstate 64. And part of the reason I think about Frank Wagner on that is not just because it is expediting the travel, but I remember when I voted for that, and the fiscal conservatives at home ripped me a new one because I had voted for a tax increase that was going to improve the infrastructure of Virginia. You know, since they've opened that third lane, I haven't heard one complaint. Not one complaint on it. But Frank Wagner has been a leader, particularly with the HR TAC, the Accountability Commission, where he's provided terrific leadership. And I say to you, it hasn't just been the physical infrastructure, his service on the Chesapeake Bay Commission, where he's been a fierce advocate on preserving the environment and the health of the Chesapeake Bay is beneficial to all of us. So, Frank, I will miss you. I will miss your knowledge. The phone will be ringing when I need some guidance on there, and I am working on getting a provisional and honorary appointment to VMI for you, sir. So God bless.
For what purpose does the senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, I remember coming here as a much younger man in 2011, and there were two people that made the biggest impact on me when I came in. And the first one was, of course, William Wampler, because he wouldn't let it be any other way. And the second was Frank Wagner, who took me around, introduced me to people, said to me, I'll never forget this, we were at a dinner, and he says, listen, Stanley, number one, vote exactly the way I vote. You can't lose. I knew he was fibbing with me on that one. The second thing he said was, look, learn the rules, keep your head down, and keep your mouth shut. At the end of that year, he said, well, at least you learned 2 of them, of the things I told you. But with an energy that was boundless, with a knowledge that was endless, with a sense of humor that was sharp, and with the ability to absolutely let you know and encourage you when you were doing something right, and absolutely let you know when you were doing something wrong. Frank provided that leadership and mentorship for me in a way that I am eternally grateful. And he has the sweetest head of hair. I mean, this is what, I'm like, someday I will be Frank Wagner up here. You know what I mean? It's like, and it's always perfect. Nothing is ever out of place when it comes to his hair. And he has the most wonderful and beautiful wife. Smart, funny, engaging. And I know our pages will miss her. And all of the things that she did as their mom for the time that they were here and helping them with the charities that they gave so much time, effort, and money to. That this is a huge hole. This is a lack, a huge loss, of institutional knowledge that is not easily made up. And so when I heard that Frank was retiring, it's an end of an era in the Commonwealth of Virginia. A true statesman, one of the finest I've ever known, and had the honor and pleasure of working with, is on to his next great adventure. And I know it will be great. And if it's not great, he will tell us it's great. So I thank you, Frank, for your friendship. And then, if you'll pardon me, but, when I heard that Bill Carrico was leaving the Senate, he called me the night before he made the announcement, and I begged him not to do it. I said, I'll be better, I swear. I won't use foul language. I'll give that up. I'll stop making fun. And it was emotional for me, too, because this guy next to me has been my friend since the first day coming in here, and he was over even in the House. And I just have gotten to know him over time because our districts overlapped. In fact, I will go over to Galax. We split that area. His office is in there. And this guy will come up to me and go, hey, Bill. I'm like, hey, how you doing? He goes, man, you look a lot smaller than in the pictures. And I'm like, you're thinking about Carrico. Which means we both look alike. But I'll tell you, when Carrico came to the Senate, he was sitting over here, and I had Jeff McWaters next to me. Well, then Jeff McWaters retires. Now I've got this guy to my left retiring. I mean, I think it's me. Sasslaw has asked me to put Dave Suderline in this chair next. Suderline? I'll be accepting applications here as soon as we stop here today. I mean, it's hard. And when he was sitting over here and then McWaters retired, I said, come on back, Bill. Come sit over here. Come sit with me. And he's like, I don't know if my wife will let me. And then he comes back, and I said, are you going to sit next to me? He goes, I don't know. My wife's really worried about it. And I said, what is she worried about? I'm going to pick up all your bad habits. And I said, well, look, okay. I swear I drank and I smoked. I said, pick one. Pick one. You don't have to do the other two. I won't have a bad influence on you. So he picked swearing. I haven't heard him swear. He said, dag nabbit, one time. But I've gained weight sitting next to him, so I'm picking up his bad habits. That's right, Pauline and Eva. Almost got away with that, too. But, and I remember there was another time when we thought he might be leaving the Senate. He's going to be a federal marshal. And I said, Billy, nothing says job security like the Trump administration. I called him Scaramucci for like a week. And he came to me, true story. He comes to me and he says, well, that Dick Sasso's a real nice guy. He's writing me a letter recommending me for the marshals. He must really like me. I said, no, Billy, he wants you out of here. I mean, that's who Billy is. And I was glad that he didn't get the marshal job, and I thought he would stay. And I understand why he's leaving, but it leaves another big hole in this body and a lot of institutional knowledge. You have said this earlier, and you've heard this earlier, but he has one of the most wicked sense of humor that I've ever seen. He's always in for the joke. I love to hear him laugh. I love to make him laugh. I try it all the time. But the only time he's absolutely, totally quiet is when he's eating. If you invite him over to your house, you would never know. He'd be down there in the fridge. You'd open the fridge the next day, everything's gone. He makes no noise. It's like quiet time. He can eat potato chips, makes no noise. Serious. Rock candy, no noise. I mean, he's an amazing eating machine. So efficient. But he's also intelligent, smart, capable, compassionate, and a man of great character and integrity. My dad used to always say, the character and integrity are the things that you carry that have the most value, but you can't put a price tag on it. And then people may try to take character and integrity from you, but only you can give it away. And once you give it away, you never get it back, my dad would say. Well, this young man to my left is full of character and integrity. And more importantly, he's always maintained that, never sacrificed it, and has been a man of principle, even when those principles went against the principles of someone else. He stuck true to them at all times. He was never a politician, but rather another statesman. So today we celebrate, sadly, the retirement of two great Virginia statesmen, Wagner, Carrico. May you always be successful. May you always come back, because we'll miss you every day. We don't miss Bick Waters. We'll miss you guys. God bless you. Godspeed. God bless you and your family. And thank you for the honor of serving with you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks. Senator, for what purpose is Senator from Southern Fairfax? Senator Barker, rise.
Mr. President, I rise for a point of personal privilege.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, I think that today we have demonstrated why we are one body here in the Senate. We had some disagreements on certain issues and some close votes, some votes that broke along party lines, some votes where we agreed across the board and passed things unanimously. We had some where we clearly did not split on party lines and tried to make sure that we were doing the right thing for all the people of Virginia. And I think that the two members that have announced that they are not running for re-election this year are symptomatic of why we are that way. Because with Bill Carrico and Frank Wagner, we have two people who clearly are dedicated to what is right, what they think is best for the people of all of Virginia. And I think they have demonstrated by how they conduct themselves, the types of things they have done over the years, and the commitment that they bring to this body. And I think that they are among many of us that have, in effect, said, we may disagree on some issues now and then, but we still love each other personally. And I think there's that respect that we have across the board here that makes us a body that I think is a very effective body and a body that really works hard to get the right decisions for all Virginians. When Bill Carrico made the trip from down the hall here in 2012, he told me when he got here, he just thought I was one of those wild Northern Virginians. And it took about a month or two before he realized that I was from Tennessee and actually understood him. So, and we've been certainly been good friends ever since. And I did go over to him today before we debated the I-81 bill and said, look, Bill, I'm going back to Tennessee for my high school reunion later this month. Can you get 81 fixed before I have to drive down later this month on things? But, with both Bill and with Frank, what we have is people who have focused extensively on transportation issues. And part of what has come through in terms of how they've addressed transportation issues is that they've not addressed it just for their geographic areas, but have done it on a statewide basis and been willing to step up and cast difficult votes, and to some extent at least, to help other parts of the Commonwealth be able to achieve some of the transportation benefits. They've also done the same thing as it relates to economic development. They're in two different regions of the Commonwealth, but in terms of the things that matter for economic development and being able to move Virginia forward in a comprehensive fashion, they've addressed issues in their own geographic areas, but also have been willing to step up every single time I've seen as it relates to economic development across the Commonwealth, and have not been parochial from that standpoint. I think, and obviously Senator Wagner, Frank, you've certainly been a great friend of mine as well. We've worked together on a lot of the transportation issues, particularly since I've been on the Finance Committee and the Transportation Subcommittee of that. And I knew something was up when Frank kept saying, next year, here's what you got to get done. So this year. So, you two are two of the people that have made the Senate what it is and have helped us be able to move things forward on issues, but also to do it in a way that we are respecting and taking care of each other personally. And for that, I treat both of you as good, close friends of mine and people that I'm proud to have served with in this body. And I wish you the best of everything. Thank you very much.
What purpose is Senator from Hanover? Senator McDougall rise.
Thank you, Mr. President, for point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, much of what I've wanted to be said has already been said. The two gentlemen that are leaving us have almost as much experience in the body down the hall or this one as I've been alive, and they have certainly added a tremendous amount. And Mr. President, I was reflecting as I was listening to the comments about Frank and his hair color changed. I think he must have gotten that from his time in San Diego in the Navy. Did that just for y'all. But Mr. President, Frank is certainly going to present a loss of experience for us. His wisdom and knowledge, particularly in the energy areas, are unmatched, and I don't know that we will see that hole filled in the next decade forthcoming. But Frank, I just wanted to stand up and thank you for your time with us. We're going to miss you in your official capacity, but we hope that you will continue to stay with us as a friend, because you have been a great one to many of us in this body. And Mr. President, Bill and I came into the House together, as John did as well, back in 2001, and our class was fairly large. We were about a quarter of the body, and it was an exciting time for us and a different time, and we have experienced a lot. And certainly Bill's stomping grounds from when he was a trooper were in Caroline, many of the areas that I spent much of my life growing up in as well, and it brings those shared experiences. But the 18 years that you have shared with us, and particularly your family, from Emily being a page and watching Reagan as she was little run around and get into mischief, and Paula always being here with you and making sure that you were eating salad instead of the stuff Stanley would slide you underneath the desk. Mr. President, you and your family have been family to us, and we are going to miss you. We are excited for the new opportunities that you have in store and are excited for what that brings to your family. But as I told you, we're going to miss you. We wish you weren't going, but we're excited for you. So to you and to Frank, thank you both, and thank each of your families for sharing so much of your life with us. And it has been so much of our life, and you're going to be hard to replace, but we thank you for being a part of us.
What purpose is Senator from Eastern Fairfax? Senator Surville rise.
I rise for introduction and point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, joining us in the gallery is Zion Williamson. Actually, I'm sorry, he's at home because he lost. I'm sorry. Moved my point of personal privilege.
What purpose is Senator from Western Fairfax? Senator Marsden rise. Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to miss the two retiring senators as well. I just want to tell a quick story. You know, back when I was elected in 2009, came here as a freshman, we had, I think, 34 votes in the House of Delegates, and nobody basically gave us any bills if you're in the minority, especially if you're a freshman. So we had to come up with our own ideas. And so I had this college friend who had done this home energy audit on my house. And when he did it, he found all these gas leaks in my house, even though it was brand new. And I was like, wow, these guys, he said he didn't have a license. And I was like, wow, these guys really need to have a state license. So I had this bill drafted to license home energy auditors and put the bill in, got sent to general laws, got sent down to general laws licensing sub. And I look at the committee lineup and actually pulled it up just to check. Chairman was Gilbert. Number 2 is Carrico. And Scott, Anderson, Knight, Ward, Carr, and Torian. I walk in the room to have my bill heard. Carrico's nowhere to be found. I'd already been working on Anderson. I had his vote. I was like, sweet, I'm good to go. I started explaining my bill to Gilbert. I said, they suck all the air. They put this thing on your door, suck all the air out of your house. And he's like, what do you mean they suck the air out of your house? And I was like, they just create this pressure differential. And I'm trying to explain it to him. Then all of a sudden, I saw some heads turn. Carrico comes walking in. And right as Carrico comes walking in, and he was sweeping the room. And as soon as Carrico comes walking in, Gilbert says, is this some Obama bill? And I think Carrico was sweeping the room for Obama bills. Because as soon as he said that, I felt like you ever see the Lord of the Rings when Frodo puts the ring on and all of a sudden the red eye just comes right in your face? All of a sudden the evil eye of Sauron was upon me. So Carrico proceeds to sit down and immediately got this long cross-examination about my bill being an Obama bill, which it was not. It was my bill. It's just a bill I came up with. My bill, okay? It's my idea. Okay. So, appreciate that. So anyways, my bill goes down in flames. I put the bill in again, because you guys know I put my bills in every year till they pass, right? You all know that. And go back to the exact same committee. Go back to the exact same committee. Bill comes up, and Gilbert's like, I just bought this new house, and the windows are all drafty. And I thought, man, I need one of Suravel's energy audits. I think I might like this. And then, of course, Carrico says, I don't know, Scott. This just smells like an Obama bill. My bill's killed again. So I was wandering around, and somebody in the building said, hey, Wagner has a bill. It's pretty similar to yours. You ought to go talk to him. And I never talked to Frank before. I think this is down 2011. So I go to Frank, and I was like, hey, I got this. He called his building energy analysts. And I went over and showed my bill to Frank, and he's like, wow, I like your bill better than mine. I'm just going to take your bill and make your bill my bill. And I was like, well, good luck. They all think it's an Obama bill. So Frank takes the bill over. Lo and behold, I see it on the floor, 6 weeks later. And I go to Frank. I was like, how in the world did you get my bill through being an Obama bill? Frank said, I just told him I'd kill all their bills. Like, okay, well, that's how it works around here. Okay, I got it. Not when you're in the minority, but when you chair some committees, you got a little bit more of a role. So in any event, I've enjoyed working with both these gentlemen. I've actually, even though Senator Carrico and I come from extremely different ideological perspectives on almost everything, we have found some issues to work together on, like education, digital devices for students in schools. We have found common ground. Frank and I got that $3 billion coal ash bill done this year. I mean, to me, I've learned a lot from these two gentlemen about how you can get things done across the aisle, even if you are in the minority, where I've been for 10 years now. But I'm going to miss working with them both, and thought I'd share that little story that brought both of them into my life early in my life here. So I wish them both well in their retirement, and in some ways I'm envious, but best wishes to you guys.
For what purpose is the senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
It's so hard to lose people who were here when you got here, and that you looked up to and that you admired, and you never, you always didn't agree on everything, but, it's just tough to see them go. And but I think, Bill, I think this might be the right time. This year you were voting for gambling. Next year I was afraid you were going to start voting for dancing. And it was a concern, but nobody's been more loyal to the state troopers and our folks in uniform. And you were a great committee chairman in transportation. You knew the law. You knew how things worked, and you could always rely on you when you had the last word that what you were getting was right from the code and how things were. And I remember having dinner with you at SLC and different places throughout the South, and Godspeed on your next gig. And Frank, you're the only Republican I've ever campaigned for. When I was in 2015 going around and when I'd knock on a Republican door after I made a pitch for myself, I said, and by the way, if you're going to vote in a Republican primary, Frank Wagner knows his stuff. And Frank, I'm sorry it didn't work out, but you'd have probably won that thing. But the issue for me is that nobody ever made this more fun, and nobody ever made more sense on some of the really critical things like energy and transportation than you did. Keep coming up to the Wolf Trap Ball. Love to see you and Lucille. God bless both of you. Thank you.
What purpose, Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds, rise?
Mr. President, I rise on a very brief point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
Hours late. We heard a little bit about the House of Delegates class of 2001. Earlier, we heard about the Senate class of 1991. Well, the House class of 1991, there's only one member in the House from that group, Riley Ingram, and he retired this year. The three members from that group that are in this body now, Senator Newman, Senator Wagner, and me. Frank Wagner brought a breadth of experience and intelligence that we all, I'm not going to repeat the stories, but we've all grown to appreciate. But the most important thing he brought to this process, I think, is his perspective, his sense of humor in everything. You were talking, there was a list of words I think Senator Chafin was using to describe Senator Carrico, and I agree with all of them. I was thinking about the words that I'd use to describe Senator Wagner. And I'm not going to repeat them. But I just, Senator Wagner, I remember when I got to this body, I sat in that corner for multiple years. And that period of time, our side was a little bit stagnant in growth. But Senator Wagner sat with the former senator from Newport News, and they had more fun, I think, than anybody I can think of. I can remember my brief time on the Finance Committee. Senator Wagner was my seatmate. And Senator Wagner reminded me of the time when I was on the other body and Tom Moss was my seatmate. And Tom Moss was constantly in my ear with one story after another. It was just unbelievable and made me want to bust out laughing. And I'm gonna miss that sense of perspective, that sense of humor. I'm gonna miss the intelligence. I'm gonna miss the articulation of very tough issues. Senator Carrico, you are a fair chair of transportation. You were fair the whole way through. You knew the issues. I'm going to miss you too. And thank you both for your service.
What purpose does the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steph, rise?
Mr. President, I rise for a point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
And I'm going to make this very, very brief. I've known Senator Wagner since 2004. And in 2005, when I ran for my first city council race, he sent a letter of support out to, I believe it was 16,000 constituents for me. And that was pretty amazing. And I thank Frank for that for a long time. Of course, I walked for him for a long time after that too, but it was worth it. I will tell you that when it comes to energy policy and bioluminescence and tritium and every other thing that could possibly generate energy, Frank knows more about it than anybody I've ever met. The man is brilliant when it comes to energy policy, and energy strategy for the future. On transportation, I was first on city council when Frank came to us and said, we're going to raise taxes and do something about this transportation mess, and he did. And we supported him. We did commending resolutions all the way up, supporting it, and a lot of people beat me up for it. They beat Frank up for it, but you know what? In the end, they were pretty happy with what we have for transportation infrastructure. You'll be missed tremendously. Frank, you've been a great friend. You've always been there for me. And the only good thing that comes of it is I'm now the senior senator from Virginia Beach. My number goes up by 1. Anyways, and Bill Carrico, I spent quite a bit of time out in the western part of the state this last year. Learned a lot. I'd always call Senator Chafin and Senator Carrico on the way out there and harass them a little bit. But, we had some jokes my first year or two here about the 3 good bills that Governor McAuliffe wanted to take out. And we joked about Senator Stanley being the funny bill, Senator Carrico having the big heart and being the teddy bear bill, and me, I was just trouble. And I've got to tell you that I'm going to miss both of these gentlemen. And when I heard they were going on with their life to other areas, and, Frank just said something about being able to play more than 36 holes of golf in a day. I get it. I understand. Our passions are our passions. Bill was talking about something about buffets and the wonderfulness of life in general. No. Anyways, I'll be honest with you guys. You'll be missed tremendously here. You guys are both a wealth of knowledge, and truly your commitment and your just your service to the Commonwealth has been tremendous. So God bless you, God bless your families, and God bless the Commonwealth.
For what purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for a brief point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had some nice things to say about Senator Carrico and he leaving as well, but I didn't realize we could double team it at the time. But I just want to tell you that I've known Frank for a long time. Frank has been in the General Assembly the whole time that I've been here. And we mentioned that we came in 2001. Chap actually was in that class as well. So we've known Frank for a long time. And, when I was in the House, I always thought he was kind of a jerk, But I got to the Senate and found out, hey, he's not so bad. And I will say that, Frank did go to the United States Naval Academy. That's because he could read and write, and he knows his left from his right, and that's why he didn't go to VMI, Senator Norman. Anyway. But I will tell you that I have a unique perspective when it comes to Frank Wagner because I actually lived with Frank and Lucille for 2 sessions. And that, my friends, is an education. I will tell you that he got me addicted to frozen grapes as a snack in the evening. And he also got me addicted heavily to Games of Thrones. So thanks to him, I have the entire set on CD, and I can't wait for the last session to come out. But I will say that Frank has been an integral part of the Hampton Roads delegation, and because of his efforts, we have a thriving transportation system in Hampton Roads, and it's growing and getting better every day. It was mentioned that Frank serves on the Hampton Roads Transportation Accountability Commission, but what wasn't mentioned is that he is the finance chair. Frank has been the one who's been managed all of that money that comes into the Hampton Roads area from the tax package that we passed several years ago. And because of his stewardship and his knowledge of bonding and banking and all of the rest, we just approved sending out the bonds to build and complete the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel. That would not have happened without Frank. And so it's going to be quite a hole to fill when Frank has left this chamber. He takes away institutional knowledge that many of us can't ever hope to have, whether it's energy, utilities, banking, commerce, business, entrepreneurial endeavors. Frank's done it, and he's done it really, really well. And I would just want to say that, Frank, you've been a good friend, a great mentor to me. I really do appreciate your friendship. I'll miss Lucille more than you. But I will tell you, I'll leave you one parting bit of advice, everybody. If you ever play golf with Frank and he says, hey, I'll give you a couple of strokes, don't take the bet. You're going to lose. Thanks.
For what purpose is Senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise?
Rise for point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I too am going to miss both of these guys. I had the occasion to sit with Senator Carrico when I first got here. And oddly enough, we're from both different sides of the state. We found out we were cousins way, way back. My great-grandmother or something, I can't remember what it is now. But, I admire Bill a great deal. When I first got to know him, he wouldn't smile. And I'd say something to him, and he'd look at you stone-faced. And I thought, my gosh, is he going to knock me out of my chair? Or what's he going to... And then, he warms up, and you get to talking to him. But I have the greatest respect and admiration for Bill because of his, two things. His passion for law enforcement. And there's nobody in this chamber, probably down the hall either, that has the passion and has worked harder for law enforcement, and he's done it with sincerity. And the other thing is his candor and his integrity. And I remarked on this today. Bill Carrico will look you in the eye, and he will tell you exactly what he thinks. And that's a rare trait, and that's why I like him so much, because you always know where you stand with Bill. And there's just no question about it. So I'm going to miss you a great deal, but I really appreciate the honor of serving with you. My seatmate, and it was interesting that the senator from Bath made some of those comments, because we've had a lot of fun, and he's told a lot of jokes, but most of them I can't tell in polite company while we've been sitting here. But there's never a dull moment when you sit by Frank Wagner. And there's no doubt about that. We've been blessed to have Lucille, she's not here, and everything that she's done. And Frank is incredibly lucky to have her. I think everybody in here knows it. But I've been so impressed by his ability in commerce and labor and the issues that we go through. I'm going to really miss these debates that we have. It's always fun when some of the best debates you have is with your seatmate. And at this point, I guess I should apologize for calling him a trial lawyer. He really didn't like that, but he would have made a really good trial lawyer. His knowledge of energy, engineering, transportation really is unsurpassed. And it's going to take big shoes to fill that, and it's going to be a really big loss. I'm going to really miss having fun and laughing, probably more than I should have. I hope that they didn't tape me because I've got an election this year, but Frank and I laughed a lot. But again, it's just been a tremendous honor to serve with Frank, Bill as well, and we're going to miss you all a great deal.
For what purpose, Senator from Falk here, Senator Vogel rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for a promise, a very brief point of personal privilege.
Senator, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the last day of session, I rose to say a few words about my seatmate, who was departing and announced his retirement. And I got so sad about it afterwards that I sat here in my chair and I just sniveled and cried as everybody talked. And I feel much the same way today. Truly, truly sad for all of us that we are losing two extraordinary people that we've talked about today, and a third, my seatmate, will be very empty. I can't think of stronger personalities, people who are funnier, people who have contributed more to this body. And I think about if you think Senator Black's snake hook and snakes in a bag stories are interesting and funny, and all the other ones he tells, try sitting over here next to Senator Wagner as a newly elected member of the legislature. And oh, what an education you will get. It was so much fun. I cannot think of a more intelligent, funny, just well-rounded, and incredibly intense person to learn from and to sit next to. And I remember it wasn't many days that I was sitting there that I leaned over and I said, I could tell, obviously, he was very intensely chewing gum. And I said, wow, did you recently quit smoking? And he said, well, yes, I did. And I said, that is amazing. How long ago was it? And he looked at me and he said, 6 years, so something like that. And I remember literally, I thought I was going to fall out of my chair laughing. And that tells you everything you need to know about Frank Wagner. He is an intense guy, and he is smart. And what he has brought to this caucus and to this chamber, I cannot imagine what it will be like without him. not just his strong personality, but it's true, his institutional knowledge and his wisdom and his willing to stand up for what's right. And I appreciated knowing him. I appreciated knowing Lucille and being a part of it when they got married. I just think about all of this extraordinary history that he has in this chamber and with the men and women in this body, and his open-mindedness and generosity of spirit, and how he has made such great friendships. And so we will really miss you. I will really miss you. And if I'm allowed also just to say a few more words about my colleague here who has suffered terribly next to Bill Stanley. But I will tell you, when I was first elected, as I mentioned, there are people who leave a tremendous impression on you. And it was my first month or two being in the legislature. And I remember having a conversation with Bill Carrico, him telling me about his life and his story and his service and an automobile accident he'd had and all of the things that brought him here. And it was an extraordinary and really compelling story that he has to tell. And it's all of those things that make him who he is, that make him strong and solid and truly a man of great integrity. And if you ever have any doubt about where you should stand or what's happening, all you have to do is look to Bill Carrico. And I can tell you, our caucus will be so much less lively without Carrico being there. And we'll all really miss him terribly. He is truly a good person and a wonderful friend. And so I just wanted to say I'll miss you, along with my seatmate. Thank you.
For what purpose is the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, rise?
Mr. President, a point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, with the possible exception of Madam Clerk, I've been through more of these than anybody else in this room, and it never gets easy to accept. I've seen a lot of these retirements, some voluntarily, some not so voluntarily, and like I said, you never get used to it. And three really good people are leaving here this year through retirements. Senator from Grayson, Senator from Loudoun, and the senior senator from Virginia Beach. And, you know, they've done and accomplished a lot. Senator Carrico, through your service to this state, both from the state police and here in the General Assembly. Senator Black, through your career in the U.S. Army and willingness to put your life on the line overseas, and the same with Senator Wagner in the U.S. Navy. And I salute all three of you for what you've done. As was mentioned before, this really is one group. I don't know anybody in here who is enemies with other people. And the most important thing, you know, to remember about this is that, you know, we're all here for the same purpose, might have different points of views, but to try to make life better for the people who represent us. And yeah, there are different ways of getting there, but I don't know of anywhere where you have this animosity. Wasn't like this sometimes when I was down in the House many, many years ago, where, in fact, I remember my first year in the House, there were two fistfights on the floor, and both, all Democrats, okay? It was, we were one big family. I don't know if we were one big happy family, but we were one big family. But it, you know, it's interesting to see how this institution has evolved. But each of you has an expertise that's going to be missed, and you bring different points of view on a whole lot of things. And, you know, like I said, you never get used to this. Earlier this year, in fact, last week, two of the people I served with in my first term here in the Senate passed away. Willard Moody was 94 years old and still practicing law. Eva Scott, Willard was a Democrat. Eva was a Republican, and Eva was the first woman to serve in the Senate. She came here from the House the same year I did. These were really good people who worked hard.
And, you know, Eva was 92, and Willard, I think, was 94. And I really hope, earnestly hope, that the three of you enjoy long, happy lives that they had, if not longer. Because let me tell you something, you have more than earned that right, and I salute all three of you. Thank you.
What purpose is the senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico, rise?
Personal privilege, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
I am a good guy. I'm not as bad as some of them made me out to be. No, I just want to say thank you to everyone in here. I've been truly blessed to have an opportunity to serve both the House and the Senate. I have said it many times on the floor. I would do anything to make sure that my colleagues, even those I don't even agree with, are protected, and no one would do anything to harm them. And that comes from training and from loyalty that I had with a department that I loved. And I know, I'll admit it right now, that I was probably more partial to the state police than I was anybody else. I would just say that those are some men and women that do some thankless jobs sometimes, and their sole provider was us. And I wanted to make sure that their names and their needs got before us whenever I had an opportunity. But more so than anything, my family, who's here with me, and my son couldn't be with me, but they have sacrificed great number of hours. My wife called me, telling me something's broke at home while I'm up here, and I'm saying, well, what am I going to do here to fix that problem? And hear her distress about how to get something done while I wasn't at home, and knowing that she's been a rock solid through this whole process, taking care of everything, our kids. One of my most fondest memories in the house was my daughter at about 5 years old sitting on my shoulders in my chair on the last day of session on the front page of the Richmond Times. And, you know, we miss out on a lot of those things. My daughter was 18 months old when I got elected, and I know the sacrifice that goes into this. Many of you have done the same thing, and I know that. Make those trips home right after session. I've driven 5 hours to see my daughter play basketball and drive back just so I wouldn't miss anything. And those sacrifices are ones that you make in earnest appreciation from the people who put you here. I've said it many times. I never considered this my office. This is an office the people allowed me to occupy for a period of time. It's their office. It's their seat. They just gave me the privilege to sit here and to occupy that seat for a period of time. I'm going to miss every one of you all. I may not always agree, and I may come across gruff, and I may say things a little offensive, and for that, I ask for your forgiveness, but we all fall short. That's the beauty of grace. And, you know, if I've said something offensive or done something offensive, I apologize, but it was all in the fight to try to make sure my district was heard during the times that I had the opportunity to speak. As for Frank, I'm going to miss Frank. Most people don't realize it, but Frank and I sat next to each other in caucus, and I missed a lot of important votes the caucus was talking about because Frank was telling me something that wasn't really that important, and I didn't I didn't catch it. And I want to think that Frank retired because he heard I was retiring and couldn't distract anyone else. But I love the guy. He is so funny and he's so witty and I'm really going to miss my seatmate here, Senator Stanley. He and I have laughed, we've cried, we've joked, we've had serious moments, we've had jovial moments, and I always call in his district because everybody's voting for Bill Carrico in his district, but just as long as they vote for Bill, we're in good shape. But he's one of those guys that has always been right there for me through everything. And Ben, you've came aboard, you've done great things, and John and Ryan and Chap, we all came in this thing together, and I really miss a lot of our guys that we all came in not knowing. When I first got here, I pulled up, and that was when you could park in the circle here, and I pulled up, and I asked the Capitol Police, "Where's the GAB?" I didn't know what that meant. Everything has an acronym here, and they said, "It's that building right there." Well, today I could pull up and it's not there because they tore it down. But I wouldn't have looked like such a fool if I'd have done it today. But I have loved every minute. I came here in 2002 and 2003. I thought that would be my last term. But I've been here for 18 years. And that's such a blessing to me. But if I could leave all of you with something, and most of you all know, people ask, what do you want your legacy to be? And I don't even know if I'd have a legacy or not, but one of the things I have fought so hard for is the rights for people to pray, for people to worship as they please. And I think it's one of the things our founders, I mean, we're approaching that 400 years. And I believe it's one of the things that our founders wove into place when they set this government in order. I think our laws are based upon the biblical principles. I believe that they had everything put in place based upon those principles. And as I leave, I was thinking about this body, this building, Jefferson's Capitol, and I was thinking about the verse in Matthew 5:14 that says, "Ye are a light to the world, a city upon a hill that cannot be hid." And that's true. We're the oldest form of government in the Western Hemisphere. We're sitting on a hill, and we've been a light to all other nations because we started this whole process of government. We'll be here long after I'm gone, long after you're gone. And I just ask that you take care of this Commonwealth as we leave. And that you understand that our founders really built everything upon those principles. And if that verse in this place sitting upon the hill being a light is not enough, think about this. The only path, the only road leading to this Capitol, his name is grace. And it's by grace that this government is where it is. And we became a nation that we've become. And I think that is all based upon the biblical principles that our founders had when they built this nation. As I leave, many people ask me, what's next? What do you want to be remembered by? And this was what I came up with. The only thing I want to take away is that what Solomon said, a good name is worth more than great riches. and loving favor more than gold and silver. All I want's my name, and people still think of me as a person of integrity. And that good name is all I want to leave with, because it's something that my father and my mother instilled in me a long time ago. And I don't want to leave anyone to think that I would have ever done anything to dishonor them or anyone in my family. Thank you all. God bless you.
For what purpose does the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner, rise?
Rise for a point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you. And first of all, some of the comments made by me, I feel like I need to respond just a few. And I want to thank you all, but I was shocked to know that I mentored Senator Stanley. He said I was his mentor. And to the rest of the body, I want to apologize if that's the if that's the best I could do. But I will share a story. Lucille and I had sat down at the Greenbrier restaurant, and I looked over, and Senator Stanley was sitting down with his child bride. I looked over, I called the maitre d' over to my table, and I said, "You see the couple over there?" And he goes, "Yes." I said, "Could you take that young lady the children's menu?" And I want to share a story. He took the children's menu over, and Bill Stanley's wife looked over and screamed for her coloring book to go with her children's menu. And I'll never forget that particular thing. For those that are questioning my hair, since I took a few hits on that, this is my natural hair color. Present decorum would preclude me from proving that to everybody in the body, but I can assure you that it is, okay? So, but what's that? Yeah. I said present decorum precludes me from proving that to anybody in this room. But, however, there's so many people I need to thank, and this has been one of the biggest honors of my life, to be able to serve in the Senate of Virginia, to be able to serve in the legislature. And I think first and foremost, I want to thank my family. Every one of you in this room knows the sacrifices your spouses put forward and the kids put forward, the trials and tribulations of a campaign, the shots, the slings, the arrows, back and forth. I think those of us in this room understand it's a full contact sport we're in. But oftentimes our families don't understand that and tend to take it a little more personally than we do. And I want to thank my family for 28 years for having to put up with the kind of stuff that you put up with sometimes in politics, and the separations and those things, as Senator Carrico so eloquently put it. Driving back for different things, I can remember my mother had been diagnosed with inoperable lung cancer in Arlington when I was in the House. And I was driving up every night to see her, and coming back to session up in Arlington every day. And then Speaker Moss noticed that I was coming back exhausted every day, and asked what was going on. And I will say this: Tom Moss was a lot of things, but he was a caring individual. And next thing I know, the head of the Capitol Police was driving me up to Arlington every evening so I could be with my mother. But those are the kind of things that each and every one of us in this room do. It's the sacrifices that we agree to make and willingly take on. And I just want to thank my family for the sacrifices they've gone through. And also, I sold my company 3 or 4 years ago, but my employees, I want to extend a thanks to them. They kept working through it all. They kept the company running. We had to run a company like a ship repair company. Long distance is a little bit difficult, and I owe them the biggest debt of gratitude for allowing me this opportunity to serve up here, and I want to thank them. The staff of the Senate, Susan and your crowd, couldn't have been more supportive. There's just not enough words in my vocabulary to thank you all for everything you've done, and I think each of us in this room know just how wonderful they are and how supportive they are and how protective They are. Not that I would ever do anything that would encourage a fourth estate to be curious about it, but certainly Susan will cover your backside like no one else will cover. And now that I'm retiring, there's no reason for you all to be even interested in any of that. But first, let me thank everyone in here. Friendships are a thankful thing, and I count each and every one of you in this room as personal friends of mine. And we all know friends are very, very hard to come by. And certainly we have our disagreements. That's to be expected. We have our policy differences and that kind of thing. But in the final analysis, as we've heard so often, the bottom line is we're all friends. And friendships are a very precious thing. And I want to thank each and every one of you all for giving me that opportunity to be friends. And finally, I really want to thank the citizens of Virginia Beach for giving me this opportunity to serve in this General Assembly, to represent them. I hope they think I've done a good job for them. I've tried the best I know how to express their wishes up here, and I really owe a debt of gratitude to those citizens for giving me the opportunity to come up here for 28 years. Many of you know I went through a midlife crisis a couple of years ago and decided to run for governor. But, it was one of those things that everybody said, well, do you regret it? And I said, not for a minute. So were you going to do it again? I said, not for a minute. But what it does is it gives you an opportunity to do something I wish each and every one of you had an opportunity to do, and that is to go to every corner of Virginia and just realize what a beautiful state we have and what a great state we have. There's a reason we live here, and it's because it's the best state in the Union, and I'm convinced of that. The Navy made sure I lived in other places. I've lived in Texas, I've lived in California, I've lived in a number of places, visited most states, and I will tell you, I will always come back to Virginia. We have a beautiful state here. We have a great state here. We have just fantastic citizens, and we're entrusted here in this body and down the hall and up on the third floor to ensure that we maintain this state as the greatest state in the country. And looking around here at my colleagues, I'm quite confident that it's going to be in great hands as we move forward. I would close, and I know it's late and people are ready to go home, and I've tried never to abuse the microphone, but being an old sailor, I got to give a Navy story. And, when you go to the Naval Academy, you literally go through probably a living hell the first year, but you're training. You're training constantly for that first duty assignment. And even after graduation, I had another 6 months of diving and salvage school, and some more training up in Newport, Rhode Island. And when you finally get to the ship, after, think about it, 5 years of training, and this is your first ship assignment, and you walk on that ship, and quite frankly, you're intimidated, and you're going to be in charge of a group of sailors. 25 sailors I was in charge of. And you have pretty big responsibilities for somebody that was 22 years old. And to tell you the truth, I was a little nervous. Fortunately, I had a senior chief petty officer that took me under his wing and skilled me pretty quickly. And, I moved up, and by the time I left that ship, I was the navigator. Obviously, I was the operations officer the whole time. I was in charge of all the crypto. I was in charge of communications. I was the senior watch officer, which meant I did the watch bills for the entire ship. And I was also the senior anchor officer of the deck, which meant I drove the ship in and out of port and tied it up everywhere. And I walked off that ship convinced that when I left that ship would never be able to sail again because I wasn't on that ship. And I literally had not gotten to the gate of Little Creek before the brow was up and the ship had gone to sea again. And it caused me to reflect that I thought of myself that I'm that important, that I really thought I was that important. And I realized as I reflect back on that ship that I believe I left that ship a little better off for me having been on there. And when I was first elected in 1992, I walked into these halls, and you realize you're walking into a chamber with the founding fathers, with the original members of the House of Delegates. And you realize the history and the people of stature that have come before you in these chambers, that have put together the laws, that have represented everything that we do. And I knew from that point that I wasn't going to fall under that feeling like when I left the ship, that the ship wouldn't run without me. And I'm absolutely convinced that the state will roll on with or without me, and would have rolled on with or without me if I had never been elected to begin with. But you know, as I walk away, I hope in my heart of hearts, as I reflect back on the time, that I can look back and say I left Virginia a little better off for me having been here. And so with that, I wrap up 28 years here. I will miss each and every one of you. I suspect I will see each and every one of you in future duties, and certainly even Bill. Yeah, and we're going to miss both of you. It's been a great run, and I'm getting a little choked up here, so I'm going to try to wrap this up. It's been one of the highlights of my life, and it's certainly been an honor and a privilege to work with each and every one of you in this room, and to be able to hold the title of senator is one of the highlights of my life. So thank you all very, very much for this opportunity, and I will miss each and every one of you. Thank you.
What purpose, Senator from Arlington? Senator Favola, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for a very brief announcement. The Commission. Thank you, Mr. President. The Commission on Youth is hosting a foster care seminar for legislators, and it is Monday, May 6th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., and it will be held in Richmond at the U-Turn Sports Academy. So I hope many of you can attend. We'll have some renowned speakers, and we do appreciate Senator Monty Mason and others who have helped us form the Foster Care Caucus. So thank you very much for your bipartisanship.
For what purpose does the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenchain, rise?
Mr. President, it's with profound apologies to 15 of you. I rise for an announcement. The Senate Courts of Justice Committee needs to have a 60-second meeting at my desk immediately upon adjournment. I promise it's going to be very quick.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose does the senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for the purposes of a point of personal privilege, please.
The senator has the floor.
I was on my way to the radio station last Thursday, and I got a very somber call that our very first state senator, Eva Scott, had passed after a terrible fall after leaving the General Assembly last Thursday. And I know many of you were close to her. I was as well. She was a close mentor and friend, and she was the first female state senator that represented Amelia. I was the second. She served 4 consecutive terms as delegate from 1972 to 1980. She was elected in 1979 and served 1 term in the state Senate. She was also the founder of the Amelia Education Foundation at Amelia Academy. And what I didn't even know about her is that she used to be a pharmacist and a businesswoman. And of course, we know she was a legislator and a newspaper publisher. But what I really liked about former state senator Eva Scott, she was a pioneer. I mean, she blazed the trail for women to be in the Senate. And for her, I will be eternally grateful for that. And I would ask that when we adjourn today, that we adjourn in her memory. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. President.
Senator from Hanover,
Just
Senator McDougal.
rise for the purpose of a reminder that we'll have rules tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. For those of y'all that are there, if you're there by 8:45 or 8:50, we can move through it faster and I can send you on your way. We can be done in less than an hour if everybody is prompt and focused. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator, what purpose, Senator from James City County, Senator Norment, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to inquire if there are any more announcements or points of personal privilege.
No, sir.
There are none.
Mr. President, I have in front of me a communication that was shared by Delegate Gilbert, and this was his message. Mr. President, I've been directed by the Speaker of the House of Delegates to inform the Senate that the House is ready to adjourn sine die, and because we finished before you did, we left you standing there again.
Fair enough. Thank the Senator. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn sine die. And when we do so in the honor of Senators Black, Carrico, and Wagner, and memory of Eva Scott.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adjourn sine die in honor of Senators Black, Carrico, and Wagner, and in the memory of Senator Eva Scott? As many as are in favor of the motion to adjourn sine die will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate is adjourned sine die in honor of Senators Black, Carrico, and Wagner, and in the memory of Senator Eva Scott.